Hi, and welcome to the Remote Duel Invitational number 2. I am Marcello Barberi.
And I'm Alberto Marazzi. Hi, guys.
And we are gonna guide you through a weekend of spectacular Yu-Gi-Oh! Action and duels. So, first thing, we are gonna host a lot of different streams and languages. So, in the description, you can find the links to the other colleagues, let's say, that are doing it in German, Spanish, French, and Italian. So, if you rather watch your own language, you can just go and check them out. We are very excited to announce to you, first of all, the rules for this weekend. We invited 16 of the best players and content creators from all over Europe, but there is one, let's say, infiltrator from all over Australia. So the rules for this weekend, as we're gonna show now, are just like a regular YCS, advanced construct format, 40 minutes each round, best of 3, but single elimination. So this is kind of a throwback to the playoff we had at the European Championship to get to the World Championship,
exactly.
I would say.
Most of the players are known all around the world, as you said before. And I think they might know, like, very good in the situation they're sitting in. And I think we're going to see a lot of action this weekend.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of action. And just to not make you guys miss anything, we are going to show all of the matches happening this weekend. So today, we're going to show all of the top 16 matches. And then tomorrow, we are going to follow up with the rest. So the top 8, all the way go to the finals, where we are going to crown a winner. As we said, we already spoiled it if you follow our pages, but we're going to show you now the player overview for this event. And we have created some very cool tokens for them. So let's bring those up on the screen. And there they go. So as you can see, a lot of you guys are going to be able to just recognize immediately these guys.
Yeah, I mean, we have, like, for example, from Italy, Lorenzo Santoni. He won a YCS, multiple tops at the YCSs as well. The UK national champion, Marcus Patel. We have Zoe Weber, who topped the last YCS in Utrecht.
And I'm especially curious about Zoe, because we all know she usually performed very, very well at the latest YCS events, but she never got a future match, actually. Exactly. So this time she will have at least one guaranteed future match. And if she does well, we might see her later on. But just as you can see, we have multiple champions from Gabriel, Jonas, so all over from World Championship competitors to just players who have won YCSs, performed even greatly. And this is just half of the guys that are going to be here. So let's show the other half of the participants right now. And there we go. So
yeah, here once again, we have also Schattenspieler, who won the first Remote Duel Invitational. So let's see how we will go this time. But once again, we have also Lithium, another famous YouTuber. As you can see, we have content creators as well.
Yeah, Zulu as well, and Rev Cars. So we have a very, very wide numbers of players. And as you can see, the one and only Bodam Temnik, all the way from Australia, because let's remember that the Ocean Pacific is still together with the European part of our region in a way. So he's gonna try and just bring proud to his own country. But as you said, Schattenspieler, definitely someone to keep an eye on. He showed us that he has a lot of knowledge in Duel links as well.
Yeah.
And last time, surprising everyone, I think with quite some sense, he destroyed everyone at the Remote Duel Invitational number 1. Yeah. And maybe he can take it again. That would be quite some epic action. But now we can show you guys how this is gonna look up. We have a bracket for you. That is just gonna show you how the action is gonna go down. We can show you guys today and tomorrow. This is gonna and as you can see, we have a bracket. I think the first match of the day is already one of the best ones. We have Schattenspieler, current Remote Duel Invitational champion. So he needs to defend his crown, and he's up against
Boden. Yeah, I mean, we couldn't ask for more, actually. It's quite an interesting one, and I think it's not going to be easy for Boden, although he's a really experienced player. He came second at the World Championship 2 years ago. So it's going to be a great match, I think.
Absolutely. And just to remind you guys, we are going to go into much more deep details throughout the weekends. But we have so many news in Yu-Gi-Oh! At the moment. We just had a new Forbidden Unlimited list that shocked the world with cards like RP Feather Duster coming back after all those years. and we have a lot of new cards. So the most interesting thing is that these guys have absolutely no knowledge whatsoever of what the other are playing. Yeah. So you can see, and I can already spoil you that we do have some wild cards, lithium, cough, cough, but we are gonna see more of that. Anyway, just because these guys are so experienced, we prepared a lot of interviews for each one of them. So now we are gonna just shift to the match we are gonna show you guys. But before jumping into action, we do have interviews for both Schattenspieler and Bodan. The first one is, of course, Schattenspieler. So let's bring it up and let's see what he wants to say.
Oh, a long time. I played Yu-Gi-Oh! Since, I don't know, 12 years, 13 years. But on tournament, not so long. But yes, a long time, I think. Oh, my first deck ever, I think it was Blue Eyes. Yes, the old Blue Eyes. And my first tournament deck was Volcanic, yes. Volcanic with Monarchs, and it was pretty cool. Yes, of course, the Black Roost Dragon and Ghost Rare is my favorite card. It's a pretty cool card and looks pretty nice. I played Dragonlink because I think it's the best deck and has the most options to play against every deck in the format. The best memory, I think the travel with my friends, because yes, every travel to YCS, National or something are the best time of my life. It's funny, you can play Yu-Gi-Oh!, you can make jokes and have a good time, yes.
Nice. So some interesting words from Schattenspieler. If you don't follow him already, just go and check it out. He has a YouTube channel where he uploads regularly, and he just proved to us last time that he's as well really competitive. So definitely one of the guys to look at, and the current champion. So we already said it, his opponent is Bodan Temnik, and he's no joke. He went all the way up to the World Championship final, and I'm sure he's gonna try his best to win out. So let's hear what he has to say about this experience.
I've been involved with the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game since around 2003. And since then, I've been playing pretty consistently almost every year, every WCQ since 2006. The first deck that I ever played was some amalgam of the Blue Eyes, the Kaiba deck and the Yugi deck, and it wasn't very good. The first real deck that I played, I think, was maybe a Magical Scientist sort of deck, like Chaos Era 2004. That was the real deck with some substance. My favorite card would most likely have to be... It's very split between maybe Firewall Dragon and Armageddon Knight. I think those are both just like mainstay cards, and I really enjoyed playing decks with those cards. They were very fun. Not necessarily interactive to the opponent, but very fun for me to play. I'm currently playing the Dragon Link deck with the Violon Cube and Smoke Grenade cards. It's not too interactive with the opponent, but quite fun to play, and I feel like it's like a puzzle that I have to sort of solve. My fondest memory that involves Yu-Gi-Oh! Would be the World Championships in 2018. It was very fun. We came about a week before the event had happened. I was there with numerous friends who were also competing. It was even without the event itself, it was still very fun. And then the event was the icing on the cake. I did come second. I was very close to becoming the world champion in 2018.
Yeah, as we said, he just said his most memorable memory is just the one at the World Championship. I know something about that as well, and it's of course the biggest stage that you can get, and he got so close because we remember it was one of the most, I think, the closest finals we have had in a long time, and it was Trickster against Altergeist, and in the end he lost game 3, but it was very close one. So I'm sure he wants to just keep on improving. He showed us that he's one of the best players in the competitive realm, let's say, but now he's up against another monster, and we can go more deep into the actual match. Both of these guys, completely different experience, a content creator, even though a winner of the last event, against someone that we can define a real pro player, someone that is competitive and played for a lot of years, but they both chose the same deck.
Yeah, it's really interesting. We're going to see the first matchup being Dragon Link Mirror Match. And as you said before, there are so many different decks in this format. And I think most of the players will rely on this deck for this weekend also, because it's one of these combo decks that players really love to play. But once again, the die roll is going to be very relevant in this format, but also hand traps are going to be very relevant as well. And I think most of the players should rely playing multiple hand traps for this format, not only because of this deck, but also because of other decks like Infernoble that we will see throughout this weekend. And I think this matchup is going to be insane. But once again, the die roll is going to be very relevant.
Yeah, it's possible. As you said, I think these past months definitely created one of the most interesting format we've ever had, because players really went out of their comfort zone, I want to say, without having much like outside infos. They really took the best out of their just ability and even creativeness. So in this case, we do have the same deck as a concept, but we have very different version of it, 60 cards as well in the mix. And we do have the specialist later on, which is Matteo Bertulezzi, of course, that we all loved watching in Utrecht, where he basically took a pile of different cars and engines, and we're almost able to win it all. So we can see that although the final goal might be similar, because it's a combo deck, as you said, so the goal is to either try and win by going second, or when you go first, you want to make as many interruptions for your opponent as possible. We have so many tools now available. One of them, of course, the new link, Crystal Link. So that is one of the key cards of the deck. And something that everyone who follows me knows that in past experiences, I say that I love about Yu-Gi-Oh! That you can use cards that were printed maybe 15 years ago or more, and they just become relevant nowadays. And that is the case for some of these decks.
Yeah, I mean, if you think about the Dragon Link, you're actually playing Dragonity cards. Like we've been playing Dragonity for like, I don't know, 2013.
No, I mean, yeah, a lot of
2013 maybe. And they're pretty old as well. I mean, you can actually play multiple engines in your deck nowadays that fit so well, like with Dragonity Ravine as well, and Dragonity new cards with new support to support the old those.
Yeah, I'm thinking even more of the Equip engine, which is as well from the past, Smoke Grenade. Yeah. While the most interesting cards to me, we are gonna probably see it throughout this weekend, but it's such a powerful tool. It allows you to take a look at your opponent end and just discard a card, which is an effect so powerful that similar cards are actually forbidden in the list, like the Sentinel or Trap Dash Shoot. You have a lot of similar effects. But now, thanks to these new supports, you're able to just use Union Carrier or the Kristen we said to just get Bion Cube from the deck, then get to equip spells. And Smoke Grenade, I think it was never played competitively. And that's something that is unique to this game, and I just love. Because it's just creativity at its finest.
Yeah, exactly.
You can just go through cards that have been sitting and like maybe having dust all over them, just like I do. I have like rooms full of old cards, but someday they become relevant. So our players are preparing for the match. So soon we will be able to just go to them. And as you said, differences in the main deck list, there are quite a few. And I would say, especially in the side decks, as you will see. Who do you think outside of Adaro has the edge between these two guys?
I mean, it's really up playing the different decks. Like if you play 40 cards or 60 cards, I think it's pretty relevant. But on one hand, I think 60 card Dragon League is better. I mean, most of the players thought, like in the past few weeks, should I play 40 cards or 60 cards in my main deck? And it's really based on your strategy, because if you lose the die roll, it's really relevant to see many hand traps, because one interruption is not enough for this format, because with only 1 or 2 cards you can make up like 4 negations at least. And while on the other hand, with 60 cards you want consistency. And if you have a deck that is consistent enough to go through or to go all through the matches, you actually can push and win most of them. But it's going to be really interesting, because in my opinion, like the 60 card deck is more consistent rather than the 40 cards, because you can see bricky cards. And on one hand, of course, you can see multiple hand traps for, statistics. But on the other hand, I would prefer to play 60 cards instead. So I think our players are going to be ready.
Yeah, our players should be ready. So enough with the talk. We want to show you guys all of our matches for today. So let's say we win the die roll, and let's see if they're gonna take it all home with ease or with struggle. Let's go to our players. Okay, so as you can see, they are shuffling their decks up. Such a unique experience in my opinion, and it's very enjoyable to see how these guys, even though they are in completely different part of the world, Schattenspieler from Germany, of course, and Bodan in Australia, they're still able to play. And of course, guys, if you also want to try out Remote Duel, you can go on the official website and just check all the infos for it and play with your own friends. We know these are very particular times, but we can always find a way to enjoy Yu-Gi-Oh! And we must do it. And I honestly think you should try it out. I've also been quite enjoying it with some of my friends. And
yeah, I think we're very fortunate for this period playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Like this. And it's a unique opportunity. You can play with friends, you can play like with good players, and you can make up your own tournaments. And I think it's very good. I mean, we are fortunate enough, and I think you should all enjoy like this period. I mean, we have been living tough periods, but we are very fortunate to be here. And
yeah, we have to take the best of what we have, and this is a fantastic way to just showcase the game and have a pretty tough fight, I would say. I like at a regular event or just in general, without knowing them, I would say Bodan would be the favorite, but Schattenspieler just proved ourselves wrong all over the last event, so I'm very excited to just watch.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen him in June, and it was the outsider, I would say, but
yeah, he just took it all. So now we're gonna see some die rolls. I think it's a 6 from Bodan.
The tie again.
Yeah, this doesn't look too good for Schatten. Let's see.
Oh, they've been rolling it multiple times. So.
Yeah. Okay, so I think now they're gonna decide. I would be very surprised if one of them. Yeah, and as you can see from the gesture, I think Bodan is gonna be the one to start the match.
Yeah.
So usually, the interesting thing is, as I said, that he doesn't know what his opponent is playing. And in this format, there are a lot of different decks. So in the mirror match, if you play 60, you can actually afford to run multiple entrops. But there are some decks like Invoked, but not only that, even the Salamangreat deck, which play a lot of entrops. So you need to be careful, especially to play around Nibiru. But instead, we have a start from Schattenspieler, and is one of the best ones. So he starts with the Red Eyes, which is gonna allow him to search his deck for Red Eyes Darkness Metal Dragon.
Exactly.
Which, by the way, if you haven't been following the game for a long time, got an errata.
Yeah.
And now its effect is only once per turn, even if you summon it multiple times. Something to really pay attention. Oh, but the first hand traps.
Yeah, Bodan decided to main deck Draw Lock, which is one of the most popular hand trap at the moment. Not only for juggling, but also for matchups like Invoked, as you said before, Dogmatica is very powerful hand traps, also because now Schattenspieler has to deal with it.
Yeah. Luckily for him, if he had the field spell in his deck, he could just form a chain link, so he wouldn't lose the adventure right away. But I think Draw Lock is a weird one. I have seen ends where it completely shuts down the deck, but sometimes, as you can see here, he has the Rocket Quick Spell, so good. So unless there is not another entrap, sometimes you can just see the deck ignoring it, almost tanking his opponent because he's like, you just discarded the card. So
exactly. Yeah, it's up to your hand basically. The more extenders you have, the more plays you can do. And it looks like he special summoned the Recharger here.
Yeah. And he's gonna go for a Link Summon.
Yeah, I think he's gonna make Romulus
right away. It's not the Christian right away because if he went for Romulus, he couldn't add because of Droll. So he just gonna summon something, a tuner from his deck, and this is what we were talking about. Here, usually you can see the Vion Cube, I was telling you guys about, which is a very interesting card that allows you to search your deck for an equip spell. But since Duel and Lock is there, unfortunately, this is not an option anymore. And due to the latest Forbidden Unlimited list, we have seen a lot of powerful tuner monsters actually going to 0, which means now these players had to basically found an alternative in a very short amount of time, but I don't think it's going to be a problem for them.
Yeah, I think, anyway, Schattenspieler looks like he has something to do.
Yeah, he's in control. He just activated the field spell and he's going to summon the rocket from his hand, so...
Oh, he had it already.
Yeah.
Which is pretty good.
Pretty powerful opening right now.
Now
just like
special summon the Striker Dragon once again, and then you can activate the
LP. Or even just both guard dragons if he feels like it. So, yeah. Okay, so he just goes for the other Striker Dragon. He's gonna activate LP, and unless he's bluffing an Ibiru, which might be the case, I don't think he is gonna, like, Bowden doesn't have another interruption, you know. So
yeah, doesn't look like that. I mean, Nibiru would be the only one very good in this moment, because I don't see any other way Bowden could deal with this field, although he had the Duel and Lock.
As you can see, he's just Bowden is just looking at the official database, so that he has the effect for the card. And all of you guys as well, if you just have a doubt, or if you just like the smoke grenade, for example, you see that there is an interesting card that allows you to have synergy with equip spell cards. Just go to the official database, look up the equip spell cards, and you might find an hidden gem, just like the smoke grenade. So,
yeah. Let's see now, Schattenspieler.
Yeah, now he's locked to just link summon into a dragon, and he might go for the new. Yeah. So here we have I wouldn't call it a very powerful tool, but more of an utility card, which is a generic link shoe that is a dragon, which allows you to just play around the restrictions from the guard dragons.
Exactly.
And here he just go for the Beastie, so he's gonna get back a dragon from his graveyard, potentially using the effect. And here is where you can see how much the errata affected it. In the past, you could have used the Red Eyes Darkness Metal Dragon, and then link away with it and summon it back with Beastie to get even one more summon. Now that's not an option anymore, but this is still looking pretty good from Schatten.
Yeah, exactly. Although Bowden had the Duel and Lock, he still be able to combo, and also because of his hands. He had multiple extenders in his hand, and now it comes the Erratic Seal, so the first interruption for Schattenspieler. Let's see what he decides to do here. Okay, he banished the Tiding for the graveyard. He brings back the Dragon Maid monster.
Yeah, so this is the first. Unless he's gonna link away later on, we have a first interruption, which is the Erratic Spheres, and here we see one of the interesting ones, Union Carrier, which is a very powerful link shoe monster that allows you to equip a monster from your deck or hand, which has the same, and usually is used for a lock with the Buster Blader synergy. I think the only other time in the history of the game almost we have seen it was back in Necroth, with the Jin, infamous Jin combo, which allowed you to shut down your opponent extra deck, but now we're gonna see the same. He goes for the Savage, which is gonna be even one more interruption, and as I said, he's gonna equip all the way from his deck this very powerful combo. Right now he has basically a bounce with the spheres, he has a negations with the Savage, and his opponent cannot access his extra deck, which we know it's quite a powerful problem.
It's kind of a big deal for this format, and as we said before, one head trap is not enough, although it was Duel and Lock, and it was able to combo off anyway. And two interruptions, your opponent cannot special summon from the extra deck, and
really well played here from Schattenspieler. Can Bowden even come back from this? And it's gonna be tough, and we do know that experienced players sometimes know the route, and when they see that there is no way to win the game, they just scoop it up to, you know, prevent informations. And because to be honest, Duel and Lock, there are a lot of decks that just could play the card. So
Yeah, I mean, I think Bodan is smart enough to understand if he can really come back into this game, because otherwise I think he would scope going into game 2 directly. And
yeah, it's quite tough because there is no, like, if there were no erratic spheres, it would have been easier, but let's see if he can find a way. So he's gonna start it out with the quick launch as well.
Yeah.
It seems like he doesn't really think scooping up is gonna be valuable from him.
maybe just want to get some more information about his opponent, because maybe he doesn't know him, he just want to see how he plays. But if Schattenspieler is smart enough, I think he has this game won.
Yeah, he just has to, you know, preserve his interruptions well, and I don't think there is much that can go wrong with this. So.
Yeah, really needs to make attention here at the moves. He's on control of the game at the moment. He has one bounce, one negation, and let's see Bodan. Okay, here we see one of the newest extender, we can say, Noctavision Dragon, which is very, very good. And you can special summon it when a Dragon monster is normal special summon into your side of the field. And if this card is Link Summon, something that Bodan cannot do at the moment, you can draw one card.
Yeah, my problem is still there, because sure, you can now force the erratic spheres, but how are you gonna get rid of the extra deck lock?
Yeah, indeed, he's gonna attack over the Savage Dragon, I suppose, just to, I don't know, let's see.
No, he's gonna try and force out the negations, but I'm pretty sure the erratic spheres is gonna come down now.
I mean, he has still the normal summon. He can activate the Rocket Monster. He has some moves, but let's see if he has a plan to deal with the Schattenspieler.
Yeah, Schatten is thinking about the attack. He has a few options. Usually what you want to get from the deck is still the Brotar, which we saw last year European Championship. That card is extremely powerful because it's a resource in the graveyard for later, and it can also get you a Levianeer or some powerful tools that you can use the next turn.
Yeah.
Which is why you can see this deck being one of the best of the format. Your opponent might use an Entrap, or you can combo with Smoke Grenade. Then they need to come back, otherwise they lost.
Yeah.
And if they came back, there is a very good chance that you got a Levianeer for next turn, which might just be able to get rid of the last cards that they had. And this is just an evolution of one of the decks that were already successful at the last YCS events in person, which was from Shunping. So
yeah, I think this is a sort of evolution, next level deck. Also, what we saw about Matteo Bertolezzi last YCS, he was playing like Dragon Rocket, Link deck, and this is a sort of evolution. It's pretty good, but thing is, you actually use all of
it. Okay, I think, as we said, the erratic spirit was just not enough from Bodan to hope. He was locked out of his extra deck, so Schattenspieler once again in advantage. He goes up 1-0 in a match. I think very, very few players would say he had an advantage.
Yeah, it's kind of difficult because although we said that Bodan is a really experienced player, you can't really do that much against this deck nowadays, because if you lose the die roll, you actually lose the entire match. And but now I think Bodan can come back at the moment, and
I mean it's quite a close one. It depends on a lot of factors. You can never count out players, and as we say, there are some tools in the main deck to fight back, which are the Entraps, and then in the side decks it becomes even more difficult because you get cards like Artifact Lancia and a lot of different Gamma.
Yeah.
There are so many tools that they can use, so the die roll doesn't matter that much at the end of the day. But now Bodan is, I mean, with this back against the wall, he needs to fight back, and it's not going to be easy, because we just saw how Schattenspieler once again changed his deck, because let's remind everyone that he won the first Invitational with Eldic, so quite a different strategy. It was much more of a control deck with a lot of traps, and now playing a deck that has basically zero traps,
exactly.
Just playing with monsters and a few spells to combo out. So
yeah, he likes to play combo deck anyway. We've seen him playing Jet Synchron, which was forbidden with
Yeah.
the forbidden list. But something really good about this list is that you actually can build your deck with a lot of end traps, which are the new traps, let's say, for the entire format.
And if anyone just joined, you can see on the right of the screen that it says top 16, and just like a regular top 16, it is direct elimination. So if Bodan loses another game, he is just unfortunately out of this tournament, meaning Australia didn't actually get to show the world that he can compete against the other European players.
Yeah.
So it would be a shame, to be honest. I don't really have a favorite here, but I don't know. I have, as I said, different feelings. I want to see the only Australian player do well, but at the same time, it would be such a cool story if Schattenspieler could just prove everyone and win another event in a row. So.
Yeah, also because Bodan has very experienced players. We have seen him playing multiple YCSs and topping them, and maybe he can come back. Let's see where he goes right now with this game too.
Yeah, the side decks are also like similar. As you said, we are probably just gonna see more Anthrops. I would be surprised if Bodan was to side too many cards, because usually you want to just start the duel.
Yeah.
But maybe he goes into a next level game, side in all of his Anthrops and make his opponent go first. Let's see if he is brave or maybe crazy enough. And let's start with game 2. So. Counting his cards for his opponent just one more time. This is just within the procedure that you should have when playing a remote duo. And not sure why. Yeah, as you can see, Bodan got confused for a moment and rolled his dice again. But unfortunately, he lost so quickly, I guess, against Schattenspieler that he forgot that game 1 was already over.
Yeah, I think he now decides to go into game 2.
Okay, so now let's take a look at the end. Okay.
I think Bodan will be the first one.
Yeah, so now they see... Yeah, it definitely seems like Bodan is gonna start. No surprise there. A lot of ways that you can actually open. The one from Schatten was the best, although he opened the field spell. Ooh, and 1 for 1 comes down.
And he discards the white rose.
Okay, so now, is there gonna be a response?
No response.
Doesn't seem so. And you usually get the red dice here, right?
Exactly.
It's one of the best starters from the deck. Schatten was unfortunate enough to open the rocket field spell, but if you don't get it, it's such a huge advantage, and Droll is not even effective against it. Okay, nice opening.
Yeah.
Very nice opening here. We're gonna see a Linked Shoe, which is not that usual actually.
Usually go for Striker Dragon first. Maybe hard drew the field spell. Yeah, it goes for...
Okay, no, it's interesting. I actually like it. So he's playing around Droll and Lock, and he thinks that getting a card from Romulus is more important. He probably doesn't have a rocket in his hand. Yeah. So what he's saying is, I'd rather just resolve the Romulus, and then if he draws, I cannot get the field spell.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that if he had the rocket in his hand, he probably would have just done the opposite thing.
Yeah, the standard form.
But I really like this from Bodan. It shows he has quite some knowledge, and differently from Schattenspieler, he's actually known for playing combo decks. Like every time he tries to play a combo deck, and I mean, in the past he has been quite successful. So he now got the Dragonity Lance and the red ice. No Droll and Lock or interruption from Schatten right now, so he's gonna just go all of his way up.
Schattenspieler doesn't have any hand traps, he's just gonna showcase the entire deck.
Yep. He's gonna get the Phalanx now, which you can use in different ways. Since it's a tuner, sometimes you use it to make the Kriston. Otherwise, it's also a dragon, so it's the perfect card for the deck because it is fodder for pretty much all of your extra deck, but you can use it as a tuner as well.
Yeah, I think Bodan just wants to play around hand traps.
Okay, now he's gonna go for the Link Cross probably. Yeah. So Link Cross, another powerful tool. It allows you to use a Link Chew to just make 2 tokens, which you cannot use to Link Summon, but we just said that and saw that the Kriston engine is so good. Ooh, but
he hard drew the Falcons, which is one of the worst to draw actually.
Okay.
I mean, he can combo anyway. Now he can go into Metal Marcher.
Or,
Yeah, he goes into Metal Marcher, he can bring back... let's see, I think the Phalanx.
Yeah, the Phalanx makes the most sense. And now it's just free to do whatever he wants. Sometimes you just see the Herald here to play around Nibiru. And I would be surprised if Bodan didn't go for this. Yeah, as you can see, here is just the perfect setup. You play the Herald, and you try to just lock down your opponent from having Nibiru. And I don't think you're scared of anything else now.
Exactly.
So Bodan can do a better combo than the one Shatten did last game. He's gonna figure out the best way to do it, I'm sure.
Yeah, it's completely free to do whatever he wants. And I think now he can go into Crystal Needle Fever. Let's see if he special summoned the Crystal or the Striker Dragon before. Okay, he goes for the LP.
Yeah, LP comes down. And ooh, he hard drew the Levianeer. Wow, that's one way to start the game. Is he gonna go for the Dark Monsters? Seems so. So one more card from Shatter Speed is gonna go back to the deck. A really fortunate opening. He's only running the 1 copy of the card. So you usually search it, as we said the last game, with the Brotor. Okay, and now we go for a follow-up. Doesn't seem, I mean, you can pretty much see the, unless he is a genius at bluffing, Shatten shouldn't have a response, just from his body language. Okay, yeah, as we said, we're gonna see, since he's locked into summoning dragons, this new tool. Now LP effect is gonna come down. What does he think he goes for here?
By the moment that he still didn't summon the Striker Dragon, I suppose he has the field spell in his hand. I mean, at this point, I don't expect Shatterspieler having any hand traps, so I think he can go into the Kristen as soon as he can, and then he could go into Savage Dragon at the end of the combo with Hieratic Seal as well.
So no surprise, he go for the Brotor. He hard drew the Levianeer, so we're probably gonna see something else. He might get to one of the Collapse Serpent dragons. Instead, he goes for the Rocket. So maybe he also hard drew the field spell. He still is able to just now get it to his end.
Yeah,
makes the most sense to me. He didn't go for the Striker Dragon yet, and
yeah, as he did at the beginning of the combo, he didn't summon the Striker Dragon, so I suppose he has the field spell, and then he can special summon the Rocket from his hand.
And as you can see, he banished the card because the Herald is there, so any card from the end right now is gonna be banished or deck. Yeah, here the Striker should come down. He can also go for Pisty if he feels like, but yeah, Striker Dragon comes down. Really clear and clean here from Bodan. He gets the field spell. At this point, he's gonna just special summon the Rocket Monster he added with Brotor. And that is usually the part of the combo where you try and destroy your Smoke Grenade with.
Exactly.
But I would doubt that he can get to that point. Link summon one more. I don't even think he used the Red Eyes yet. Am I wrong?
Think so.
Yeah,
I don't think so.
I think he has it in his hand, so this is not gonna be over anytime soon. And
I think he doesn't even need it for.
Yeah, maybe he
Yeah.
just holds it. As you can see, he's just counting what he can do. We saw some players even using Skuldred Saruya,
Yeah.
which is probably more of a win more card, you know, not. Yeah, but he goes for the red eyes, so.
Yeah, I understood that his opponent doesn't have any hand traps at this point, also because he has the Herald.
So he's gonna go for Union Carrier here, I would say. Yeah, no surprise, very clean from Bodon. So he is essentially gonna return the favor, but make even a better combo because he's gonna end on the Herald as well. And last game, Schatten had the Droll and Lock as a card discarded from his hand. Bodon discarded in a way one with Levian here. Quite an impressive. I would say he didn't even hesitate that much, right?
He played really well. He played around end traps, as you said before, without going into Striker Dragon as turn one play.
But now the big difference, I would say, from last game is that we are in game 2. There are side deck cards, and on top of my head there is Dark Ruler No More, for example. A very powerful tool that is gonna shut down pretty much all the cards from Bodon outside of the lock from the extra decks. So the goal would basically be to have the Dark Ruler No More and then find a way to get rid of the extra deck lock, which is doable.
It's doable, yeah.
So, but he doesn't need that. There are other cards like the triple tactics, which is also quite a way to come back to the board, but let's see. Schattenspieler draw. Oh, and he just picks up his cards. Okay, so unfortunately, it seems like he also opened the combo end. So this is quickly gonna go to game 3. It's 1-1, and the score are even. Whoever is gonna win the next match, we are gonna come back with him tomorrow. So he advances to day 2 and to the top 8. The loser, unfortunately, is gonna be out of the tournament, but this is just the first match of the day. We have a lot more to show. We have 8 matches in total today, the entire top 16. Just by looking at this, do you think we are gonna see a similar game where whoever goes first is able to combo off?
Well, actually, I don't know, because we haven't seen any players having multiple hand traps, which means that you can stop your opponent by making his combo. So let's see if Bodon is fortunate enough to see, I don't know, like maybe Gamma and another hand trap would be enough. Because only one is not enough, guys.
I have to say I do like the side deck from Bodon slightly more than the one from Schattenspieler. He has a lot of tools, because usually Bodon is the type of player that figures out what the best deck is. He plays it, and I would say he has some extreme deck building choices in the way that he feels the other decks are just worse and that he can beat them, and he focuses on beating the mirror match, which is something that we can see in his deck. His side is mostly, he has a few cards for the rogue matchups, like the Feather Duster, but the rest of his side deck is almost entirely dedicated to the mirror match.
Yeah, I think he has been playing a lot of mirror matches during the past few days, and it's not easy, as we said before. Also because these decks are focused on the combo, and if you don't see any hand traps, things are gonna get complicated for Bodon, but hopefully we will see some.
The thing is, I mean, if you're playing a deck like Salaman Great, or one of my favorites, which is the Invoked Dogmatica, which we are surely gonna see later on, those decks are able to play the game with just 1 or 2 cards. The rest of the end can be hand traps or tech cards that you side in for this matchup. But when you're playing a combo deck, sure, you can still combo with very few cards, but they need to be pretty specific. So usually combo decks are not allowed to side that many cards, and this is definitely the case for the mirror match, which makes it quite complicated. So gonna be interesting to see who is gonna have the lead, and some side deck choices again from Schattenspieler, because something that you do see quite often once you are in game 2 from the mirror match is maybe the player going first sides hand traps in because he's afraid of his opponent stopping him, but then he breaks by drawing those hand traps. So if you're brave enough, you just don't side going first. Let's see who is gonna decide on which approach to take. I would say they are both reasonable, but both risky at the same time.
I think I will keep Gamma anyway going first. I think it's the only reasonable one to let stay in a deck.
Yeah, I mean it's I don't know. It's not an easy answer, I would say. Usually these types of decision, at least from popular opinion, are result based, which is something that I hate because sure they are important, but you cannot judge the righteousness of a decision just by one game alone. Anyway, I think they are almost done, so this is gonna be the last 5 cards or 6 for one of these 2 players, unfortunately. Is it gonna be Schattenspieler or is it gonna be Boden? We're just minutes away from finding out. Okay.
So it goes with the Parlor, which is the Dragon Maid Parlor here.
Yep.
Once it's normal special summon, you can send one spell or trap card, or also a Dragon Maid card from your deck to the graveyard, which is pretty good. And you send the Tiding, and you can banish the trap card from your graveyard to bring back one Dragon Maid monster from your graveyard as well.
Ooh, but this is also interesting. Is he playing around Droll here by not using the Striker, or did he open the field spell? You know, these are just a lot of mind games that you have. Probably, I would say playing around Droll, because maybe he just saw Boden doing it last round and he learned something new. You never know. I don't want to take anything away from Schattenspieler, of course, but maybe, you never know. I mean, it happened to me as well to just play against a very good opponent and learn a new move I just stole from them later on. And as you can see, this is a very good opening by Schatten. It doesn't take too much to open well with this deck, and it's gonna be entirely up to his opponent to stop him now.
Yeah, I didn't activate Striker at the beginning just because you wanted to be, to prevent Boden to activate the draw lock, but here seems completely fine. It goes with Metal Marcher, and let's see if, Boden doesn't have any response here. Let's see if he has Nibiru. Or...
Does he have Nibiru? Ooh, he does.
Yes.
He does.
Yeah.
So Nibiru comes down from Boden, and
wow. Here.
Yeah, this is definitely the moment. The next summon would have been the Herald.
Yeah.
Just like we saw with Boden, at that point you pretty much locked from using Nibiru for the rest of the turn. So they are just gonna do some quick math to decide the value of the token. But now it's tough because the Dragon Maid engine, for example, Boden is not really using it. Because as you can see, it used your normal summon.
Yeah.
So does Schattenspieler have a way to continue? Or this could be game winning from Boden.
Yeah, because if he doesn't have any other extender here, he also uses normal summon, and let's see if he has another extender in his hand.
Okay, it seems like he does because he's not, like he's going through some cards. Is it gonna be good enough? And here maybe there is a potential that the decision to play around Droll comes back to haunt him. Okay, he does have the quick launch, great one. But as you can see, by playing around Droll Lock, he could have had the field spell in his hand right now.
Yeah.
Okay, this is still pretty good. He can go now for the Kristen. I would be surprised if they didn't. Let's see. And yep. Okay, so one of the best ways to just keep comboing off here from Schattenspieler.
Yeah.
He's still gonna be able to combo off, not as well as he was in the past. Ooh, wow.
Changes a lot. Okay, also these cards lands.
This changes a lot, absolutely. This is one of my favorite cards. We all know how good, as you can see, the Collapse Serpent and Wyver Buster were in the previous formats. And now with the Chaos, you have a way to basically just search for them, and not only that, you can recycle one of them and draw a card.
Yeah.
Which is such a powerful interaction. Again, maybe one of the cards you consider siding out because of Droll and Lock, I would say. But Schatten was brave enough to keep them in after siding, and he got rewarded for it because this is gonna be just as good as it was ever gonna be for him.
Yeah, I think it was the card that I really wish he wanted to have in this moment, because it was the best card. Also because now he can shuffle back the he call up Serpent from the graveyard and he draws another card. So it's really good.
Definitely really strong play. We also, I mean, we have to consider that, as you said, he discarded the artifact Lancia, but he still had a card in his hand. So there is an option that he has just a second copy, which would shut down completely Bowden next turn. Because I'm really curious to see what he tapped in his hand. Because if he was able to just combo off, I would be surprised if he kept another combo card.
Yeah.
Let's see. From here, you just go for the other dragon, and once that's banished, you go for the zone. You shuffle it back and draw a card. Such a cool card. I really, really like it. Because now with the Viper Buster, you also get to search it for next turn.
Yeah.
So it's basically as if which one of the two you add, the other, you essentially have 2 copies in your deck instead of just the 1 and 1. Now he special summons the Brotor, he gets the Levianeer, I would say, from the deck. Yep, no surprises there, so he can get rid of yet another card from Bowden end. And this is looking incredible from Schattenspieler.
Yeah, he was able to come back after the Nibiru, which was impressive.
Yeah.
And with only a couple of cards. And I think here we're going to see another Erratic Seal with Savage and the standard lock.
Seems like very sure. I mean, this is the beauty, I would say, and also what makes this deck so scary. As you can see, Bowden had the Nibiru, arguably one of the best cards he could have had there, but it might not be enough for him. And the problem now is that unless his opponent gets rid of it, he's also shut down from using cards like the. I mean, evenly if he added Dark Ruler no more as well, is a problem. So
yeah, things are not gonna be easy for Bowden here.
Yeah. You can always just attack over the Erratic Spheres next turn, but then he loses the battle phase, and if Union Carrier comes down later on during this turn, then that means doesn't have a way to get rid of the lock. Yeah, and Union Carrier does come down here. He gets the Collapse Serpent shuffle back, which is gonna be a nice tool for next turn, if there is gonna be a next turn. And as you can see, what's funny about this type of mirror match is that we have only seen 1 turn each from each players, but there are only 5 minutes remaining in the round, which means on average they were comboing off for more than 10 minutes each round. So, and to be honest, they are both playing at a very, very reasonable speed. It's just that this deck has so many moves available, so... Yeah, no surprises. Levianeer comes down. He's gonna shuffle something back from Bowden. Probably a die roll involved. Yeah. Okay. Yep. So 1 card is shuffled back, and now Bowden only has 4 cards remaining with his draw phase to fight back, and unless Schattenspieler was brave enough to side out the extra deck lock, we are just gonna see the same as game 1 with the Savage, and then the extra deck lock. He couldn't get the Herald to stick, but outside of that, such an impressive opening.
Yeah, I mean, well played by Schattenspieler. His entire field was shut down by Bowden's Nibiru, but he was able to come back.
Yeah, I mean, the only very interesting thing I can see happening is if they don't pay too much attention to the clock. But I think, as you can see, I think he's pretty much done. Yeah. So he's done. I was just worried that maybe Schattenspieler would get ahead of himself and just keep combo for like 2 minutes. And at that point, maybe Bowden can just summon a monster and deal some damage and win in time. But that, I don't think is going to be the case. Only 4 cards for Bowden. is he gonna find a way to come back? Also, we still have a card that is unknown in Schattenspieler hand, and since he discarded the Lancia, there is a chance that that card is actually the second copy of Artifact Lancia.
Yeah,
or
I
just
think, was smart enough, as you said before. He maybe has another hand traps, maybe a Lancia, maybe something else.
Oh, okay. So he goes for the White Rose.
Yeah, I think he wants to push some damage here. At least he wants to try. Also because he might understand there's some time left on the round.
Yeah, absolutely. The time is probably his most reasonable win condition at this point. But if Schatten is really next level, yeah, exactly. That's what I was saying. He can. Oh, okay, very well played. This is exactly what I was saying. He's very smart here to just use the Heretic Spheres to bounce back his own monster. This is a very, very nice play. I really like it by Schatten. And at this point, I don't think there is much that Bodan can do.
Yeah, I mean, very well played by Schattenspieler. He understood that Bodan wanted to deal some damage in this spot, and there's not really much that Bodan can do. He can enter into the battle phase, but...
Yeah. I'm quite impressed, I gotta say. This is not your average play. This is, I mean, something that sure, maybe some of the best players can recognize, but I gotta say I keep getting impressed by Schattenspieler. Now Bodan just crashes his Nibiru into the Savage. But not sure what's happening there. Yeah, I think he's attacking and then thinking about it. Because the Savage gets the attack from the Kristen equipped. Let's see what they are gonna argue here. So there is only a minute remaining. I'm sure that if they are just gonna check out some sort of stuff, we can just rewind back to the minute left. But there should be enough time. And also, as a reminder, this is direct elimination. So there are no possible draws, unfortunately, happening. Even though we would enjoy to see more of these two guys later on in the tournament, a draw cannot happen. So if in Top Cut a similar situation is bound to happen, we go turn by turn.
Yeah.
So it would be Bodan who has the rest of his phase and then of his turn. And then Schatten has an entire turn to just try and deal some damage to his opponent. Let's see.
Yeah, they're just clarifying.
Maybe, they're just asking about the attack from the Savage. Probably some translations involved. Because as you can see, we can probably bring it up for you guys if needed. But yeah, I think there is not much to be said as we just had a clarification about the attack from his opponent monster. And if there is no confusion about what's happening whatsoever, Schattenspieler should be the winner from our match, convincingly taking it down 2-1. And we should go just back to us for the post-match discussion. Okay, so very nice match. What a way to start. Definitely not what we were expecting whatsoever. So we said that we had two of the most interesting participants today. Schattenspieler, the current champion from the last remote Duel Invitational, against the only Australian player in competition, or that was in competition, I gotta say, which has so many results across the years and formats that I gotta say he was one of the favorites to take it all down.
Yeah.
But once again, congrats to them. They both played the same deck, although there were some major differences in the deck build and the side deck. The main one, I would say, the Dragon Maid engine, which we actually saw in Game 3 from Schatten.
Yeah, I mean, he made the difference in Game 3, also because like he extended his plays Boden had the Nibiru,
Yeah.
but it was not enough. Schattenspieler also was smart enough to bounce back his own Union carrier, preventing him to taking damage.
Yeah, I think that was probably one of the best plays, probably the best play of the match. And it could be at the end of this weekend one of the best plays of the weekend, I gotta say. Because they both showed that they know the deck very well. I would say Schattenspieler probably better than Boden just because in game 1, he had to play around roll and lock, and in game 3 he had to play against Nibiru, while Boden didn't really have an interruption when he went first. But I think Schatten was really, really convincing, and although they both deserved to advance in the tournament, I want to say congratulations to Boden. It was really nice to have someone from Australia competing, but what can I say? Europeans do it better, I guess. So for now, Schattenspieler is gonna advance to the top 8, but we are gonna see him only tomorrow. And the next match, which is gonna be the second match of the day, should be the one deciding who his opponent is gonna be. So thank you guys for tuning in and watching round 1. We are gonna go on a short break, and we'll be back with more action from the Remote Duel Invitational number 2.
Calamity climaxes in Toon Chaos. Titans of Toonacity collide with chaotic creatures in the ultimate Yu-Gi-Oh! Monster Showdown. Let the fun begin!
7 cards per pack, each pack sold separately.
Unlock the Spirit Gates with Structure Deck Sacred Beasts. Uriah ignites Searing Flames. Haman unleashes Striking Thunder. And Raviel commands Fiendish Phantasms.
46 cards per deck, each deck sold separately.
Harness the power of legendary dragons, descending to unleash ultimate dueling devastation in an epic battle that heralds Armageddon. Battles of Legend Armageddon.
5 cards per pack, each pack sold separately.
Duelists, your time has come. Rise to the challenge and command the fiercest champion, Gaia, the magical Knight of Dragons. Yu-Gi-Oh! Rise of the Duelist.
9 cards per pack, each pack sold separately.
Relive ancient Shadow games with the 2020 Tin of Lost Memories, featuring 3 bigger-than-ever Mega Packs. You can collect brand new cards themed after iconic duel monsters from millennia ago.
54 cards per tin, each 10 sold separately.
Unleash ancient magic with legendary duelists Rage of Ra. Dive into the Shadow Realm with cards that twist reality and harness the power of an Egyptian god.
5 cards per pack, each pack sold separately.
Calamity climaxes in Toon Chaos. Titans of Toonacity collide with chaotic creatures in the ultimate Yu-Gi-Oh! Monster Showdown. Let the fun begin!
7 cards per pack, each pack sold separately.
Unlock the Spirit Gates with Structure Deck Sacred Beasts. Uriah ignites Searing Flames. Haman unleashes Striking Thunder. And Raviel commands Fiendish Phantasms.
46 cards per deck, each deck sold separately.
Harness the power of legendary dragons, descending to unleash ultimate dueling devastation in an epic battle that heralds Armageddon. Battles of Legend Armageddon.
5 cards per pack, each pack sold separately.
Duelists, your time has come. Rise to the challenge and command the fiercest champion, Gaia, the magical Knight of Dragons. Yu-Gi-Oh! Rise of the Duelist.
9 cards per pack, each pack sold separately.
Calamity climaxes in Toon Chaos. Titans of Toonacity collide with chaotic creatures in the ultimate Yu-Gi-Oh! Monster Showdown. Let the fun begin!
7 cards per pack, each pack sold separately.
Unlock the Spirit Gates with Structure Deck Sacred Beasts. Uriah ignites Searing Flames. Haman unleashes Striking Thunder. And Raviel commands Fiendish Phantasms.
46 cards per deck, each deck sold separately.
Harness the power of legendary dragons, descending to unleash ultimate dueling devastation in an epic battle that heralds Armageddon. Battles of Legend Armageddon.
5 cards per pack, each pack sold separately.
Duelists, your time has come. Rise to the challenge and command the fiercest champion, Gaia, the magical Knight of Dragons. Yu-Gi-Oh! Rise of the Duelist.
9 cards per pack, each pack sold separately.
ancient Shadow games with the 2020 Tin of Lost Memories, featuring 3 bigger-than-ever Mega Packs. You can collect brand new cards themed after iconic Duel monsters from millennia ago.
54 cards per tin, each 10 sold separately.
Unleash ancient magic with legendary duelists Rage of Ra. Dive into the Shadow Realm with cards that twist reality and harness the power of an Egyptian god.
5 cards per pack, each pack sold separately.
Hi, welcome back to the Remote Duel Invitational number 2. We are now in round 2, which is the second of our top 16 matches for the day. You can just go back and watch all the action throughout the day if you've missed anything. Also on the official channels or different languages, you can just follow today and tomorrow's action. We saw the bracket and in round 1, we saw Schattenspieler actually taking it and advancing to tomorrow. And now we are gonna decide who his opponent is gonna be.
Yeah.
It's a match between 2 very competitive players. We do not have a content creator for this round, but you guys are not gonna be disappointed. On one side, we have Marcus Patel, which is an extraordinary player, a lot of accomplishment throughout the years. And I actually had the fortune of doing commentary when he was crowned UK national champion. And he's up against actually someone you know quite well.
On the other hand, we have Dinkan Pham, another very accomplished players in Europe. Last year, he did top 4 at YCS London. I think it's going to be a really explosive match, this one, also because these guys are really known and they're very good players.
Yeah, they are definitely on a similar side, I would say. They are both players who tend to travel and compete non-stop. I know they both tried in the past to qualify for the World Championship. So they are what you can consider the really, really competitive players trying their best and having a lot of success at international event. Just like in last round, before talking about the match specifically, we do have some footage for you guys. The first one is going to be an interview we have with Dinkan Pham. So let's bring that up for you.
I've been involved with the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game since my childhood. I started to collect cards, and competitively, I started in the year 2016. The first real deck I ever played was Shadow, 1 week before it got banned. And my favorite card is Infinite Impermanence. I am playing Dinosaurs because it's quite cheap and it's one of my favorite decks since they got released. My best moment in Yu-Gi-Oh! Is probably when I got to the top 4 in Vices London, but then it got followed by my worst moment in Yu-Gi-Oh! Where I misplayed on stream.
Okay, so very fun words by Dean, who just like you heard said his best performance was also followed by his worst one in terms of playing and getting emotional and just misplaying on stream. I'm sure he had a lot of time to think back to that day, and hopefully today the same won't happen. We have a lot of viewers, so I want to thank you guys for supporting us, and just share it with your friends all over the world if they want to join and come in. We're gonna have a long day of Yu-Gi-Oh! Followed by another one tomorrow. But now I want to hear some words from his opponent, a very nice guy, very good player, Marcus Patel.
So I think like I always used to play it as like a kid on like the PSP and just in school when I was like just 6, 7. But I think the first time I went to a tournament was when I was 10, so about like 11 years. So the first like deck I ever played was Black Wings. My favourite card would probably be Sky Striker Ace Engage, just because it's got me out of a lot of tight spots. I'm currently playing the Dragon Link deck. I'm playing it because it was the only deck I've been playing recently, and I just feel comfortable with it. My favourite memory while I've been playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Has been by far winning nationals, because it was just like an accomplishment that I could. It was the accomplishment I've always wanted for like years and years, and I was able to win it with all my friends around me, and it's just something that I'll have for life.
Yeah, pretty good words. As I said, I had the fortune to be there live doing commentary, and I remember as well just a crowd of very close friends who all got emotional. They had some tears as well going, and they were all hugging and supporting him. So it was very nice weekend. And as he said, he started to play the game as when he was just a little kid, and we had a very nice panel that you can go and check out, where we found a picture with his father accompanying him to the tournament when he was so young, just a little kid, and he grew up and made everyone in UK proud last year by winning the national championship. These guys now, although last round we saw two very different players and experiences, now we have two players who on the Yu-Gi-Oh! And competitive side are actually quite similar, but their deck choices are completely opposite. So as Marcus spoiled it for everyone, he is playing the Dragon Link deck, so very similar to what we have seen in round 1.
Yeah, and on the other hand, Dean is playing Dinosaur, a deck you know very well, I suppose.
Nice memories or nightmares coming from the past. But yeah, Dinosaur, again, a very interesting one. It's a deck that has been there for a lot of years, and it's interesting to me because it's quite similar to the other decks I mentioned, like Invoked. It's a very unique deck in the way that when he goes second, he can easily OTK thanks to Tyranno.
Yeah.
But when he goes first, is thanks to some new tools, which we are hopefully going to see. He can summon Dolka, Tyranno, Dweller, a lot of very nice tools. But at the same time, it has a lot of space.
Yeah.
So
exactly.
the engine is quite small, and it allows the deck to run Nibiru in the main deck, Gamma, Impermanence, which are all things that Dean Khan is actually decided to do for this event.
Yeah.
And that's going to be a great decision here. And regarding whatever he wins or he loses the die roll, those entrops are going to pay off a lot, since he is going to be able to just capitalize, hopefully stop Marcus. And once Tyranno comes down against that board, as we saw last round, the extra deck lock, let's say, doesn't really work against Tyranno.
Yeah, exactly. Because as you said before, Dinosaur can be an explosive deck, but also like you can play very calm the first turn, summoning Ladja, Dolka, very different options, and I think this is going to be a very interesting and funny match.
Yeah, our players are gonna be ready soon. And once again, we are gonna just go to the table as soon as they are ready, and we are gonna have some really interesting action. Something I want to mention before we go, and then we are gonna see, is that Dinkan is not gonna roll dice, just like we see, but as you can see here, exactly on the screen, you can see it is better than we thought. Is the new Yu-Gi-Oh! Neuron app. He just used it to roll a dice, but it has so many different functions. I suggest you guys that play Yu-Gi-Oh! To just go check it out and download it immediately. It is a game changer, honestly. It has so many different applications. You can also take a scan of your cards. You can use it perfectly during matches to just use life points, die rolls, any tools. And even, which is something very interesting, it can offer a simulation of your opening end. If you are uncertain about the deck, you can just keep using it so that it shows what you're gonna draw.
Yeah, exactly. You can just keep going and see if your deck matches with your choices. And so we suggest you guys to download it also because it really helps you out throughout the tournament.
Yeah, so something to definitely keep an eye on, and a must in my opinion. Now we go actually to the match. As we can see, Marcus won the die roll, went first, and opened it really well. He got his hands on Collapse Serpent and is now playing around Droll and Lock in a way. We'll see if it is gonna come down from Dinka, but what I can tell you is that he's not actually maining it. So we are not gonna see a Droll and Lock here. Standard opening, so probably something similar to what we have seen in round one. But now the big question is, he doesn't know what his opponent is playing.
Yeah, exactly.
And Dinka is actually not only playing Entrops in the main deck, but he is maining the Dark Ruler No More.
Yeah, this is going to make a big difference because if Dinka doesn't have any Entrops at all, he could have the Dark Ruler No More that could shut down the entire field of Marcus Patel. And this could be devastating, actually. But let's see if Marcus here can, for full combo.
Yeah, for now, I don't think he's going to be interrupted. But my main concern is if you see cards, like last round, we got to see that Droll and Lock and Nibiru alone were both not enough.
Yeah.
So if you have Gamma here, where do you think you should wait and use it on? Immediately or later on in the combo?
No, I think you should just wait to your opponent to make some moves before you activate the Gamma. I think I would use it on the Crystal, in my opinion. But here comes the Impermanence, Holding Cross.
Okay, interesting.
It's very interesting round, yeah.
Pretty good use here of Impermanence. Not quite Gamma, because he's going to get to keep his monster, but it can definitely hurt.
Yeah, this one could hurt because he prevents Marcus to special summon the Herald from his extra deck. It could be relevant.
Yeah, let's see if he is gonna able to continue. He goes for the Kristen. Is there gonna be another response? Ooh, another Impermanence! Wow, pretty nice opening here from Dinkan. If he has some engine cards, this could be the first time out of 4 games that we have seen Dragon Link losing when going first. But let's not count Marcus out of this one already. So he has a lot of cards in his hand still, and he might be able to continue comboing off. But
yeah, it's going to be very hard. Dinkan was fortunate enough to draw 2 Impermanents, and but I think Marcus can still make some moves here. He goes with the Book Sector Launch and he special summon the Rocket from his hand.
Yeah, and as you can see here on the screen, this is one of the key cards in Dinkan deck building, the Dark Ruler No More. Usually we see it in the side decks, but he was brave enough to think it's going to be effectual against the field today.
Yeah,
we'll see if he draws it. But as you're saying, yet another time the Dragon Link deck seems to be able to go off regardless of the number of entrops in its opponent. Monster Reborn, of course, a way to do it quite efficiently, but Now I'm scared for Dinkan because he's down 2 cards. Levianir is gonna get another card out of his hand, which is gonna be maybe too much even for his deck.
Yeah, as we said before, this deck is really good on one hand because you can make a lot of combos, but also because your opponent really needs to have the perfect hand traps to stop you. Because as we saw before, Dinkan had two impermanents, but looks like it's not enough.
Yeah, I think it's one of those decks where they are quite rare to be around, but it's more up to you than up to your opponent.
Yeah.
So not much of a surprise. We are gonna see the Link Chew we have seen all day long already. Hieratic Spheres, such a powerful strategy, and one of the few things that can actually protect Marcus from the Tyranno.
Yeah, indeed. And also this time we have seen the Dragon Link player not able to special summon the Herald, but anyway, doing his combo with 3 interruptions at the end of the turn.
No, because the problem that I said is if the end traps are able to stop your opponent from playing the game and ending their turn, then they are doing something quite amazing.
Yeah.
If you're just trading an end trap for an interruption, then you're pretty much not doing anything. Because at the end of the day, they don't have an herald on the board, but you have 1 less card. So you didn't really accomplish anything. That's why I would say it's quite crucial, and I think it's a mistake that people have been doing a lot in the past, to just include cards like maybe Effect Veiler, where they don't actually trade 1 for 1, but they are even a -1 in most scenarios. So Impermanence, it seems to be quite a strange choice, I would say. It's of course better than some matchups because you can top deck it and use it also on your turn, but for now it's not being effective because we are still gonna see the same opening we saw with Schattenspieler last round.
Yeah, things are gonna be very complicated for Dean here. He has only 2 cards in his hand, and Marco has the Heretic Seal, Savage, and the extra deck lock.
Pretty good stuff from Marcus. Extra deck is locked. As I said, against Dean, not the biggest issue since Tyranno is still able to push, but the Hieratic Spheres is there. So now the goal is to try and find a way to get rid of it before. Do you ever think it was worth to maybe hold the impermanences to try and break the board during your own turn?
Well, the fact is that Marcos had the Monster Reborn, which was very good. So maybe Dean thought that Marcos needed another extender to go for his combo. I think in this spot, I mean, it depends on what he has in his hands, because Dinosaur could play, okay, he decided to scoop and go into game 2.
Yeah, unfortunately, he wasn't able to come back from that. Not much can be said here. We can just judge his decision, I guess, in deck building, because he doesn't have a draw and lock. I'm not sure, and from what we saw with Schattenspieler, maybe the draw and lock wouldn't have done much. But again, we had a lot of rounds, and as we can see, round 1, draw and lock, not enough. Third game, Nibiru, not enough. And now impermanence, even double impermanence, was not that great. Of course, we are seeing a lot of very, very good ends from our competitors, but it's time to question maybe the decision. I definitely am more inclined to favor the Dark Ruler no more in the main deck. I feel like those can really put in some work for you, because differently from like what I said about Schattenspieler, if you're playing the mirror match and you draw the Dark Ruler no more, you cannot break the board easily because you're still locked under no extra deck.
Yeah.
But if you're playing Dinosaur, that's just perfect, because you use the Dark Ruler and then Tyranno can come down and pretty much clear everything up. Anyway, we now go to the side deck, and it becomes quite interesting, I would say.
Yeah. I mean, Dinka is playing a lot of copies of different hand traps in side deck as well. So maybe we could expect Dean decided to go second, maybe it would be a gamble in this spot, but he's playing Ash Blossom, Lancia, and Dralalock as well, along with the 3 copies of Gammon in the main deck and Impermanence. It would be a risk because, as we saw in this match and in the match before, 2 hand traps could not be enough. But he's playing multiples, and I think Lancia is very good as well for this matchup. But the best one is for sure Gamma and Nibiru as well. It's not gonna be easy, but yeah, I think he has a lot of solutions, so he can come back into this game.
I mean, and this is also linked to the fact that, as we said in round 1, these players are really experienced, and Dinka might have some play, but he decided to scope also to not reveal his deck to his opponent. Because now Marcus is like, what am I up against?
Yeah.
I just saw double Impermanence, but that card can be run in so many different decks. So I gotta say, I wouldn't think of Dinosaur on top of the list. Maybe it could be Invoked.
Yeah, it could be any deck, because Impermanence is not that popular in this format, but I mean, most of the players are playing Nibiru, Ash, or Gamma. So maybe you could understand that it's not going to be a mirror match.
Yeah, I mean, it's quite tough, to be honest. He knows that it's only 40 cards, which makes it more inclined to not be a mirror match. But I would be surprised if they sided many of his options. Maybe he can side in the Pancratops. That's always a really good option when going second. But we'll see what his decision at the end is going to be.
Yeah.
Who do you think as the other option or the other advantage, let's say, once we go to the side decks?
I think Dean has a chance now, because Dinosaur is good both going first and second, but it's really up to his end, because if he doesn't go for a combo in his very first turn, he could be in trouble. Also because Dragon League is able to push a lot of damage in only one turn. And I think anyway he really needs an Oviraptor or some key cards in this moment, Dean.
Yeah, let's see. There is also a chance that maybe Dean just let Marcus go first.
Yeah.
If he's confident and just side Dean 9 Entrops. Let's see. I would be very surprised if that happened, but it's also an option. Like, we saw Dinosaur actually do that sometimes.
Yeah.
What's gonna happen? We're gonna find out very soon who is going first. Yep, just checking out the amount of cards. It's close, yeah. And as not super expected but possible, Dean is very brave and let Marcus go first, siding in 9 Entrops. So a total of 15 Entrops plus the Dark Ruler in his deck at the moment. Let's see if those are gonna be enough though. Okay. So Marcus, as I said, did decide in the Pancratops even though he didn't know his opponent deck. He drew it going first, but luckily for him, he had the Dragon Raven. That is able to just let him go, but as you can see, Dinkan just shows us the Dralalock bird happily.
Yeah, Marcus started with a kind of interesting starting hand by sending the Abstrudel Dragon from the deck to the graveyard. That allows him to search from a Rocket Monster, but a Dralalock could be very interesting here, and he passes.
Ooh, wow.
Yeah.
So for the first time, we do see the strategy paying off. Dinkan went second, opened even the Extravagance now. So this is looking really good. Very brave from Dinkan to pull this off, but maybe he thought my opponent is gonna side in cards like RP Feather Duster, Cosmic Cyclone, because he doesn't know what I'm playing.
Yeah.
And that's probably what happened here. Dralalock for the first time being quite effective, and Marcus is shut down, and when there is nothing on the field, it's actually super easy for Dinosaur to OTK.
Yeah.
So let's see if he's gonna pull this off.
Yeah, I mean, Marcus could have had a very different start, but unfortunately the draw log was here, and things are really looking good for Dean here, also because he has the Pot of Extravagance, and okay, here comes the Fossil Dig.
So the Ash Blossom came down from Marcus. Also not surprised, it's a card that you can pretty much safely side in against all of the decks of this format. Still close one, but okay. Seems like this is gonna be enough. So Lost Word comes down alongside Oviraptor. Which is usually more than enough. You can do a lot of cool tricks, and I think this is also the difference between an experienced player and someone who just picks up the deck. So to a lot of people, Dinosaur looks like a very linear deck. You use a man trap, stop your opponent, summon Tyranno, that's it. It's not that easy. You have so many plays now that a lot of the new cards are there, and Michelano is back at 3, so as you can see here, this is one of the best cards, I would say, from the new Dinosaur deck.
Yeah.
So the Archosaur, the Archosaur is a level 1. It can destroy a monster you control or dinosaur you control in your hand, and it allows you to search for the peel, which means you can now cut one of the few bricks in the deck, which was the Overtex, and you don't need to send it anymore with Tyranno. And what's the best about this card is that you can use it afterwards for Linkuribo, which becomes the non-dinosaur part you need for the peel. And not only that, it's also a pretty good normal summon, because as you can see, it allows you to destroy cards like the babies and the petite, so it can really get you comboing off. And I'm not sure if he's using, but some of them are actually even using multiple copies of the Link one, so the Secure Gardener and Linkuribo, just because you need as many as you have with Extravagance.
Yeah, now Dink knows that he can push for game. If he is able to special summon the Tyranno, also because he has the double evolution peel, I think he can deal enough damage.
Yeah, it shouldn't be too complicated. With the Lost Word on the field, his monsters cannot be targeted as well, while there is a token on his opponent's side of the field. So, not that Marcus plays like Effect Veiler or cards like this, but Michelano is also making sure that his dinosaurs are unaffected. So, seems pretty good. I just gotta think where his direction comes from, because he needs to find a way to deal with the token, which should be the smallest monster you have. But he has to be careful not to mess up, because the Rex, for example, cannot attack directly. So I would be surprised if Dinkan didn't think of something like that. But
yeah, if he doesn't mess, I suppose he has enough damage.
Yeah.
If he's able to special summon the Tyranno, as we said before, it would be enough.
Also, something interesting, you can use the Oviraptor to destroy your opponent token.
Exactly.
So a lot of the interactions possible. And here comes down the peel, so he gets the Tyranno too. Pretty good. Honestly, even if he doesn't pull off the OTK this round, he's gonna have at least a Tyranno plus a Dolka or like a Dweller or a Lagia, whatever he feels like is safer against his opponent deck. And yeah, that I think it's quite a convincing show to us of why Dinkan decided to go second, although he lost the first game going second.
Yeah, it's a very risky choice, but on the other hand, it pays off. I mean, it's paying off, and looks very good for Din in this spot. So let's see if he can deal enough damage.
Yeah, just thinking about the best way to do it. He goes for the Secure Gardener. Usually you see this a lot more before, because if you didn't use an Anthrop, you can have a monster engrave for the peel. But now the Dolka comes down, which is gonna be... I think it's one of the best rank 4 monsters ever made. We go all the way back to 2012 when the Dino Rabbit was
a thing.
a thing. But now, I think they gotta use also keep in mind the effect of Lost World, which takes away 500 attack points from every non-dinosaur monster, which makes it so that the Secure Gardener, as you can see here, Evolzer Dolka, still one of the most powerful rank 4 monsters nowadays. It is not once per chain, it's not once per turn. You can use, it's basically a 2-time effect monster negation, which is extremely powerful. And here, as you can see, Nibiru comes down, but Evolzer Dolka is just gonna take care of it. Do you think he could have used it in a previous spot? Because that's where a lot of summons.
Yeah, I mean, or maybe he could have used it before, right? I mean, before making Dolka, because he has.
I'm pretty sure he summoned
Gardener, Linkuriboh, or yeah, why not? I mean,
I think he was a little too greedy with his choice of. Now let's take a look. He seems he's quite desperate to find a way to come back. His opponent is not able to use the Tyranno right away. He waits and thinks about this Dolka, but unless Marcus really one-upped him and sided in like the tactics, which we know it. Okay, another drawn and lock shown by Dinkan, who is quite happy to drop that card. Because as we were saying, triple team tactics is one of the best cards against Dinosaur because you can take control of the Tyranno. So once they use one of their effects, you take control of the Tyranno and you can just clear their old board away, which is amazing. But I would be surprised if Marcus just sided those in against a completely unknown deck.
Yeah, I don't think so. But yeah, as you said before, maybe that Nibiru would have changed the game. Let's see. If
Let's see. So quick launch. Not the most impressive thing. He still has to go through Tyranno and Dolka. And he went through quite a few of his extra dex options already. Yeah. So the other draw and lock is not pretty, to be honest. We saw how it completely stopped him. And usually when you are in such a spot, you just pray that your opponent is not gonna OTK you, and then you're comboing off next round. But when the first card they activate is another draw and lock bird, oh, you're not happy. So we're quickly gonna go back to us. And for now, we're gonna go back very soon to the match. But as we were saying, it seems like we are probably gonna see another game 3.
I think so. I mean, game 2 was very close. I mean, there was a point in which Marcus could have activated the Nibiru. Yeah. So I think he was greedy, as you said before, because maybe he thought that he could have entered directly into the bottom phase. So at the end of the main phase, he would have activated the Nibiru. But I think Dinka was smart enough to understand this, and I mean, it paid off. Unfortunately, I mean, Marcus could have. I don't want to say he was in an advantage by activating the Nibiru, but right now it's not looking good. I mean, he has to deal with the Dolka and the Tyranno as well. So, and the draw lock as well. So he has a lot of problems.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a surprise though, to be honest. The list of players we have seen this weekend is just phenomenal. We have a lot of content creators just as well as accomplished players with a huge list of results throughout the years. And I wouldn't be surprised if we didn't see every match go into game 3 this weekend. So we are back to where we were pretty much. What Marcus did was use his Rocket and his Striker Dragon to make the Crystal, which is going to get negated by Dolka. And I smell trouble. This might be not that pretty. He's able to use the fuel spell to just get back the rocket from the graveyard. And now all he has to play around is the Tyranno, but he's only at 900 life points left, so that's not entirely easy. Do you think you should just use Tyranno here or wait a little bit more?
I think he has to activate the Tyranno, because otherwise, I mean, it's less risky. I would activate it anyway. I don't think how Marcus here could come back after the Tyranno is gonna be activated.
Yeah, absolutely. So no surprise here. He just goes on and uses key card, Ultimate Conductor Tyranno. He's gonna set them up, but I think Marcus Padel has seen enough. Just like in most dinosaur games, Tyranno is the key card to the victory, and we go to game 3. Yeah, not much of a surprise, as I was saying. Both absolutely incredible players.
Yeah, the Tyranno here made the difference, but the Dolka was very good as well. I mean, didn't play very well, not only because of the draw lock, but also he had 2 negations, which were enough for this game too. Now we're going into game 3, and I think things are going to be very interesting, because if Dean decided to let Marcus go first in this game 2, I think Marcus should go first anyway in this game 3.
I don't know, it's quite a game of chess, and these are my favorite matches usually, when there is someone doing an unconventional strategy, in this case Dinkan, because nobody would expect to go a second on his own accord against the Dragon Link deck, but it paid off. So now Marcus is in a really weird spot. On one end, he now knows what he's up against, so he can prepare much better the side deck for game 3. Also, if he decides to go first, he can just side out whatever he doesn't need and add in some of these side deck cards. I would say that in his deck, there aren't too many options for this matchup. So the Asher Blossom is pretty good.
Yeah. Also, the triple tech. I mean, he now knows that Dinkan is playing Dinosaur, and he could maybe understand that his opponent is playing multiple hand traps. So it could be a really good card released on the last set Rise of the Duelist, and I think it could be a really great addition for his deck. Maybe we will say it, maybe not, let's see. But I think Marcus really needs this card.
Yeah, I don't know.
Deck.
I don't think though he's gonna be like, I don't know. I would be surprised if he was brave enough to actually let Dinka go first. Because sure, the Dinosaur deck is good at going second, but even when they go first, they can easily make a Tyranno plus Dolka, and they have the side deck cards in as well. So it's a double-edged sword. If Marco is brave enough, maybe he can pull this off.
I think here Marcos really needs to understand if Dinkan is side decking for going second or first, it's not gonna be that easy, but let's see when it comes. I think it's gonna be a really close match. As you said before, if Dinkan goes first, Marcos will have a lot of problems dealing with Lagia, Dolka, the Tyranno, but I think he has to go first for this match. And he has to take the risk. Maybe it pays off.
Yeah, I don't know. It's again, it's one of those decisions where if you pull it off, everyone calls you a genius. If you mess up, everyone just thinks you thought too highly of about the strategy, and you should just stick to what you're used to. And I'm not sure whether Marcus is gonna pull this off. As you can see now on the screen, we highlight one of the most hyped cards lately released in Yu-Gi-Oh! Triple Tactics Talent is, I think, also one of my favorite cards. It has incredible flavor because within itself there are a lot of powerful spells that have been forbidden in the past, like Pot of Greed and Change of Hearts. But Not only that, you can use all of those effects depending which one is the one you need in the specific situation. And as we already saw, the format right now is mostly monsters that activate an effect during your opponent's turn. So you can see why this card is easily one of the best side deck choice that you can have. Some players are even maining it, especially in the invoked deck.
Yeah, I mean, it's very good also because if your opponent has interruption, you can activate it and look at your opponent's hand if you want.
So
both of these guys are very experienced, but it's going to be a very close match here, and both of these guys really need some good cards at this moment.
So for one moment, we are just gonna keep you guys waiting for a little bit. They are still ending their side decks, and then we are gonna see the last and final games. As a reminder, it's gonna be one of the last ends drawn by them. I would say it's gonna be one of the least easy to predict, because there are a lot of factors. Marcus can just stick to what he's the most comfortable with, almost going back to the deck he has in game one, so not even siding.
Yeah, I think this is not a match that needs to be taken for granted, because both of the players have a lot of good cards in their decks. But once again, if Marcus has the courage to go second and deal with the risk, maybe it could pay off. But on the other hand, like, he could deal with Lagia, Dolka, all these problems facing Dean. I mean, it's a really close match, but I think both of these guys deserve to win.
Absolutely, absolutely, and they are gonna be waiting for Schattenspieler. So tomorrow the first match will be either a mirror match once again for Schattenspieler, which can be crowned at the end of this tournament, maybe the king of the Dragon Link deck, or otherwise he's gonna face the dinosaur. In either case, it's gonna be quite a close one. I would say we still have to see the best of Marcus' intentions, because he didn't really get to put himself out there, I would say, because in game one he could play around the double impermanence with ease, and in game two he didn't really try his best. Like, he was tricked, I would say, by Dinka.
It was the opposite,
because basically Dinka completely tricked him by scooping up game one. And I think this, I cannot put enough effort into this for everyone watching. Always consider whether you are gonna be able to win the game. If there is a small percentage, or let's say a reasonable percentage, then you should never give up. But you also have to be honest with yourself, just like Dinkan did in game one. He saw the writings on the wall, he knew that he was gonna lose the game, and he just completely outplayed his opponent. He scooped it up. Marcus was confused. He sided in Pancratops and other cards like Cash going first. But then Dinkan pulled his trick. He let him start, and he bricked on those cards. So
yeah, he sided in very generic cards.
Yeah,
and it didn't pay off. Also because Dinkan let him start. So
yeah, so sometimes just giving up a game can turn out to be another game winner for you. Anyway, our players are now ready, so let's go back to the table and we're gonna have our game 3. Okay, so just as a small mention, as you can see on the screen, we also have the very cool remote duel playmats, which have been given to all of our competitors by us, and they are really cool. I think it's a way to showcase how even in the anime this interaction would go down, and Marcus, okay, really tries to make Dinkan pay for his own decision and pull off his own trick. So he's going second. He let Dinkan start. But for now, the decision doesn't seem to pay off. He opens Extravagance once again. So it's going to be 6 cars against 6 cars. Is he going to pull off another combo like in game 2? That's my main concern.
Yeah, maybe Dinkan was expecting this to come, but once again, let's see if he has some cool combos. Okay, he starts with the peel by banishing 2 cards in his hand, and he's waiting for Marcus' response.
Absolutely not what you want to see. If he gets an Ash Blossom here, although I would be very surprised because you usually would use it on the Extravagance. Not what you want to start with. The Psyframe Driver, by far the only real brick card in Dinkan deck. At least he found a way to use it, so not the end of the world, but we might just see a Tyrannosaur pass. It's quite possible what's going to happen. Yeah, this putting him in defense even more, but this is actually a very good play by Dinkan. By summoning the Tyranno in defense, he's playing around the triple tactic. Because even if they were to take control of it, then they can decide where to switch. But it's quite something that makes sense. But unfortunately, as we predicted, this is just gonna be a Tyranno pass turn.
Yeah.
Hopefully, the other cards in his hand are all end traps. But if this is not the case, I don't think Marcus is gonna be afraid to just deal with the Tyranno alone. Ooh. And this is the best answer possible by Marcus. The Pancratops comes down, and
I think this was the only card that I really needed.
Wow, this is the main answer, and I'm really afraid to be Dinkan right now. Maybe he starts even with the Red Eyes, which is one of the most powerful starters. Let's see if Dinkan has the Drawn and Lock for the 3rd time in a row. If he doesn't, I am quite afraid that we are gonna see very, very few chances by Dinkan.
I think Marcus here anyway wants to push and activate all of his cards. So he's going to activate the Black Metal Dragon along with the Striker Dragon.
Yeah, I mean, last time we saw players...
and he has Drawn and Lock.
Yeah, wow. Drawn and Lock once again comes down, and... this time, though, it's less effective because the Red Eyes was opened already, which means Marcus already got a +2, and the peel was extremely costing because it was a 3-for-1.
Exactly.
So even though he resolved the Extravagance, he paid basically 3 cards to get a Tyranno.
And he has the Triple Tactics talent.
Wow.
As well.
He has the Triple Tactics talent. So he's gonna get to see his opponent end, and this is just catastrophic from Dinkan. You can see that he's activate the Extravagance next round. Now Marcus knows that the last card is just the Drawn and Lock bird, and he's pretty much free to do whatever he wants. Even if he doesn't have another extender, he can just banish the Striker, get the Red Eyes, and start pushing some damage. So quite an unfortunate turn of events from Dinkan, but I think the decision to go second from Marcus is what really is paying off right now.
Yeah, it's paying off a lot, and I mean, maybe he doesn't have to push enough damage, also because he can control easily the game at this point. He has to play around the Drawn and Lock, but he can put up a really huge field. And now he's continuing to combo with the Booked Sector Launch, special summoning the rocket from his hand.
Yeah, I didn't even expect him to have this much of a one-sided battle in game 3, I would say. Unfortunately, sometimes the dinosaur deck doesn't draw his own, Fossil Digs, Miscellano. Miscellano alone is basically a one-card combo if you have enough resources. but unfortunately none of those cards were drawn by Dinkan. Once again, he had 2 copies of Duel and Lock alongside the Psyframe Driver, so it seems like unless he pulls out a miracle, Marcus is very well positioned to advance to the top 8.
Yeah, he just needs to figure out what's the best way to play around draw, and here comes the link cross.
And his situation reminds me a lot of the first Spirals combo, where basically with the drone, which was the first card you would summon in a combo, you get to see the top 3 cards of your opponent deck, and then you usually tried to put an entrap on top, so that you were guaranteed your opponent to have 1 less card. If that is the case, just like here, because Marcus knows that the last card in Dinkan's hand is Duel and Lock, which is going to be completely useless next turn. That means that there is only 1 real card that Dinkan is going to be able to play, and if Marcus sets up even just 1 negation, then the game is pretty much over.
Yeah, thanks to that link cross, he's now able to extend his plays, and he's now making a huge field. And Dinkan has no response, as we saw before from his end. Here now comes the red dice, and I think maybe we will see a Border's Word Dragon.
Yeah, we can just see the Border's Word Dragon come down, and that's... I mean, we were used to seeing Border's Word a lot more in the past months. Not so much nowadays, but we do know that the game is over. As you can see, Dinkan gives the fist bump to Marcus. He advances to the top 8. Unfortunately, Dinkan is going to be kicked out of the tournament. And good job to both of them. Yeah. Really, really good match. And we can probably just go back to us for a quick post-match discussion. Wow, what a match. Once again, 2 really good players showing why they are here today, trying their best to become the 2nd Remote Duel Invitational champion. What can I say? Both proved to be quite experienced. Game 1, I would say, was the least interesting it was very similar to the match we saw between Shot and Spila in round 1. The Dragon Link deck got to do what he was supposed to do, although there were 2 impermanents on the other side. Nothing too relevant.
Nothing special. In Game 2, we saw the first mind trick of the match.
Yep.
That, thanks to Boom, Dinka won the game 2. And Game 3, I was not expecting Marcus to do that choice.
Yeah. We were saying that Game 2, it was, I would say, at least an 80% chance, if not more, that Dinkan was going to go 2nd, especially because his opponent didn't see what his deck was. But in Game 3, I wouldn't give it more than like a 50-50 kind of decision for Marcus, because he was not playing a Dinosaur Mirror match. So the decision to go 2nd with Dragon Link is actually quite a tough one. You need to absolutely take into consideration if your side deck is even able to go 2nd. Because if you don't have the cards we saw, which were Pancratops and Triple Team Tactic, which was, I would say, the MVP of Game 3, then you cannot even take that decision. But anyway, congratulations to both of them. And now we can already show you a preview of the updated bracket that we have for the day. So let's bring that up on the screen. As you can see, we have already updated it, and although we're not going to see it today, the first top 8 match is now completed, and tomorrow the match we are going to see first is going to be the one between Shot and Spila and Marcus Patel.
Yeah, another mirror match for Shot and Spila. It would be the first one for Marcus, but I mean, he proved out that he can play also against Mind Tricks. So
yeah,
it's going to be a very interesting one.
I would say both really deserve to be there, because Shot and Spila and Marcus both in Game 3 pulled off an unexpected move. Shot and Spila with using the Hieratic Sphere on his own monster to not lose in time, and Marcus with letting Dinosaur go first in Game 3. So both very deserving, and both now able to know what their opponent is going to play. So they have the entire day off from now on, and they can just study their other possible opponents, or just go through what happened in the previous matches. So they know it's going to be a mirror match. They know what their opponent deck look like. So I can't wait for it to be tomorrow. But for now, yeah, let's stick to the present. We still have so much action for you guys. The third match is on its way. Our players are gonna soon go and prepare. But for now, thank you for watching. Stay tuned and keep it on.
Calamity climaxes in Toon Chaos. Titans of Toonacity collide with chaotic creatures in the ultimate Yu-Gi-Oh! Monster Showdown. Let the fun begin!
7 cards per pack, each pack sold separately.
Unlock the Spirit Gates with Structure Deck Sacred Beasts. Uriah ignites Searing Flames. Haman unleashes Striking Thunder. And Raviel commands Fiendish Phantasms.
46 cards per deck, each deck sold separately.
Harness the power of legendary dragons, descending to unleash ultimate dueling devastation in an epic battle that heralds Armageddon. Battles of Legend Armageddon.
5 cards per pack, each pack sold separately.
Duelists, your time has come. Rise to the challenge and command the fiercest champion, Gaia, the magical Knight of Dragons. Yu-Gi-Oh! Rise of the Duelist.
9 cards per pack, each pack sold separately.
Relive ancient Shadow games with the 2020 Tin of Lost Memories, featuring 3 bigger-than-ever Mega Packs. You can collect brand new cards themed after iconic duel monsters from millennia ago.
54 cards per tin, each 10 sold separately.
Unleash ancient magic with legendary duelists Rage of Ra. Dive into the Shadow Realm with cards that twist reality and harness the power of an Egyptian god.
5 cards per pack, each pack sold separately.
Calamity climaxes in Toon Chaos. Titans of Toonacity collide with chaotic creatures in the ultimate Yu-Gi-Oh! Monster Showdown. Let the fun begin!
7 cards per pack, each pack sold separately.
Unlock the Spirit Gates with Structure Deck Sacred Beasts. Uriah ignites Searing Flames. Haman unleashes Striking Thunder. And Raviel commands Fiendish Phantasms.
46 cards per deck, each deck sold separately.
Welcome to round 3 of the Remote Duel Invitational. We're having a lot of fun following through these players, these 16 players that we have been following. So we had the professional players, really competitive ones, we have had content creators, and now there is yet again a very interesting pair we are going to show you. We have Lorenzo Santoni, close friend from Italy. Everyone should know him. He is a YCS winner, as well as a lot of titles. He came short to qualifying for the World Championship. We know that it is basically the main goal that he has left in his incredible career throughout the years. And he's up against what I probably would consider the fan favorite for this event, Steven Jacobs, aka Lithium. He's such a fun guy, one of my favorites, a colleague of us as well.
Yeah, we knew him like years ago, I think ages ago, I would say.
Yeah, absolutely. He's one of the OG, we can say, content creators for Yu-Gi-Oh! We have had the pleasure to have him as well host at the previous YCS events. And he showed us that he can do a lot. So he can be a content creator just as well as a commentator and as a player. I would say that the playing side is probably the one we are most intrigued about. And we are even more intrigued because of his deck choice. But we are not going to spoil it yet for you guys. As we have previously said, we have interviews for all of these players. So I want to see what these guys and hear what these guys had to say about this experience and the match. So let's go and listen to the first of the interviews.
I've been involved. I think I started around 2004. It was the summer tour here in Belgium. Well, actually, the first time was when I picked up the Game Boy cartridge. I believe it was Yu-Gi-Oh! Worldwide Edition, like 2003, 2004. And then, getting the cards like Sinister Serpent was one of the cards I got. And eventually, with friends, decided to participate in a summer tour in 2004. And that was when I started the game. Yeah. My very first deck, I believe it was a bit of a mishmash of what I assumed were the good cards back then. I mean, 2004. I'm not sure. I don't think I can call it an archetype, but it's from cards I can remember. You played Summon Skull, Change of Heart, Torrential Tribute, Confiscation. All the good cards were just in one deck. That was, that's how I remember it from back then. So it wasn't really an archetype, but it was maybe a mishmash between all the good cards available back then. I do have a couple of favorite cards. Let me think. I have two, but I have to pick one. So let me pick Treeborn Frog. Yeah, Treeborn Frog is my favorite card. Because Monarchs, as a whole, the Monarch archetype is my favorite archetype. And when Treeborn Frog was released years ago, it was the deck changed from flip effects, Gravekeeper Spy, Dekochi, from getting those plus, and then you had a card like Treeborn Frog that would reborn itself every standby phase for the 3+ free Tribute Father, and that's from all the cards I know, I'm going to pick Treeborn Frog. Yeah. That's an easy one. It's Monarchs, because finally on our most recent Forbidden and Limited list in the TCG, we got back Pantheism of the Monarchs. It got limited a couple of years ago. So pretty much the deck is almost at full force. So Mega Monarchs, Domain or Extra deck, you have two options. I prefer Domain version a bit more, but if my favorite deck that I'm playing now, it's Monarchs, definitely, no question. I have a lot of moments ever since I started playing in 2004. There's I can let me pick one, maybe the Faratu finals. When was it? In 5, 6, 7, can't remember it exactly, where it was actually one of the biggest tournaments back then, early Yu-Gi-Oh! And I managed to like top 4 and get like a trophy. And back then, like being a small kid, like a little kid, it's like, wow, top 4, you get like like audio devices like as a prize, the prize card, the breaker, magical warrior in like a glass trophy. So that's something that's definitely like one of those moments. But I mean, I have tons of moments going to like YCSs, meeting people, being like on commentary the first time in London last year. It's all amazing, amazing moments. There are just too many to sum up. Yeah.
Well, quite a storytelling here from our friend Lithium or Steven. He's definitely one of the wild cards, I would say, of the weekend. And if you don't know him well enough, you just got told what his favorite card, 3-4, which is also probably what created in the first place years ago the first Monarch deck. And no surprise, today he's actually playing Monarchs. We will be able to tell you guys more and more about the match. But first, we have two very different characters. So I want to hear what Lorenzo Santoni has to say.
I've been involved in the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game since I am 12 years old, yeah. The first deck I've ever played is Monarchs. I have a favorite card, and that is Necros of Unicorn, because it's one of the cards inside my deck that allowed me to win the YCS in Rimini in 2015. I'm playing Dragon Link right now, and because it's the most powerful deck in my opinion that can play through many interruptions. And that's it, I think, and can make many impressive boards with many negations and interruptions. I think the best moment in my Yu-Gi-Oh! Story is when I won YCS Rimini back then, I think, yeah.
Well, as we said, two very different approaches to the interview. Santoni much more straight to the point, because as we said, these two guys, both extremely famous. Santoni probably more in Italy rather than in the entire Europe, but he has had quite a strong career, both locally at the beginning, because as he said, he's one of the OG, I would say, Italian players. I've seen him around ever since I started playing the game as well. And he has won a YCS with Necros, as he said. So definitely a different approach. But now that we can talk about this specific matchup, as we spoiled, Lithium is playing Domain Monarchs. And that's just such a surprise. He's the only one who has decided to bring this strategy. But it's good. It's also a deck that gains a lot from the latest Forbidden Unlimited list. And I do agree a lot with his decision of playing Domain.
Yeah, I mean, we have seen that the extra deck is very important. So it just decided to say, okay, I have my own lock for this event, and let's see if it works out.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately for him, it seems like Santoni might be playing a Dinosaur instead of Dragon Link. We're going to see it in a few moments anyway. But if you were to play against like Schattenspieler or one of the other players, if you start with any Monarch, like say, and Domain, it's quite tough, especially in game one, for them to deal with it. It's pretty much similar to the extra deck Lockdown, and he has even some of the evil fiends, let's say, which are the Majesty and the Vanity Fiend, which are such extremely good cards that have, I would say, dominated some formats. As Lorenzo said, even when he won his event with Necrots, it was one of the tech cards that, like Burning Abyss, used to play against the deck. And nowadays, they are as powerful as ever, because Vanity Fiend pretty much shuts down every deck of the format.
Yeah, it's your entire strategy, basically.
Yeah, and even Majesty is quite annoying for some decks, but here we are gonna see a huge payoff for Lorenzo if he decided to play Dinosaur, because Domain of the Monarch, incredible cards against Dragon Link, Invoked, and a lot of the strategy, not so good against the Dinosaur. Yeah, they can just summon the Tyranno and clear the Monarchs away with ease, but it's gonna be an interesting one. I think Dinosaur were not really around when Monarch was predominant, so now we can just go to the table and start this match. Okay, so our remote duel playmats looking good and ready for some cards to be played on them. The die roll, I would say, is probably the least important we have seen until now. Both decks are actually really good at going second as well. And I would argue that they might just choose to go second if given the option. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I think if I were Lorenzo, I would ask anyways opponent to if he plays an extra deck, because, you know, Lithium is known for playing Monarchs. So maybe he could get this information prior that the game starts. And but I think going second would be the best option for both of these players. And I don't think they are going to have any problems by going second. Also because the Domain of Monarchs doesn't deal that much problems against the Dinosaur deck.
Yeah. At the same time, I gotta say, Dinosaur is a deck that can save second, just like we saw last match against all the decks of the format, while Lithium deck should go first against any extra deck strategy. So since they don't know what their opponent is playing, I would say that if Lithium wins the die roll, he's gonna go first. And that's what happens. So Upster Goblin comes down from Lithium. A card that also Lorenzo loves to play, as you won with it in quite an unusual way. Yeah.
We're gonna see if Lithium has some of the old combos of the Monarchs back in the days.
So, Once for One is one of the best cards they can pull off here. As you can get the idea from the deck, so this is probably the one card that some players were skeptical about using. It's fantastic when you get to discard an Erebus with it, but otherwise it was basically something that was considered risky if you don't play enough monsters. But when you pull it off, it was the best opening from Monarchs, because you don't even use the normal summon, you get to have the additional summon from the Eidos, so absolutely great start. Now he just needs to have the Erebus, and I would say this opening is extremely good.
Oh, he has the Pantheism. Oh no,
okay, yeah. The Tenacity, so now he gets to add either the Domain if he feels like he's playing against an extra deck. And as you can see here on the screen, Domain of the Monarchs, absolutely one of the most powerful engine cards in his deck. Not only does he make your Monarchs smaller, so that you can only summon them with one tribute, but it shuts down the extra deck completely at the cost of not using an extra deck of your own, by the way. So let's say that Lorenzo already knew what he was up against when he asked his opponent the extra deck count.
Yeah, I mean, this deck was also one of the scariest decks to play against because of the extra deck. You cannot play any extra deck cards, but also because of the double normal summons you can make in the first turn. And let's now see what Lithium has in his hand. He can go for Idea, and let's see if he activated the Eidos effect.
Yeah, so now Ether comes down, and Pantheism is back at 3, as he said in the interview. So no worries of running out of those. Not only that he can use the second effect of Pantheism when he sends it to the graveyard, but he can get that back with Idea. And since he didn't use the first effect, he can also get to do that. So definitely an impressive start from Lithium. But what I'm worried about is that his opponent is using Dinosaur, or at least that's what should be happening here. Because if he had this opening against, I would say, any other deck of the format, this would probably be close to over.
Yeah, it will be enough also because most of the deck now don't play any out for kinds like Domain of the Monarchs. So I think Lorenzo could have some troubles here, but what if Lithium has something like Majesty's Fiend or Vanity's Fiend? Because he can make another normal summon because he used the Eidos effect.
Yeah, let's see. There is okay, still a chance. He's gonna show. Yeah, I was also surprised since the Tenacity was already used. He just gets a copy of the Stormforth to his hand, also back at 3 for a while, and that's extremely powerful with the Header, since he's gonna get it back in his hand in the end phase. He can set it up so that next turn, when his opponent summons a Tyranno, for example, he just uses the Stormforth and then gets rid of it. He also has access to Kuras in his deck, which is quite an extremely powerful card.
Yeah, it's one of these cards that you can rely on in some situations in which you need to pop some cards on your opponent's side of the field. And but of course the MVP now is Heather.
Yeah, by far one of the scariest cards, as you said, back when it was released. It single-handedly made the deck one of the most powerful one of the format. I used to enjoy it a lot. It was just a little scary in the mirror match. I think it is considered by far one of the mirror matches that can last on for forever. And
yeah, remember that in 2014 there were players which used to play extra deck Monarchs and no extra deck Monarchs. So it was one of these mirror matches that you were really scary to play against.
Absolutely, but this is it from Lithium. Really good opening. Domain plus the Stormforth setup. So that should be enough for him to guarantee the game. But now I think he's not going to be happy. He does see the Fossil Dig and he immediately knows what's up. Quite unfortunate, but this is the nature of Yu-Gi-Oh! Although this isn't the most straightforward tournament you can imagine. Even in any Yu-Gi-Oh! Tournament, the pairings matter, and sometimes you are that unfortunate to play against the match down you really hope you didn't play against. And by being a direct elimination, unfortunately, Lithium, just by the nature of the format, if he were to play against a different opponent, we could have seen him all the way up to the top 4 if he, for example, found the bracket of Schattenspieler. Here, we don't know. He might just lose right away, but he's definitely gonna put up a fight. Ooh, and we do see the one copy of Pancratops being drawn by Lorenzo already in game 1.
Things are going to be very interesting now because, as you said before, the Domain of Monarchs doesn't do that much in this spot. But I think it's really looking good for Lorenzo here. It's going to be a really close match. Let's remind you guys that Lithium has maybe the Stormforth set.
Yeah, pretty much guaranteed to be that. And thanks to the Miscellaneosaurus, which we are gonna bring up for you guys in a few moments on the screen, his dinosaur monsters are unaffected during this main phase, which means if he gets to destroy the Stormforth, it's not gonna have an effect right away. So
yeah, Lorenzo here is showing how we can deal with the domain as well. I mean, as you said before, it doesn't do that much. That can work pretty good without the extra deck.
Let's say where he wants to use these Pancratops as well, because there is also the Kurats that he needs to consider. Now he goes off pretty well. If he has a baby or a petite in hand, he can really go off. Oh, and I think he does have the baby. Yeah,
he does.
Wow. I think it's the best opening possible from Lorenzo here, outside of maybe a Lost Word if he needed it. And now not only is he gonna get a double pill, but he gets to summon one from Petite, which could be the Rex.
Yeah.
Incredible opening.
Would you destroy the Stormforth with the Pancratops? Because if he's able to put enough damage here, he could also use the Tyranno, which can attack all of his opponent monsters.
Yeah, for now he's not in a rush, because he didn't use the second effect of Raptor yet. And he can just destroy the second baby, get back something from his graveyard, and still get a new summon, which is why I told you guys last round that Dinosaur is not only a deck that's straightforward, let's say. It has the option of doing all these crazy plays as well, given the chance. And Lorenzo, a super experienced player, is definitely not gonna miss on any of those if given the chance.
The Pancratops here is also really good because you can not only deal with the Stormfort, but with the Domain of Monarchs as well. So if he really wants to have access to his extra deck, he could destroy the field spell on Lithium side of the field. He has a lot of options right here. Let's see what he decides to do.
Yeah. I think he is gonna go for the Pancratops. Let's see where... Is he gonna destroy the Stormfort? Biggest decision? No, he goes for the Domain, okay. Interesting decision. He does have access to Nightmare Phoenix, for example, if he feels like he wants to force out the back row and get a card. But at that point, Michelano would not protect the Phoenix because it's not a dinosaur monster. So, a close call here. Let's not count Lithium out of this yet, as we know he does have Stormfort and Nether, so quite a powerful combination. But Lagia can also come down. Okay, Dolka does instead. Which is actually kind of weird, right? Because as we can bring up on the screen, I would say Dolka is a dragon. So it's not protected by Michelanosaurus. Which means if Lithium just pays attention and thinks about his move, he's now in the position to use the Stormfort. But at that point, if he does, he needs to activate the Heather from his end, which is why Lorenzo went for this play, because he can negate the Heather with Dolka.
Here comes Heather. I mean, he's really... It's not easy for Lorenzo, but I think it's a good option. But on the other hand, Lithium has the Stormfort, so if he really wants to get rid of the Dolka, he could. And he also has the Prime Monarch in his graveyard as well.
Yeah, but now quite tough. I think Lorenzo played it really well. He knows all of his opponent cards and he has pretty much locked these out of the way, since he can negate the Heather with the Dolka. There is no option of using the Stormfort during this round. At the same time, he does need to try and close the game here. If he doesn't, then the Stormfort does become relevant next round. But right now, Dolka is really preventing any action from Lithium. He gets to summon the Gamma now from his deck, something quite unusual, but it is a tuner, so it's possible.
Yeah, maybe Lorenzo just want to see when and if Steven activates his Stormfort. Okay, here comes the Unicorn.
Yeah, he's just trying to push for game. He discards the Nibiru, completely useless in this matchup. Pretty sure we are gonna see those come out of his main deck once we go to game 2. And okay, he sends back the Heather. Just want to try and push enough damage. Right now, he doesn't quite have enough. But
I don't think so.
Unless I'm mistaken, 45. Though, there is only one card in Lithium End, which is the Heather. I'm not sure if he has another one. And in that case, this could be enough. No matter what the top deck is.
Lithium has also the Prime Monarch in his graveyard. So...
Yeah. So that's why it's... I mean, the Prime Monarch is not that big of an issue.
Because he has Tyranno.
Yeah, he has Tyranno. But now he does get to use the... Yeah, so... Okay, so
maybe the judge said that.
Yeah, I think he couldn't summon for this turn. That's why they quickly fixed it. Okay. Yeah. So we can quickly go back to us while they fix the game state for a moment. It shouldn't be too much of an issue. They're gonna quickly fix it. It was just that, of course, due to the distance, we couldn't stop it right away. But luckily for us, it wasn't anything too relevant. The game state was easily reconstructed, but because he was locked, he couldn't actually go for the combo that he tried to do. I still think his position was quite favorable, so I think they already fixed the problem, so we can just go back to the match and continue game 1. Okay, so as we said, instead of going for the play, he just traded his own monster for the Linkuriboh and then the Secure Gardener, which means no matter what, Lithium is actually gonna get another turn. He's gonna take some damage from the Tyranno here, 1000 on the Edea. But outside of that, not really pushing that much.
Yeah,
so
I
he's
mean,
risking it.
He's risking Lorenzo right now. Maybe he thought he could have game, but he's not looking like that. Also because, yeah, indeed, now Lithium can activate the idea when he goes to the graveyard. He can bring back.
I mean, you surely negate that with Doka, 100%. No way. Like, I would be super surprised. Especially because he knows there is a Stormforth and the trap in the graveyard, so he has to negate here. Yeah. So Michelano gets to the graveyard and Edea is negated. At this point, he just push a few more life points of damage, but this is gonna be far from being enough. And at this point, he can just bring back the trap during the end phase and then use the Stormforth next turn, probably tributing either the Tyranno or the Dolka to get the Header on the board. And we might have actually a closer game than we thought in the beginning.
Yeah, this game is not over yet. Lithium has a lot of options. In the next turn, if he has another Pantheism, for example, he can send cards with the Header as well. So this game is far from over.
Seems like this is what they're thinking about right now. He can banish Chu and get it. Let's see. I mean, I think it makes sense to just summon it in the end phase so that you get another summon if you need it later on during your turn. Also, he can use Eidos and Edea interaction as well. So it's definitely not over. A lot of possible plays from Lithium, and maybe Lorenzo got too excited about this opening end and actually gave Steven a chance to fight back.
Yeah, Lorenzo had a really good end. Maybe he was just thinking that he had game, but I mean, right now he's sitting in an okay position. Maybe he could have done something more. They're just doing some maths here, some clarification, and but I think he has quite some options to come back into this game, Steven.
Absolutely. And one of the most important cards he has access to at the moment is the face down Stormforth. I think it's one of the few cards that were actually played outside of the Monarch deck. When I don't want to quote myself, but like when I won YCS London, I also sided it in Shadow, and it was played in a lot of different formats just by the nature that it doesn't target and it can get rid of some of those Vanity and Majesty themes that were popular during previous tournaments. So
yeah, that's why also this was one of the hardest mirror match to play back in 2014. Monarch's mirror match were always crazy with comebacks and a lot of actions.
And now, as no surprise, he gets to summon back the trap card. He has the Stormforth set plus the Header in hand, so the setup is all there. I am definitely worried about Lorenzo right now. He can safely just activate the Stormforth, force the response. I think you are almost forced to Tyranno there, because you get the advantage from the baby too. So maybe the play would be to just destroy the baby and then get to the Oviraptor, maybe get a Miscelano, something along those lines. So at least you have a play for next turn, because otherwise I don't see this going too so well. Let's see if Lorenzo decides to respond. It's tough.
Yeah, I think he has to Tyranno
Like
here.
on one end, he knows that if he activates Tyranno right here, then his opponent can just safely tribute the Dolka, and there is no more interactions from his side. But he's also risking it because, okay, oh, he goes for the Kurats instead of the Ether by tributing Dolka.
Oh, okay.
Okay, he might use this effect to destroy Tyranno plus one of his cards, so he gets a draw. But I'm surprised by this. I thought it would have been naturally better to just go for Ether.
Yeah, this could be very risky. I mean, he could have summoned the Kurats with Ether as well. I don't know.
Yeah, we'll see if at the end of the day this unusual decision is gonna work out for Lithium. He's definitely not afraid to take risks, and this is just showing right now. So, as expected, the Tyranno came down, but along with it came a draw from Lorenzo.
I think Lorenzo also chained the Tyranno on the
Yeah.
baby.
So now they're both gonna get to draw a card, and then the baby is gonna be activated, probably getting out of his deck Oviraptor, I would say. Yeah, no surprise, Oviraptor comes down. He does already have a Miscelano engraved, but he gets another copy because he can use it. It's a quick effect.
Yeah.
So he can protect the Oviraptor right away.
I mean, right now is a really close match. I'm wondering if Steven has another copy of Stormford at the moment, because he decided to normal summon the Kurats. So maybe he has another copy. Let's see.
Maybe. I mean, at the end of the day, you get to keep the Ether, which is a quick effect. So compared to the Kurats, maybe the reasoning from Steven was, if I don't use these Kurats now, I'm never gonna summon it. While I can always use the Ether during my opponent's turn. And he also has the option to just banish the Eidos from grave. So we shouldn't count. Yeah, and that's exactly what he's gonna do. So Eidos is gonna get banished. He gets the idea back. So a lot of advantage. He can get the domain, but I would say that's not the best card in this particular match. If he has another Monarch card in hand, he can get the Pantheism back too.
Yeah, he could get Tenacity into Pantheism. He has Ether in his hand, so he has quite a few options here. I think he has a plan, because otherwise he would have not have summoned the Kuras. Steven is now considering his options.
Yeah, quite a few things he can still do. Since he used the trap in the end phase, he still is able to summon one more. But he is missing the additional summon right now, because that's usually given by Eidos, and he didn't really go for it right now. He only used the effect of Eidos to get some advantage, but is he really going to be good enough? One thing I can mention here is that it just ended his turn. So Lorenzo, just like old times, we are getting to see a game of grind Yu-Gi-Oh, let's say. Both of these decks are usually good at locking the Dragon Link deck away. So one by summoning Tyranno, ignoring the extra deck restriction and just clearing the board. The other one, Monarch, by summoning either a Fiend or a Monarch alongside Domain. But when they are up against each other, then it becomes more complicated, and it's actually a grind game of resources, which we know Monarch is really good at doing. So as long as he doesn't die from life points, he should be good.
Yeah, Lawrence is just showing how powerful Dinosaur is, and as you said, it's a grind game. Both decks are very good at it, but it looks like Lorenzo has quite a few different options to shut down Steven's strategy. Let's remind you guys that Steven has another copy of Ether in his own hand, and Yeah, Lorenzo is just summon another copy of his normal summon and Oviraptor, and he also has the Pancratops. Here comes another Dolka, which is pretty good.
Yeah, Dolka comes down once again, and I'm still surprised. I mean, he locked his opponent once more with Pancratops because Ether cannot come down anymore. If Ether were to be used, then Dolka negates it, and I think you can fool Lorenzo once. I doubt you can fool him more than that, and he should find his way around this to just game his opponent. Right now I can see 2000, which maybe is not going to be enough once more. He needs to negate the idea from adding a spell back. But if you were to attack directly with Dolka, then he can still summon the trap back. And yeah, so he's going to just, as expected, he's going to negate it with Dolka. Try to push for game, but then the trap should come down. At that point, it's probably the best if you don't attack with Dolka, but you lose the attack so that you can attack with Tyranno and deal 1000 more. But it shouldn't be enough for little damage. So
yeah, it should have 1000 left.
I am considering why he didn't think about using the Pancratops and then continuing the attack with Dolka. That could have been just a game. But it seems like he is gonna give his opponent one more. But this is enough seen from Lithium anyway. So we do have a winner from game one, which is Lorenzo. I don't know, it's definitely an unconventional game one. It could have gone either way. Lithium gotta feel not the greatest just because his opening was really good. But the match down was just too much.
Yeah, this was a match that we were not expecting at all, also because of the different decks that we have in the format. But those two decks showed us that they can play a lot of different grind games, and Lorenzo was able to win game one. So let's see how he could deal with the side deck.
Yeah, now it's gonna be also an interesting match, I would say more for Lorenzo, because I'm pretty sure he didn't expect Monarchs at all walking into this. But again, we are gonna see the mind tricks that we are probably gonna be a consistent thing throughout the weekend whenever Dinosaur is involved. Just like it was in the past with decks like Invoked, whenever you know your opponent wants to go second, you either man up and let them go first, or just stick to what you are comfortable with and try to beat them anyway. For Lorenzo, I'm not even sure what he feels like siding in. The only cards I would be super confident are Imperial Order and the 2 copies of Anti-Spell Fragrance. Those were usually sided even back in the day against Monarchs, so pretty safe.
Yeah, I think they are the only cards that Lorenzo will side in.
While for Steven, what do you think he's gonna bring in?
Well, I think Steven needs to go second at this point, because I mean the matchup is not the matchup you wanted to play against for sure, and he could set in other copies of Majesty's Fiend, which are very good against Dinosaur, and if he let Lorenzo start, he could set in also evenly matched. I think it's good.
Yeah, I definitely agree with Steven choosing to play second. If Lorenzo is smart enough, he probably just doesn't summon the Tyranno, but there are only 2 Tyrannos in the deck, and once you get rid of those, the match is much easier. He does have access to Majesty Fiend, once more, incredible tool against other decks, not so much when they can just get their ends to the Tyranno, but I gotta say that compared to the past, it's tougher to get to the pill. You usually get to the pill through effects. But they still have double Tyranno and 1 or 2 pills that they can naturally draw. So it's gonna be a pretty good bet. No matter what, I'm pretty sure we're gonna see a good game 2. But game 1 was particularly long, almost 30 minutes of game 1, which means we might just see this go into time and then have a game 3 entirely in time. as expected, Lithium went second.
Yeah, and no, it went first because he only said one card and he passed.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, this was very unfortunate for him. He couldn't draw a very good hand. And let's see here if Lorenzo can take advantage out of this, because it's not looking good for Steven, which unfortunately draw only one card in his set. So
yeah, definitely not what you want to see. I really hope that Lorenzo, because I picked the end gesture from Lithium, but it was actually followed, as you said, by setting a card. Very unfortunate opening. Let's see if he has any surprise for us face down. If not, Lorenzo seems very comfortable to just take this one by summoning a bunch of dinosaur monsters. I don't even think Lithium is playing that many Entrops in his deck, so let's see.
It's not looking good here for Steven, but I mean, what could he do? Can happen. And here Lorenzo, if he has like an Oviraptor or something, can make a lot of damage.
He sets cards. Did he also brick on this hand? This is... wow. Oh, wow. What a game. It seems like he also passed, so incredible. Even though he opened Extravagance and basically got to see 7 cards from his deck, he also completely bricked. He does have the Anti-Spell Fragrance, but what a start from these two players. Both not getting anywhere, and if Lithium picks up maybe an idea, and he already has a Monarch, then this game and this Anti-Spell Fragrance might actually be beneficial for him, because it means if he top decks Fossil Dig or the Pill, he cannot use them. So
Steven passed.
Yeah.
Which means that he doesn't have any further options, but wow.
When I meant grind, I didn't really mean just a top deck war where they just draw and hope that they finally can play a Yu-Gi-Oh card. But this is what we're getting, and I actually love it. So in the previous matches we saw, especially in round 1, 4 turns match. Now we're getting this. Okay, so Eidos comes down, he uses the effect, maybe he has one of the Fiends. That could be devastating in such a simplified game state. Yeah, ooh, and Vanity Fiend comes down. Vanity Fiend is basically one of the most powerful options in his deck. I can also agree with it, because I was citing it at the World Championship, essentially for this matchup against Dinosaur. They basically have no outs in their deck, and the same goes for Lorenzo. He has very few options to play around this, and it all depends if he decided those or not.
Yeah, I mean, by activating Anti-Spell Fragrance, I think Lorenzo thought he would have go first at this point, but
yeah,
it doesn't look like... Okay, he has another Extravagance.
Wow.
Here, well, there really needs to be something, but...
At the same time, if he just banishes 6, he's also left with a free card extra deck, which is not pretty. It means that the only actual resource in the deck are the Tyrannos. So that's going to be a complicated thing to deal with. Let me check real quick Lorenzo's list, because I have doubts he even has an out for this. So in the side deck, I do not see any outs. While in the main deck, I'm not even sure if he has. Do you see any?
I'm not sure. No, he doesn't have.
It's tough. Like
maybe he just wants to grind a little bit and see if he can come back. But
probably the only way to do it is through like Lost Word. If he can get the Vanity to just lower his attack and then find a way to get something. But like the Oviraptor would be 2300, so a little short. Gonna be tough. So if you're in this spot, do you also consider picking up your cards? Because if Lorenzo was ahead in life, then I could see his strategy of just probably waiting out these 6 minutes by like setting monsters face down, because you know the Monarch deck is not that great of pushing damage. But now I'm worried about Lorenzo, because if these 6 minutes are gonna be over before game 3, they get to roll a dice as well to decide who is gonna start. and it can change the match completely. So
yeah, I mean, I would expect Lorenzo thinking about this as soon as possible because like he's a quite experienced player, and he needs to consider that going into game 3 means that he would need some time. And at this point, like almost 5 minutes left, and I think he should consider going into game 3 at this point, because otherwise you're just wasting time. You know?
I don't see what he can draw. I don't think, at least for what I'm reading on the deck list, that he is playing Impermanence. That would be one of the most ideal outs in this situation. And yeah, it's definitely
it would be very dangerous because if he
he can lose in time.
Yeah, he can lose in time.
Because if they get to have a game 3, then Lithium can actually change his strategy and go second, and at this point he can push the damage. It's also entirely possible that Lorenzo doesn't feel threatened at the moment, and he's gonna pick up his cards when there are like 4 minutes left. That way he's guaranteed not like to decide who is gonna go first. Then he lets Lithium start, and he tries to just push enough damage, OTK, or if the time is gonna be over by that point, just win by life points difference.
Yeah, that would be a reasonable choice. I think he just wants to see all the cards he can.
I don't think I have ever seen a triple pot of Extravagance game, so all of his extra deck is banished by Extravagance, all of those 15 cards. Definitely unusual, but again, yeah, just stalling a little bit, setting a monster, hoping in the...
hoping to survive another turn,
in the god of cards. But I think we are gonna see a scoop from Lorenzo pretty soon. We are approaching now the last 4 minutes, and yeah, Anash comes down, but I would be really surprised if he was not to pick up his cards now. He's really risking otherwise losing the match to his own.
I mean, he will compromise the whole match at this point also because like when time is up, it's really difficult to play against Monarchs. So
yeah, absolutely. They are really good at not taking damage and actually stalling and grinding the game. An attack comes down, yeah, no surprise, Petit Pterodon gets destroyed, almost at the 3 minutes mark, so coming into dangerous territory for Lorenzo, probably gonna take a look at the last draw and decide whether he thinks this game is comfortable. He does use the Lost Word, so maybe he thinks there is a chance now. Let's see. So now the Vanity Fiend actually has 500 attack less, which means he is 1900. But I struggle to see
I can't really see how he can
a monster that can attack over it.
He didn't consider the time at this point because I'm surprised. I mean,
okay, so he does have the Oviraptor, so he's gonna use the effect, but he cannot use the Vanity, the Lost Word, because of the Vanity Fiend though. So he cannot summon. Yeah, I think they noticed real quick that he cannot summon the token. He's only able to use the first effect of Oviraptor. Maybe he has something that can be discarded to get his attack higher, but at this point I'm even worried if he does that, how does he deal enough damage? Like,
I mean, he should come back.
I think there is not enough time. Like, what I mean is, even if you were to completely get rid of the Vanity, I don't think there is enough time for him to win the duel. At least in game 2.
Yeah, I mean, he just passed. Yeah, I mean,
he just passed, and I'm really confused to what he's going through his head.
I would have expected him to score way earlier. Like,
yeah, I mean, at this point it doesn't matter too much. I'm pretty sure we are going to see a game 3, and for now, all of our matches have gone to game 3. So, not much of a surprise. It might be, though, the first time that we get to the end of the round, which is definitely a first, and it's gonna be interesting, because these decks, I think if Lithium had a chance, it was probably something close to this. I told you even before the match how I thought Vanity Fiend was gonna be the key card for him. If he managed to draw it, then I thought he could have some chances. Well, I was really skeptical that he could win the here without the Vanity. But
yeah, it looks like we're going into a game 3 very fast. And I think at this point, if I were Lorenzo, I would let Lithium Star.
yeah, but he
damage.
cannot choose if he doesn't
Alright,
scoop.
right.
That's the thing. So that's why I'm really confused to his strategy, and now there is not enough time. Like there are only 30 seconds left. So even if he were to scoop, he needs to, unless he doesn't want to side at all, he cannot even decide. And I'm confused because now he wouldn't even be able to side if the time is over. So maybe a big risk taken by Lorenzo, because if now he loses the die roll, Lithium can just as a 50-50 to win it and go second and deal the damage. So it's gonna be tough. Let's see. So time should be called approximately right now.
Yeah, the players will.
There might be a small delay,
yeah.
of course, between the communication from the judges, but one time it is called, it's clear that Lithium is the winner of game 2. Okay, so we are waiting on the final confirmation. If, as we think, time is gonna be called, we are gonna go to game 3 and the score is gonna be 1-1.
Yeah, at this point, I mean, I'm very surprised that Lorenzo didn't think about this whole situation, because like he's a really experienced player. He has played a lot of tournaments, and
yeah, I mean, it is a new mode, of course, for everyone. So maybe he just didn't pay attention to the clock particularly. But as you said, if we were to expect something like this out of one of these two players, not to take anything away from Lithium, but the tournament experience as a player is definitely much more on Lorenzo's side. Yeah, we are pretty sure that now they are communicating with the players to give them any idea of the time. But for now, we can quickly go back to us, and then we are gonna have game 3 soon. So as expected, time was called, and Lithium was pretty much the winner of game 2. At this point, just like when you are in top cut of a YCS or a big tournament, the rules are a little more different than what you see during the Swiss round. First of all, a die needs to be rolled to decide who is gonna pick first or second. And once that happens, we are gonna see, just like the old days, a 4-turn game. So they get 2 turns each, and at the end of those 4 turns, life points are looked at, and a winner, if not already declared, is gonna be chosen. This is actually quite interesting because they cannot use their side decks as well.
Yeah, so maybe Lorenzo could have an advantage, because as we've seen in game 2, he sided in Anti-Spell Fragrance, so I suppose he sided in cards for going first.
Yeah,
but now there's the dice roll, so
it's very strange.
Everything changes.
So on one side, we can safely assume that Lorenzo thought, just like we did, that Steven was gonna go second, and he sided for going first, which is now very weird, because if Lorenzo wins the die roll, he wants to go second, but he sided for going first, so he needs to take a risk. I think it's very tough. I would probably still go second, because you don't only have 1 turn, but you have 2 turns each to close the game. But anyway, our players are almost ready, so we can go back to the table to see how this is gonna shape up. Okay, as we said, they are just rolling the dice right now. It seems to me like Steven might have won it. Okay, a nice virtual handshake here. Both really sportsmen. And now the biggest decision of the match. Who is gonna advance to the top 8? Is it gonna be another content creator? Is it gonna be another player? Who is gonna start? Is it gonna be Lorenzo? Biggest decision of the match. I think Lithium is gonna start. Okay.
Wow.
So Lithium wins the die roll, and no matter... Ooh, and the Ash Blossom. Wow, this could be a quick one. So he opens 1 for 1 like in game 1. But this time Ash Blossom comes down. Oh, but he has the Majesty Fiend this time. So a different one.
If he has the Pantheism, this is gonna be
Yeah.
incredible because he picked the Prime Monarch.
Absolutely, I think he has the Pantheism for sure. Since he declared the Prime, as you said, we can safely assume that he has Pantheism in his hand. Ooh, and he does. So very interesting opening here from Lithium. We thought that the Ash Blossom could have been enough, but it actually wasn't at all. He goes for the Pantheism, and then he is able to just combo through and possibly end on a Majesty Fiend.
And now things are really getting bad for Lorenzo, because the Majesty's Fiend, if we see the Majesty's Fiend coming down...
Yeah, I mean, it's... definitely not as strong as the Vanity.
Yeah, of course.
Like the Vanity, on one end, is worse because if he had it in that spot, he couldn't have used the Tenacity because the defense is not 1000. So only Majesty has that synergy. That's why it's better in a way in this deck. But specifically against Dinosaur, we know that he can have some outs against the Majesty. But they are still both really good. So. He's definitely happy to open like this. Ooh, and he even gets the continuous spell, which means he gets the Adder potentially to his hand for next turn.
He also has the Stormford as well.
Yeah, this seems like it's such an unbelievable opening. At the same time, compared to Vanity, one of the reasons why it is worse is because you cannot use the Adder while Majesty is on the field. So the Stormforth is more of a, if you get rid of my Majesty, then maybe I can use it. But for now, not gonna have much of an impact. Now it is all on Lorenzo. He gets to draw a card. He really needs a way to play around the Majesty. Not super easy, but...
I think only Pancratops could be...
Yeah, Pancratops is probably the best card he can have. Outside of that, even if he has a small dinosaur, he can use that to link summon and then use the peel if he hard draws that. But,
it's not gonna be easy.
No. Especially because if he gets rid of the Majesty, but uses a lot of resources, then the Stormforth, it's just way too much advantage for Steven.
Yeah, he needs to deal not only with the Majesty's Fiend, but with the Stormford and Adder as well, because if he gets rid of the Majesties, now he could have other problems. Also because Steven would be able to activate the Prime Monarch on his graveyard and then tribute one.
Yeah, he doesn't even need another monster right now, so he's all done. And you can see Lorenzo really having to think about this. I'm pretty sure he wasn't expecting to face against the Domain Monarchs, and he opens with the Lost Ward, which is a pretty good one, because he gets to summon the token, so he can use the full... Ooh, and he does have the peel, so... Probably the best possible way that Lorenzo could have answered this this board. Not only does he have the peel, but he has the Lost Word, which means he can get a token down. Interesting. So
at this point, what would you do? You activate anyway Stormford, and then you special summon Prime Monarch.
The problem is you cannot do that because then your opponent can just attack over everything since the Majesty locks you down. So right now the Majesty is doing more damage to Steven than it is doing it to Lorenzo in a way. So if you enter the battle phase as well, then the Ether is kind of locked. It's quite a complicated scenario, and
yeah, Lorenzo is now considering his options. He can deal with the Majesty's Fiend. He needs to remember that Steven has Ether and Stormford set, so it could be a problem. Yeah, he's entering into battle phase.
Yeah, so the Tyranno really showing why it's the best card in the Dragon deck by far. It has so many different roles. Not only is it one of the best cards offensively, because you can attack over all of the monsters, but it's also like really good to as a defense. You can use it as an interruption. So many different things in just one card. And by attacking over the Majesty first, he can then attack over the token and use the Lost Word as he is doing.
Yeah, and right now he gets a lot of advantage by special summoning the Oviraptor, and they can search another Dino Monster.
Yeah, as you can see here, Tyranno absolutely the star of this deck. A lot of advantage goes for Lorenzo, and not only that, he's pushing the damage meanwhile, which is gonna be an issue because Steven only has one more turn.
Yeah, things are going to be very difficult for Steven. Lorenzo was able to come back by hard drawing the pill, the double evolution pill, and here it's going to be very hard for Steven.
Yeah, it's tough. We know that Monarch are really good at grinding the game and out-resourcing their opponents, but when you put a clock and tell them, okay, you need to deal like 2,000, 3,000 life points, it's just one turn. Sometimes that's very tough. One way to do it is Kurats. So if they can get a Kurats down and give 2 cards to their opponent, but then just push the damage they need, that's fine. But Lorenzo has a whole other turn compared to Steven. So not only is he in the driving seat, but if Steven is able to just get an advantage, then Lorenzo is not even done. He has another full turn.
Yeah, it's another full turn to deal with Steven's board, and not only Steven here needs to deal some damage to come back into the game, but he also needs to quite recover for...
Yeah, and we saw just... Okay, now we're, as you said, we're gonna see the Stormforth come down. Does he... Yeah, he's gonna use the Michelano though. So very well played by Lorenzo. Since we are in the draw phase, I imagine like that's what I'm surprised, because you can only use Michelano in the main phase. So if Lithium actually used all of his effect in the draw phase or standby phase, then with turn player priority, Lorenzo would have not been able to use the Michelano. So what I think he should have done was, during the standby, use the Stormforth. Once it goes to the graveyard, you banish it for the prime. And then in the main phase, you are the turn player, you have priority to just tribute your opponent monsters.
Yeah, also because he knew Lorenzo had miscellaneous service with the Oviraptor, and it's not gonna be easier for Steven.
Yeah, so maybe here we see a little bit of a mistake from Steven. Or maybe not. Let's see. Maybe it is Lorenzo who activated it during the standby phase. They are definitely asking about it. We don't get the audio from the players, so we do know that one of them, let's say, wasn't paying too much attention. If it's Steven, it could be a game changer. But if it's Lorenzo, it's entirely up to Steven, to be honest, because it all depends whether Steven clarified that he wanted to use the Stormforth in the draw or standby phase. And I don't think he is, because Michelano is staying in grave. They're probably talking about this.
The thing is, if he didn't enter into by declaring draw phase, standby phase, it could be like some sort of an issue, but I think it can be easily fixed here.
Yeah, it's definitely not too much of an issue. As we said, and we are gonna get it up soon for you on the screen, Michelanosaurus can only be used during the main phase. So although very powerful, there are always some conditions, or at least almost always some conditions for Yu-Gi-Oh cards, and you need to pay attention to all of them. In this specific case, if it was Steven who didn't pay full attention to the situation, it's definitely game changing. Because as I said, if he goes for the Stormforth plus Prime in the standby phase, then Tyranno is gone, and you get to attack over Oviraptor, which means you get ahead in life, potentially. You get a card back from the continuous spell, and although Lorenzo has one more turn, maybe you have a chance.
Yeah, also because you could search for your return and then special summon the other. Okay, maybe they clarified the whole situation here.
As we thought, it was unfortunately Lithium who activated the Stormforth too late. So it was already the main phase, and Lorenzo just chained his own Miscellano, protecting his dinosaurs from being tributed. And now it's tough, because we also knew about the Heather, but we are not sure if he has a one tribute only. And if he doesn't, he needs a way to just get rid of a monster. Quite unfortunate, because we also know that if you were to just go to the main phase 2, then the game is over, because it's his last turn in which he can push the 1600 life points. Okay. So he tributes both to make Heather, and then the continuous spell. And as you can see here, we showed you guys on screen the Miscellano.
And now he's resolving Heather and the return of the Monarch as well. So he will be able to add one monster from his deck to the hand, and also he will get another monster from Heather's effect, and he will send 2 Spell Shock cards directly from the deck to the graveyard, thanks to Heather's effect. Okay, it brings back another copy of Heather, and here Steven is able to deal some more damage, and also by the moment that he got another monster for return, he can now use the Pantheism to get, for example, a Tenacity or another copy of Stormforth as well, if he really wants to. So he has quite different options.
Yeah, absolutely, and as we said, Lithium is just trying his best, because this is the last turn that he has to deal some damage. Lorenzo has yet another one, but it's now looking more like Steven's game. So, just like in game 1, we are gonna see quite a grind game. Unfortunately, I wish we had more time to just play it out until the end, but we might actually get to see that next turn. So.
Yeah, the game is not over yet. Here, Steven just trying his best to come back into this game. He's now searching for Tenacity. He revealed another copy of Majesty's Fiend in his hand, which means that he will be able to search another card with the Tenacity.
Okay. And as you can see, once again, while he goes through his turn, we can just clarify to you guys that, as you can read from the Miscellanosaurus effect, it protects your dinosaur monsters, but only from activated effects. And although you do need to activate the Stormforth, the part that allows you to tribute doesn't start a chain, which means that the Miscellano is actually ineffective against the Stormforth. It's possible that Lorenzo didn't know about this, and that's why there was a little bit of a confusion from Steven, and our judge, which we want to thank for their job, were very quick to clarify to both players the correct ruling.
Yeah, and now Lorenzo really needs to come back in the game. This was the whole match, basically. It's not going to be very easy, also because Steven has another copy of Stormforth. He revealed Majesty's Fiend, and he has another Heather. He has Prime Monarch if he really wants to defend his life points. And now Lorenzo really needs to take care of this situation. He's down in life points and his last turn.
Yeah, I mean, the life points difference isn't huge. only few, like, 1200, but he does have a lot of ways to prevent it, because Tyranno has to be one of the cards, but as we just learned from everyone at home, you cannot really protect it from the Stormforce. So I'm definitely worried about Lorenzo, and we might have, just like in round one, the outsider, let's say, and the content creator actually surprising everyone and beating the more, let's say, prepared in a tournament environment of the two. So.
And now Lorenzo is trying his best to come back into the game, searching for his cards with Oviraptor, and if he's able to push some damage by summoning the Tyranno, maybe he has a chance, but you cannot forget Steven has another copy of Stormforce, so
yeah,
it's not gonna be that easy.
I mean, and this is just Yu-Gi-Oh! At its finest. You know, sometimes you win, sometimes you lose, and even though you play and just prepare a lot and are super comfortable with what you're doing, sometimes your opponent just has the right combination and wins a match where the odds were entirely in your favor. I have some experiences, and I think everyone has experiences like that. I remember one of the most memorable for me was having a season where, like, I won OICS, I was doing super well, and then I went to the European Championship, and I lost on stream to a young kid who was actually living nearby the venue, and it was like his first event ever. And I mean, I just lost 2-0 breaking on stream, and I mean, you know, that can happen, and it's part of the game and part of the reason why we enjoy watching it and playing it. To be honest, it's the most fun. So I do love an underdog, if you ask me. So
let's see if Lorenzo can... I mean, it's not easy in this spot. He's doing his best, but I think maybe Steven wants to wait as much as he can to activate his Stormforce. Maybe here Lorenzo could go for Dolka. So Steven really needs to take care of this, because if he goes for Dolka, then he has access to Tyranno, which means that it would be a problem for Steven's Ether.
Yeah, I think if Steven doesn't pay too much attention here, he definitely risks it, because that's what happened in game one, where Lorenzo, as you said, summoned Evolzer Dolka, and that was just way too much, because he shut down his opponent Ether.
Yeah, I think Steven now knows that Lorenzo will go into a X-Z summon, so he really needs to consider this situation, because otherwise will be risky for him. I mean, it will cost him the game. I don't think Lorenzo has any other options at this moment. I think he can.
Yeah, it all depends if he has the other Tyranno. I would be I would be very surprised if he like sided it out or anything like that.
Yeah, he's just thinking about it very hard. He doesn't want to make any mistake at this point. It's very close. It's very close. Let's say that this move could cost him the game.
Yeah, to be honest,
it's not easy. I think
we also have a doubt, because he used the extravagance, so there is a chance that he just banished all of his copies of Dolka, which is something to absolutely consider. If that was the case, it would be a way unfortunate lost for him. Again, something that can happen. It happened with Pot of Desires, and it can happen even nowadays with Extravagance. So, not the best way to lose, but as we were saying, we're just gonna check out real quick and have some more clarifications about the rulings. It's something that always happen when you're playing against other languages, let's say, and especially decks that are not super familiar with.
Yeah, I mean, back in the days Monarchs was very, one of these decks that was very difficult to play against.
Yeah.
And it's still rocking. I mean, Steven is showing us that the deck's still strong, can play against all the meta decks, and also against an underdog, because like Dinosaur, I mean, is for sure one good deck for the format, but I mean, maybe he wanted to play against Dragon Link, and also it was down 1-0. But maybe I think he can get this one.
I mean, they for sure both had rather play against other of these players than against themselves. I can tell you that much. But they both showed that they are very comfortable with what they are playing, and then they are good at improvising and just adapting the strategy to what their opponent are playing. So in one case, Lithium with the side deck, and in game 2 especially the Vanity Field. And on the other hand, Lorenzo with his Anti-Spell Fragrance and also decisions in game 3, which he's currently having of just pushing for damage, going second. And yeah, I think it's not much of a surprise. Although they have very different backgrounds, they've all been in the game for pretty much 15 years, I want to say. And even though you tend to forget a few things, they have been through Monarch format. It's both their favorite decks, they said. And they have been through Dinosaur back when in 2017 it was really popular. So they know the decks, and although it has been a while since they were both playing against each other, I'm sure they can just adapt real quick to what's going on.
Yeah, I think the key factor for the whole match is Steven being very experienced with the Monarch deck. I mean, although he didn't play that many events, he has been around Yu-Gi-Oh! For years actually, and he's proving that he can play against such experienced players, also because he really knows his cards, he knows what he's doing, and Monarch is still here. So he can maybe advance into the top 8, and hopefully we will see it tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, again, we already have the first top 8 match line, which is going to be Shot and Spila against Marcus Patel. But then here we have to decide whether in the next top 8 match there is going to be a content creator, in this case Lithium, or there is going to be an accomplished player like Lorenzo. This is going to be, I think, the theme of the entire weekend, where we have very popular players just clashing against each other. So, not quite sure. It can still go either way. And
yeah, I mean, I'm not surprised that both of these guys are still here trying to do their best in this moment. Also because, I mean, I was not expecting a match like this. I mean, we have talked about it before. A lot of decks at the moment are different, playing different strategies, and I was not actually expecting Monarchs doing that well against a matchup that is not that special.
Okay, so now we can finally go back to the game. As we can see now, they are just reconstructing the game state real quick. But it shouldn't be too much of an issue. So he destroyed the baby to get the double pill, and with the baby he summoned Michelano.
Yeah, that's correct. And here Lorenzo is just thinking his options. This one could be the last turn of his event, and I think he just wants to think deeply about this, because he needs to get rid of the Ether, but also of the Stormfort. So I think he's now considering if summoning Dolka in this moment, because otherwise he would be forced to play around the Stormfort as well. I mean, it's not that it. I mean, I think at this moment you have to special summon Dolka, because otherwise, what can you do? I mean, you could special summon the Tyranno, but in that case, maybe, I mean, you have to special summon the Tyranno in this moment.
I don't know, he's risking it a lot, I think. If he, so he just activated the pill, and this can actually cost him quite a while, because the Stormforth is there. He didn't play around it, and this means Steven is more comfortable than we would have expected him to be.
Yeah, as we said before, Lorenzo had two choices: special summoning Dolka or going for Tyranno directly. So looks like he just wants to make everything clear, and in this moment they're just clarifying some things, just to be sure that everything is fine.
Yeah, we don't want to have any kind of problems, and it's still an official tournament, so there are warnings given by our judges if required for slow play or just illegal activations that can happen sometimes. So we want to make sure if we are playing in one of these events that you just paid attention, just like in any Yu-Gi-Oh tournament you take part of. So okay, so now it's up to Lithium to respond. The only thing you can do is pretty much use the Prime in the graveyard or the Stormforce or both, but he really needs to stay focused because of the Kurats. So Kurats is really good at ensuring you're not taking damage, which is the #1 priority, because let's remember everyone, if you just joined, they started game 3 in time, which means they both got 2 turns each, and this is the last of the 4 turns. So there is no more going on with this match. It is gonna be over after this turn is over, and either one of them is gonna advance to the top 8. For now, it's still looking like it could be either one of them, and it's gonna depend on a few things. Tyranno sticking, the Stormforce from Steven, and that's about it. So
it's not going to be so easy now. I think Steven is just thinking about responding on double evolution spill. They're just making some clarification here because we want to be sure that everything is fine. Our players, can talk to each other, but of course, if something must be fixed, there's also the judge that we always thank for their jobs. And I mean, as we said before, I think Steven here knows what is coming. So at the moment, I think
they're gonna fix the game state real quick. It seems like Lorenzo, just like in game 1, got ahead of himself. To be honest, in the pre-match interview, when we could talk to him, we heard that he's super comfortable with the Dragon Link deck, and that's why I am surprised that he didn't decide to bring it. You can see that, honestly, if there wasn't his name and picture next to him, I would never take this player as Lorenzo. Usually he's never even doubting and playing at quite a reasonable speed. This time you can see that he has a lot of doubts while playing the deck.
Yeah, I think he was not expecting to play against Monarchs. I mean, although he played the format back in 2014, my baby just got a little bit of confused by playing against Steven, Also because, we all think that he could have done something better at this point in the game, but it doesn't look like he's in control of the situation here. There's not that much he can do at this point.
Yeah, the problem here, again, is the Lost Word doing more damage to him than to his opponent, and he might have just forgot about a little bit of the interaction, so unfortunate. Hopefully it's not gonna completely cost him the game.
Yeah, at this point, he just needs to understand if he can deal with Steven's field, but also with what Steven has in his hand. So I think he just doesn't want to make any mistake at this point, also for what he did before, but I don't know. I think he could have played something different, also because we expected some more from Lorenzo.
Yeah, there were a lot of decision making involved, and it is something that I have talked about for a long time. Just because of the nature of the game, and how it has changed throughout the years, I do think that players like Lorenzo usually are better at playing the grind game, just because they have been playing the game for so many years. They've been through different cycles. Sometimes the game is faster, sometimes the game is slower. So usually they are used to it. But Lithium, although not only a player, he's also been around for a long time, and he's proving us that just like he's good at being behind or in front of a camera, he is good at playing the game itself. So
nice looking like Lorenzo decided to make his own move. Okay, goes for Phoenix.
Yeah.
He wants to force the Stormford at this point because I don't see other reason.
Yeah, but the problem is the Stormforth is not... I don't think he even used it.
Okay.
Okay, yeah. And to be honest, even if you use the effect and try to destroy the Stormforth is not a card that can be used. Like, you can just chain it, but you don't have to use it immediately. So seems like Lorenzo is in a lot of trouble. The Stormforth is now gonna be used, and he's gonna wait for his opponent to possibly enter the battle phase to use the header from his hand.
Yeah, and I think at this point, Steven could also summon Kuras from his deck.
Yeah, a lot of trouble. I think Lorenzo is almost done. I think the last card in his hand is a Terraforming. If I'm right, I think this might be over. And contrary to everyone's prediction, we might have Steven advancing to the top 8.
Yeah, we were not expecting this also because after game 1 Lorenzo was leading, but Steven was able to come back thanks to his Monarch deck back to 2014 with no extra deck. Very grind game. He was able to resist, stay there, and do his job.
And if you needed to convince me about this Monarch deck, it was definitely here against not even the greatest of matchups. If he was to play against one of the extra deck decks, in game 1 he had Domain, in game 2 he had Vanity, game 3 he had Majesty. So every game Steven found a way to place one of those annoying cards. And although Lorenzo, just because of the nature of his deck, was able to play, in other matchups that would have been game over. So maybe Lithium really found the hidden gem for this event. I am definitely gonna be rooting for him if he advances, and
yeah, looking forward to seeing him again on stream. It's one of these decks you don't expect people to play at events, but also because it's very hard to deal with it, because you could not be prepared enough for this kind of deck. And at this moment they're just checking the chain links, I suppose, because Steven previously activated the Stormforth, and maybe now Lorenzo wants to respond to Steven Ether's activation.
Yeah, as we know already, Lorenzo, unfortunately, by not knowing too much of his deck, also in game 2 had a few problems with like his plays and his chains, so it was given a warning for an illegal activation previously. So he really, I mean, although if he is eliminated here, it will not matter. You are gonna carry these through your next round. So you really don't want to get a game loss or a match loss for something like this. But it's still quite the professional environment, so we want to guarantee that everything goes smooth.
Yeah, I think they're just making some clarification with the judge here.
Yeah, I think we are gonna go back to us for one last time, possibly even to the end of the match right now. As we were saying, we are having just our judges go and clarify with the players about the match itself. And because Lorenzo was given a warning previously, now it seems like he's going to be given a warning for slow play, which is totally understandable, but nothing too much of an issue. It is just that he was really confused when he understood that the first play he had in mind was impossible, and he should in no time just go back on his feet. But from what we saw in the cards he has, I'm pretty sure that unless some miracle happens, Steven should have this in his pocket. So
yeah, I mean, although this deck was very played back in the format, I mean, Lorenzo is having a lot of troubles with it, also because maybe he was not expecting it to be played. But on the other hand, maybe he just got a little bit of confused because, you know, a lot of things were going on. Stormford Ether, maybe some old effects he didn't really remember. So even an experienced player sometimes can make mistakes. This can happen. So
yeah, I mean, what I think overall throughout this match was clear to me is that Lorenzo didn't have his win condition in his mind. So he played well, but he played well like he's used to. So he didn't really took his technique and his plays and let's say made them kind of depending on what his opponent was playing. He just played as he's used to against a deck that you should actually know much better. But now we are back into the match. They clarified everything and they are able to keep moving. He has the option to use the token to his advantage potentially, but
the game state has been accepted, and here is still Lorenzo's turn. He's trying to win the game, doing what he can, but I think this is really looking good for Steven. He has the Prime Monarch to defend his life points. He has the Stormford to get rid of one of Lorenzo's monsters. He has the Heather, he can break the Kuras. So it's going to be very difficult.
yeah, once again, same as before, these 1200 life points are what's making the difference between who is going to advance to the top 8 or who is going to lose here in top 16. And I don't really see a clear way to make it through.
I think this is one of the closest matches we have ever seen on live stream ever. Like, this is lasting a lot, and I think this is one of the best grind matches we have ever seen. So, I mean, I remember when Monarch was a thing, this happened a lot of times, but yeah, I mean, we were not expecting this coming also by facing a dinosaur deck, honestly.
Yeah. After watching these first matches, what do you think is the deck that you would have brought actually to this event if you were to participate as a player?
I mean, I usually play trap decks because I like them. So maybe I would have played something like consistent, but in the same time, that could have been explosive. So I really like the Dogmatica engine. So that it really fits well with the Invoked, as we were saying in the first round. And I think it's a very good deck because it's consistent as well, but also good for 11-round tournaments, for example. But for a tournament like this, I think it would be one of those decks that good players can play, but also, as we've seen before, also Dragon Link is a thing, and I mean, it's one of these meta games in which you have so many different decks that is not that easy to understand which is the best deck. I think most of the players right now are relying on Dragon Link because it's the most consistent deck and can also afford to play more hand traps. But on the other hand, we were saying that the mirror matches are really difficult. So
yeah, I mean, overall, as you said, you have a lot of different decks, all at the same pretty much power level. So it depends a lot more on what you're comfortable with, I want to say. In general, I would say that I also enjoy, and I'm curious to see later on, the Invoked Dogmatica deck. It seems like a very consistent deck that you can have a lot of techs and entrops in. So that's one that I want to see for sure. Combo decks, I mean, they are really good. I mean, the Dragon Link is potentially the best deck, out there in terms of at least, as you saw, playing around Anthrops and just making up a really good board. But at the same time, it's also the most difficult to play at a really good level. We saw some next level plays from all of our players until now. You need to know when to play against and around the Drollenlock, Nibiru, and all of these different Anthrops. And that, I think, makes the difference between a good deck and the best deck, which is...
yeah, that's basically what we were saying before. Like, most experienced players relied on Dragon Link deck, and it would be really cool to know what they think about playing 40 or 60 cards. But I've seen a lot of people recently playing also Infernoble, that we will see today, and is one of these decks that can really be played in a tournament, and it's one of these decks that's consistent and can play a lot of Anthrops as well. I consider Dinosaur a very good deck, but I think is like considered as an underdog, just because there are Dragon Link, Infernoble, and Dogmatica invoked as well. But this is the second one that we are seeing so far today.
Yeah, so it seems like now finally they figured out the correct way to continue the game, and we are gonna go back to the peel getting added to the end. Okay, so now I don't see too much of a difference, unfortunately, for Lorenzo, because he is able to summon Tyranno most likely, but the Stormforth is still face down, and it does not target, so Lost Word is pretty much ineffective at the moment. Surprisingly enough, though, he goes for the Pancrotops this time. Not too sure what his goal is, because the Pancrotops is not the best at dealing damage at the moment. So he needs to summon Tyranno afterwards too.
I think Lorenzo is just trying to make some moves here to see if he can come back into the game.
Yeah, he needs to have the Tyranno are drawn. So now he banishes 2, goes for Tyranno, and not too sure how he finds the damage here though, because his plays are done. The Pancrotops can be used, but there are always gonna be enough monsters for Stormforth to resolve, and this is exactly what we are gonna see here. Stormforth comes down, then he's gonna use the Adder, unless Lorenzo does anything.
Yeah, at this moment, if Steven gets rid of Tyranno, he would be anyway able to bring Adder to the field, and then if he really wants to, he can also summon the Kuraz from his deck. Let's see what he decides to do, if Lorenzo wants to respond here at this moment. If he wants to activate any quick effect.
I don't think he can do much about this, because as I said, I'm pretty sure the last card in his hand is Terraforming. I might be wrong, but if that's the case, then if he chains Pancrotops on one of these monsters, then...
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't change that much, because, I mean, you can destroy one card on the field with Pancrotops, but how do you deal with the Kuraz, for example, and another header? So, I mean, if he gets rid of the Tyranno here with the Stormforth, we are pretty much done. So, here comes the header, and maybe Lorenzo here could consider... Okay, so is he activating the Prime Monarch as well?
As you can see, he goes for the header. He's gonna consider doing it or just tributing the token away.
Okay.
Probably makes the most sense. Lorenzo just checking to see if maybe the token can be used as a tribute. After receiving already a warning, you really want to make sure you don't miss any other small thing, but should be all good. So token is tributed, the Tyranno is tributed, and it's the last Tyranno Lorenzo has available, so it seems like it's way too difficult for him. Now gonna even use the header to send more resources for a next turn that I doubt he's gonna matter. But
yeah, I mean, at this point, I don't really see how Lorenzo can come back into the game because we have seen the Stormfort played by Steven and also the Ether. Now he's gonna send 2 cards with Ether from the deck to the graveyard, and then he's gonna add Majesty's Field with the Return of the Monarch, and
yeah, which is a really cool interaction, as we said. Just by the nature of his stats, it is considered by all means a small monarch. So even if you just play the 1 copy, you can get it consistently after siding. And now he gets to summon maybe a Kurats or maybe just a Erebus. Yeah, he goes for the Kurats.
At this moment, I think Lorenzo is realizing that he doesn't have any way to deal damage, so
I don't see how he comes back from this. Kurats is gonna be destroyed alongside the return to draw 2 cards, and seems like after all these years, again, you never have to underestimate a deck coming back from the Forbidden List. This time it was Pantheism and a lot of the other cards coming back to 3. As he said in the interview before, it's pretty much the same. For Lost World, as we know, Ether is actually 500 attack points less, but that's not enough. It's gonna be 300 damage, and I think Lorenzo is gonna scoop afterwards. Yes. So it's all done. Steven takes it 2-1. So let's quickly go back to us for a recap on this third match. Absolutely cool stuff. We didn't expect this, but in the end, another underdog takes it home. Lithium, for all the fans watching, does the incredible. Plays his own deck, Monarchs, Domain Monarchs specifically, with the new cards coming back from the Forbidden List. And he just beats one of the best players we had this weekend. So
yeah, I mean, as we said before, we were not expecting this to happen, also because Lorenzo is a very experienced player, but as well, Steven showed us that he really knows what he's doing with the Monarch deck, and we can't wait to see him tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely. He was also down game 1, so he managed to fight back and win 2 games in a row. Again, we gotta say congratulations to both. I feel like Lorenzo could have done a lot of things different, especially in game 2 with the scooping up earlier, like Dinkham did, so that we could have had a game 3 not in time, but whatever. You can never predict how this thing goes. And Lithium, we are gonna see you again tomorrow in the top 8. But now I don't wanna keep you guys waiting anymore. So we are gonna go on a quick break, and then we are gonna have the 4th match of the day, which is gonna be Lithium opponent for tomorrow in top 8. Keep watching, and we'll be back very soon.
Calamity climaxes in Toon Chaos. Titans of Toonacity collide with chaotic creatures in the ultimate Yu-Gi-Oh! Monster Showdown. Let the fun begin!
7 cards per pack, each pack sold separately.
Unlock the Spirit Gates with Structure Deck Sacred Beasts. Uriah ignites Searing Flames. Haman unleashes Striking Thunder. And Raviel commands Fiendish Phantasms.
46 cards per deck, each deck sold separately.
Harness the power of legendary dragons, descending to unleash ultimate dueling devastation in an epic battle that heralds Armageddon. Battles of Legend Armageddon.
5 cards per pack, each pack sold separately.
Duelists, your time has come. Rise to the challenge and command the fiercest champion, Gaia, the magical Knight of Dragons. Yu-Gi-Oh! Rise of the Duelist.
9 cards per pack, each pack sold separately.
Relive ancient Shadow games with the 2020 Tin of Lost Memories, featuring 3 bigger-than-ever Mega Packs. You can collect brand new cards themed after iconic duel monsters from millennia ago.
54 cards per tin, each 10 sold separately.
Unleash ancient magic with legendary duelists Rage of Ra. Dive into the Shadow Realm with cards that twist reality and harness the power of an Egyptian god.
5 cards per pack, each pack sold separately.
Welcome to round 4 of the Remote Duel Invitational number 2. We just witnessed yet another top 16 match, quite an unusual one, and now we are back with 2 very competitive players, and both champions, although for completely different regions. So, on one side we have Andreas Vrellos, YCS champion, who showed us his consistency throughout the years, a lot of different results from Greece, and a lot of the community supporting him, really good and consistent player, against one of my personal favorites, Gabriel Sussi, fantastic guy, very young, European champion, again, World Championship participant, of course, and a lot of the spirit, you know, he brought a lot to the competition. He's a very cheerful guy, and he showed in the past that he's also not afraid to do crazy strategy. I remember one of the last events he brought Barn, a deck that no one in his spot could have seen coming. And although it didn't work out for him, he still tries every time to come up with something new. That's why before revealing their decks, I wanna once more go through their interviews. So let's start with the first one.
I'm playing this game about 8.5 years. I started playing at 2011 and 12, and I'm playing competitive like from 2015. That my first event was actually YCS Milan, and then the European event in Ireland. Okay, yeah, my first deck that I played, like for fun, it was plants. I was playing some turbo plants, like with sinkers and stuff. And then when I started to play competitive, I was playing Bujin, and eventually my real first deck was Necros. And from now on, I'm playing only the best deck. Yeah, probably my favorite card in this game is Maxe. I know it's banned, but when it was playable, I really liked it because you could balance the game state. Like if you are behind, you can use it at be equal with your opponent and still stop him and outplay him, or you can both, you and your opponent, have it. So I think it's a fair card, to be honest. And like the safety that Maxi gave you in every game was something else. No heavy combo decks can pass from it, and it could stop very, very, very many things that I don't really like right now in the game. Okay, the deck that I play right now is Dragolink. I don't really like combo decks, but right now I feel it's the best deck. It is probably the tier 0 deck. It's overpowered, it can combo with 1 or 2 cards. And also it can do a very, very powerful board that your opponent cannot pass. Like the opponent cannot summon from the extra deck, you have 3 or 4 negates. Yeah, it's amazing. So I choose to play this because I think it's the best deck right now. So the best moments that I had in Yu-Gi-Oh! Was all my travels with my friends. Like I love going in YCS and European events. We have fun, and the most memorable moments was like when I won 2 YCS. The first time was something okay. I didn't expect that, but it was a good feeling. But in the second time, it was amazing. Like I haven't realized yet that I won 2 YCSs in 2 years. It's amazing.
Okay, nice, interesting facts about Andreas. I gotta say it's good to hear some of these informations because he's quite the quiet guy, I would say. Like he doesn't really. He's always like quite focused on the game, and you don't get to hear him talk about himself quite often. And it's good to get some infos. But as you said, he's quite the experienced player. A lot of results, a lot of showing up, and I gotta say, the next player we're gonna hear the interview from, which is Gabriel Susi. A lot of results, but he's quite the opposite character. Like very young, very brave and very outgoing. You know, he always speaks, always very friendly. So I would expect a completely different interview. Let's see if I'm right, and let's hear it from Gabriel.
So I've been involved with the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game for now 3 or 4 years. I never stopped playing the game since I was a child. Most of the people did a break and then came back to the competitive game, but I just followed. I had never stopped, I never did a break. I played when I was a child, and I started to be more interested into the competitive game since I went to a store. So yeah, that's it. But the first deck I ever played was Magnetic Warrior, from the Stricter deck, the remake of it. Yeah, my favorite card will be Salmon Gazelle. Right now I'm playing Infernoble because I think it's a good meta call, and I also very like the deck right now. I don't know if I can pick one, so I'll have to. First one will be me playing at school with my friends, and second one will be me watching the show when I was a child. I cannot pick one moment only, so I will have to pick two. The first one will be me at school playing with my friends, and the second one will be me watching the show when I was a child.
Okay, he actually surprised me quite a bit, I gotta be honest. He was staying really quiet as well. But as we said, I'm particularly excited about this match because, for example, Lorenzo, which we've seen in the previous one, definitely an accomplished player, but I gotta say his biggest achievements go quite deep in the last years, while both Gabriel and especially Andreas have a lot of recent success.
Indeed.
And I know they have been also in touch, Gabriel especially, with the French community, doing some just streams or whatsoever. So he's definitely in touch. He was collaborating with Zulu, which we are gonna see later on throughout the day. And let's see. Talking more specifically about the match itself, they have decided to bring two completely different decks. Andreas, no surprise, he has always played what he feels like is the best deck, and that's why he's on Dragon Link. So
yeah, I think no surprises from Andrea. He knows what he's doing. I think he's one of these players that really wants to play test every single card of the format and then decide which one is the best one. And he's playing 60 cards. So yeah, it's very interesting. We will see for the first time a 60 card deck for the format. And on the other hand, Gabriel is playing Infernoble.
Yeah, he's the only Infernoble player of the tournament. So once again, proving he's not afraid to try something different. And his deck list is also full of very interesting choices. So for anyone not knowing the deck too much, we'll be able to go into more details when the match begins. But let's say it's similar to an old Goki deck. So it works around Isolde a lot. And he plays equip spells not only for the purpose of sending them with his ult, but also the smoke grenade combo, which we talked about previously. He does have some very interesting choices, like the Dark Lure No More, but once our players are ready, we are just going to move to the match because I wait for the action. Okay, so it seems like they are gonna be ready in a moment. I don't think they have decided to main many end shops, and that means that the Dark Lure No More is what Gabriel felt like was the most impactful card.
Yeah, I mean, Infernoble is a very good deck, but the main concern about this deck is that you really need to combo off the first turn. So you can draw bad cards sometimes, but it's one of these decks that really needs to play a lot of extenders. It's like a new Goki, we can say, because he plays a lot of extender cards, and is very powerful, and we really hope that Gabriel will showcase us this deck.
Yeah. Andreas, on his side, by playing 60 cards, has a lot more room, and that's why he's maining 9 Entrops alongside 3 Kaijus, which is also a choice that we have not seen in a while, but maybe they are extremely good. My first instinct is that they are there for the lock from the extra deck. So if you use it on the Savage, then you are able to access it. But Gabriel seems like he won the die roll, and he's gonna open up with the best possible starter of the deck, which is the Neospace Connector.
Yeah, one card that we have seen also in previous formats as Ngoki, for example, and is really good because it allows you to look up at your opponent's hand, and actually you can play around hand traps.
Yeah. Andreas does play 3 Ash and 3 Vaders, so those are for sure not in his hand, but he's also playing Nibiru and Kaiju, so in this case, he would not be able to discard any of those. So let's take a look at Andreas' hand.
You hear some clarification just to let everything be smooth.
Yeah, he's just thinking about it, but if he has Veiler, I would be like super, yeah. Oh, he does! No way.
Why didn't he use it then?
Oh, wow, I'm so surprised by this. This is, I think, quite a mistake from Andreas. He completely, maybe he forgot about Neospace Connector entirely.
I mean,
as we can see, there was an extender, but it's very confusing. He knows that the effect failure was going to be there. That's why I immediately said, once the connector went through, there is no way there is an Ash or a Veiler, but...
I also don't understand why, because like you're going to lose the Veiler anyway, so why won't you activate it on the connector?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, surprising turn of events for Andreas. And now Gabriel also has the full information. Not only that, since he had an extender, he's able to keep the connector, which has a different effect that he can just use later on to discard even more cards from his opponent's hand.
Yeah, now also Gabriel knows Andreas' hand, and he can play around it. So we have seen that Andreas didn't have any Entrops, so this is really looking good for Gabriel, which is now using Isolde effects. He previously special summoned Firefield Lady to special summon Isolde, and I saw that it had always been a very good engine cards, and I really like it. And also it works perfectly with this engine. And yeah, Gabriel now is just explaining to his opponent the Isolde's effect.
Yeah, I mean, he's gonna pay the cost, but yeah, we do know that there is no possible answer right now. He's gonna send 4. No surprise, so he can choose here if he wants to get one of the Infernobles, and he does.
Yeah, special summon the Oliver.
Yeah. And this way, he's not afraid to do much, so he just wants to probably get back the Phoenix's Word from the graveyard. At that point, he can use that with the Dolphin that he gets back with Connector, and that's what's happening right now. As you can see, the Dolphin and the Sword come back, which is quite a unique interaction. He's able to discard yet one more card with even an higher attack from Andreas' hand. So,
yeah, I mean, this deck really abuses of Divine Sword.
Yeah.
And at this point, you can actually pick up, yeah, the Black Metal Dragon. Seems a good choice.
So he does have a Kaiju in the end, though.
Yeah.
So he has the Dark Kaiju, which Gabriel has to keep in mind while comboing off. For now, he will just stick to the Linkross, and that means he's probably gonna try and go for the Kriston.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, that's what's happening right now. So the Kriston comes down, getting yet ahead one more monsters from the graveyard, which is the Plague Spreader Zombie. Again, something that we probably would have never bet would have come in 2020. But the last time we saw it, it was probably in Lightsworn back in the day. Maybe, yeah, even with the Dark Arm Dragon. So.
And now Gabriel is just showcasing us how much power this deck has. It's very powerful, and here's just summoning a lot of tokens, and I think we will see the real power of this deck.
Yeah, and we didn't get to see this deck, and we can compare it to the Dragon Link, and there are of course major differences, but at the end of the day, as you can showcase now on stream, the Isolde is the key link of the deck, and all you need is just 2 warrior masters, so you have multiple ways to get there, and all of this field that Gabriel is having is there because of just one Isolde. So when you build a combo deck in particular, you need to have and to keep in mind the ending goal, so how many interruptions you want to have, do you want to have negations, do you want to OTK, whatever, but the most important thing is how consistent your deck is. And when you can do all of this just with the one Isolde, then that's about it. And as you can see, unfortunately, Andreas has seen enough. He picks up his card right away, and we are quickly gonna go to a game 2.
I mean, I'm still quite surprised why Andreas didn't activate the effect Veiler on the connector. I mean, the thing is, if he didn't activate it immediately, he would have lost it anyway, right?
Yeah, big shame here. Hopefully it's not gonna cost him the entire match, but Effect Veiler, absolutely no reason why you would hold it against the Neospace connector. It's not like they're not gonna use the effect. Maybe he felt like he needed to risk it, but it seems to me like it was a no-brain decision there. Anyway, now we go and take a look at the side decks. On one end, the really good thing about the connector compared to other type of end disruption is that you get to see the entire hand. So now Gabriel knows that his opponent is playing Dragon Link, and he can side cards like Lancia, Drollenlock, and Kaijus, or even Ghost Ogre, which are all cards in his side deck.
Yeah, and I think in this spot, well, I mean, Gabriel also has Gammas in his side deck, which is really good.
Yeah.
And I think, yeah, he has every single player has multiple.
Yeah, as we said, they were all agreeing on expecting a lot of Dragon Links. So the side decks all look very similar. We see usually the RP Feather Duster, Red Rebuke, maybe Twister or Lightning Storm for the rogue decks, and the rest are all either Entrops or Dark Lure No More, which, by the way, we know that Gabriel was already maining. So now he can side his Entrops, and he has the Dark Lure No More. On the other hand, Andreas is probably not willing to side deck too much going first. He can switch a few Entrops if he thinks those are more effective, but that's about it, I would say.
Yeah, I think he doesn't really need to side in that many cards. Maybe just want to switch some Entrops, as you said. But he needs to combo. So let's see if he can pick up good cards. And I think it was a wise choice to just scope and go into game 2. Also because Gabriel was just making whatever he wanted. So let's see if he can come back into this game. Andreas is playing a 60-card deck, as we were saying before. So it will be very interesting to see how this deck goes. But once again, it's not easy to face all these Entrops in this format.
Do you think there is any chance at all that Andreas goes second, or
no,
I wouldn't think so, right?
No,
yeah. Especially because Gabriel deck has both a Smoke Grenade and the Dolphin, so he can potentially even discard up to 3 cards from your end. Okay, so here we take a look at the opening ends. The goal, just like before, is to get to your combos, and in particular, now, not the greatest. Yeah.
It has
an Ash. And the Call by the Grave. Okay, this is starting with a blast. So a lot of cards being played super fast, and unfortunately, even though this is shaped up much better for Andreas, you really wanna open the Collapse Serpent only, not without the Chaos Zone, but he's still able to use its effect because once he banishes it, he can shuffle it back, so it doesn't matter all too much.
He's now getting one extra card for a Chaos Space effect.
Yeah, and not only that, since he didn't use it, it doesn't matter that much that he opened only one of the dragons, because he can still get to use the effect. He will just lose the resource for the next turn, let's say. And as you can see on the screen, the new, I would say, recent Kriston Archifibrox is alone the reason why both of these decks are just so good at doing what they do. Because it's not like Isolde, let's say. Isolde is a card that entirely creates an archetype. I would say this one isn't, but it's such a good extender, and it allows you to just play one tuner in your deck, and being able to get it at all times is such a powerful interaction. So,
and I think here Andreas will be able to go through his combo without heavy problems if Gabriel doesn't have any hand traps in his hand. And I think he doesn't have any other options rather than summoning here Romulus. Yeah, indeed, that's what he does.
So once again, we might see the Dragon Link deck not being stopped by just one entrap. It happened in all the games we have seen until now. Only Drollen Lock was able to shut down the deck in one of our previous matches, but outside of that, it was really good at going first. I don't think it lost outside of that game. So let's see if history will repeat itself. Once again, here we are gonna see the Link Cross, and now we are gonna see the cards already highlighted on the stream, which is the Kriston. After a few summons, that's the goal. And what do you think? Should he go for the Vion combo here? Or it's definitely a possibility, because if he goes for Vion, he can synchro with the token, make the Herald, and get the Smoke Grenade to his hand. So maybe that's what he's gonna go for. Let's see. That could be the first time we see it.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, I think Andres understood that his opponent doesn't have any other entraps. So
yep.
Yeah, this is the first time. The first time that we see Vion Coup being played by a player in this weekend.
Yeah, this is what we have been telling you guys about. Both having the possibility of using this combo, just because the Vion Cube is a tuner. It means that you can get it easily from the deck, and once you are using it for the Synchro Summon of a Line Monster, you get to add the equip spell card from your end. In this case, the Smoke Grenade of the Thief, which we are gonna bring up on the screen for you guys, and it's one of the oldest cards that are being played nowadays.
1/1.
Good enough to make Gabriel scoop it up. So it's gonna be a really fast one compared to the last match. It's already 1-1, and you can tell why. So the Smoke Grenade of the Thief, as you can read, allows you to take a look at your opponent's end and then just get rid of one of those cards. And you can easily trigger it by using your rocket cards. So it's essentially a really good engine, which makes it so that cards very popular in the past, like Evenly Matched, Dark Ruler No More, are now much worse because your opponent can just snipe them out of your hand. So,
I mean, I really like how the difference between these two decks is. I mean, like on one hand you have Dragon Link, which is very explosive, and he always deals the same combo. But on the other hand, there's the Infernoble deck that is able to make an incredible combo as well. I mean, it relies on his soul, as you said before, but I mean, if we saw another game tree as the two previously, maybe we're gonna see another quick game as well. But once again, one head trap is not enough. So we have seen this weekend so far that twin permanents were not enough for Lincoln to stop his opponent. But maybe this time Andreas will try to draw some different hand traps from his deck, and let's see if he can stop Gabriel's turn.
Yeah, there is not much that is being sided in. I would say something that I would have liked to see more from these guys is the artifact engine that I am particularly a fan of. Because right now, most of these decks would straight up lose to an artifact sanctum. So basically, the way I would see it is you try to combo off, just like I did in the past with the Goki deck, for example. You try to combo off. If they don't stop you, then it's pretty much game over. If they do stop you, then by just having an artifact sanctum, you guarantee to stop their turn entirely. And this nowadays, I think, counts for pretty much all the deck of the format. Probably only Dinosaur is able to do somewhat of a relevant turn without it. So it's definitely something for every one of you guys watching to consider. And I'm sure we do have some guys actually siding this card this weekend. So later on, we might get to see it in action.
Now we're going into Game 3, and I'm really excited to see what both of these players will pick up from their decks.
Yeah.
It's a really close match. Also, this one is best of 3, so we didn't see yet a 2-0 victory so far.
Yeah, again, going to Game 3, just like we thought. I mean, we'll see who is the first one that is going to lose 2-0. There is not much of a surprise. I said it previously as well. The competition is extremely difficult, and the level of skill play is definitely skyrocketing. So, I mean, no easy way to say it, but it's very rare that you're gonna find an easy path, even if we are at the first match here in top 16, and it only becomes more difficult from this point on. So, anyway, one more game. Who is gonna be Lithium opponent in the top 8? We are gonna find out quite soon. And regardless, it is gonna be an extra deck based deck. So maybe Lithium is actually watching and laughing at these guys, thinking he's just gonna get them with his Monarch deck.
The hard draw.
Yeah, the Dolphin, but he does have the extender, so this opening seems to be quite fine. Is there gonna be a response here from Andreas? Hopefully he learned from his past and he's not gonna make the same mistake of not using his Entrops when there is a Dolphin on the field.
Now we are seeing Gabriel normal summoning the Ogier, which is a kind of really like, because he lets you send a monster from a deck to the graveyard, and later on there's the Gear Freak, which is the boss monster of the deck. You can bring it back with your own resources, and here comes for the first time on the weekend, the Heritage of the Chalice.
Yeah,
a card that
it's one of the most powerful in the deck.
Yeah, it's really good.
It allows you to search the deck for the Durandal, and you just can continue the combo. I don't think there is much from Andreas though. We didn't see an Ash, we didn't see a Veiler, we didn't see a Droll. So for now, the only possible card would be Nibiru or a Kaiju once more. But we saw that he scooped the game 1, although he had a Kaiju, so I'm not sure how effective those are.
Droll.
But the Droll comes down, okay? It was just very slow on activating it, and now there is a big punish on Gabriel. So game 1, Andreas was punished by not using the Veiler, and now Gabriel can get punished by not using...
There's also Ogre.
But the Ogre as well. And now he gets to see the end, and it's a Kaiju, Foolish Burial, and the Extender. Let's see. Can he discard it? No, it's not enough, right? So he takes 500 as well. So Gabriel takes 500 points of damage because he cannot resolve the Dolphin successfully. And now, can he continue? So even if he can continue, there is a Kaiju. So
he had Monster Reborn.
Wow. Monster Reborn again, saving the combo player, and now this is tough because one is old, then we know that it's very, very good. So he's under Droll though. So this is not obvious. He cannot get the monster from Isold, but he's not going to be able to send 4 potentially and get Oliver from the deck.
Yeah. I mean, although Andreas activated the Droll Lockbird, I think Gabriel can still make some cool plays here. although he doesn't have any cards left in his hand. Yeah, here comes the Oliver.
Yeah, no surprise whatsoever for now. We are just gonna see, I mean, he has all the information once again. He needs to play around a Kaiju and under the draw and lock restriction, so...
Yeah, now Gabriel is playing really fast. He summoned the Kristen.
Yeah, I mean, there is no hurry, to be honest. Compared to the last match, although we are in game 3, there are still 20 minutes on the clock, but we know that Gabriel usually loves to play very fast. This is the Herald, I think, coming down. Or, no, yeah, it's the new Synchro, yeah, they just look quite similar. And he's gonna go for a few Link plays. He get the Mecha Phantom Beast. And he's just showing us, even though he's under Draw and Lock Bird, as you can see on the screen, he's able to continue comboing off. So with the Mega Phantom Beast, he gets a lot of tokens right now, 3 tokens to be exact. And let's see if he can capitalize and use them to his best intent. So usually with the Foolish Burial, what do you think Andreas wants to send next turn?
Yeah, it's gonna be very difficult because he has the Kaiju, so he could shut down one of the Gabriel's move, but I think one good option would be to send the Upster Outer Dragon.
Yeah, so you can get a rocket from the deck.
Exactly. I mean, rather than that, I mean, I think this is the card that you really want to send with
Foolish pretty much the one and only best target, let's say.
Anyway, Gabriel still looking good, although Andreas had Dragon Lock and Ghost Ogre. And it's just showcasing us how this deck can be so powerful, playing with 2 hand traps. Now Gabriel still going through his stuff, and here he add back the Gearfried, which is pretty good. One of the power card of this deck, the Immortal Phoenix Gearfried. And he's still continuing his combo, which is very impressive, and I really like how... I mean, the Monster Reborn for sure helped Gabriel a lot going through this, and...
we saw something similar in round where the Monster Reborn is just such an incredible extender nowadays, and whenever you get it, you just know that you can stop even one additional entrap from your opponent. So in this case, Gabriel was lucky enough to have that as a response.
Ooh, another card we...
Oh yeah, the True King of Calamities now coming down. One of the cards that were basically the key cards of the real and first Dinosaur deck. Nowadays, we get to play a lot more with Tyranno, but Calamities is absolutely incredible. Outside of Psyframe Gamma, there are very few outs to it, and...
yeah, I mean, maybe Andreas was not expecting all of these things going on, because he had Dragon Lock, he had Ghost Ogre. I mean, he did what he could, but I mean, what can you do against this field? I mean, I think Gabriel could have asked for more. That Monster Reborn for sure saved him, but...
yeah, and as you can see now, he gets to use the end and probably discard the Kaiju, as Andreas is offering to do, but I don't think Gabriel is convinced yet.
Yeah, it's just thinking about it, but
yeah,
I mean, I would discard the Kaiju because...
he banishes it, right? Or...
I think he sends to the graveyard.
Now we are gonna give you guys the one and only True King of all Calamities, which, as you can see, is such a powerful card. It's not on the same level as Shockmaster, as an XYZ, but it's pretty close. It just shuts down most of your opponent's effects, and it's a quick effect, so just one of the strongest Link 9 in the game.
So now Andreas, as you can see from the screen, is just reading Charles, which is one of the best Synchro Monster of the Infernoble deck. And the Smoke Grenade hurt a lot in this spot, because Now Andreas only has 2 cards left in his hand. Of course, he will draw another card, and it's not going to be so easy. He really needs to deal with the Gabriel's field, which is impressive, although Andreas did activate Drawn Lock and Ghost Ogre.
Yeah, again, we saw in the previous rounds how the Dragon Link deck was able to combo off no matter what, and Gabriel is proving that the Infernoble is just as good. Comboing through 2 Entrops, comboing through Entrops in game 1, and still here, and now let's see if basically just the last top deck in his hand to try and fight back. So Foolish Burial comes down. What can he even send? We said the Rotor is usually the target.
Yeah, I think it's the only target available. Also because, I mean, what could you ever send?
Yeah, it is the Rotor, so he's gonna activate his effect to try and get a rocket to his hand. But the Calamities is there, so I think Gabriel is gonna play around Gamma. That's why you didn't see him using it in the draw phase. But once he does that, it's pretty easy for his opponent to just not do anything else for the rest of the turn. And as you can see here, as soon as that card hits the field, he uses the Calamities. So very well played. He knows that the only way he can lose this game is Gamma, and or probably, let's say. So he does play around it, and I'm not sure if Andreas can do much else. One way to do it maybe would be the triple team tactic. Maybe that's...
Yeah, I think it would be... The only card I'm thinking at the moment would be the triple tactics talent, yeah.
Yeah, the triple tactics, maybe. But I'm not even sure if that would be enough at this point. Like, but it's definitely a way to start this. The risk from Gabriel was also Dark Ruler no more in a way, but now that's not even an option anymore.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, I think Andreas really needs to... I mean, he only has 2 cards in his hand. We know that one is an Octavision Dragon. So I think it was well played by Gabriel. He didn't want to risk the game by losing by Gamma. And here, Andreas, there's not that much that he can do, also because of True King of all Calamities. Let's see if he's able to come back maybe in the game, but he's looking very good for Gabriel at the moment.
Yeah, maybe he's advancing in that case to the top 8, where Lithium, as we still know, is waiting for him with his Monarch deck. Although, if that's the case, we can only see that tomorrow.
I think now maybe he wants to make a kind of desperate...
Yeah, I mean, he's trying his best to just stay in this, as we know. Okay, the top deck wasn't that bad. The World Legacy spell allows you to just summon a dragon back and go for another Link summon, but still struggling to find a way to fight back. Okay, so the Kriston hits the field. We cannot know, of course, what Gabriel declared with the Calamities. So maybe there is a word in which he said water, and this way he's able to do a little bit more, but for now, no real way to know.
Yeah, Andreas is...
Yeah, and I think Andreas has seen enough. He picks up his card yet one last time, and Gabriel is gonna advance to the top 8. He wins this match. But before leaving you guys, let's go back to us for a little discussion. Nice match once again. Once again a game 3. I'm now waiting for the time in which we are not gonna get a game 3, because for now it's never been easy. Like, all of these players have shown that they are really good, really competent, and they don't want to give up. So they all want to give their best. They all have hunger for this victory, and congratulations to both.
Yeah, very well played by both of them. I mean, we have seen that they did their best. Gabriel started things off with game 1 with full combo, and he was also able to play around Draw a Lock and Ghost Ogre by putting down an incredible field. So Well played,
Absolutely.
Gabriel.
I mean, for now, if you had any doubts on the Infernoble deck, Gabriel just showed you that even against, I would say, his first opponent, because in a way, if you want to play a combo deck, it's probably going to be Dragon Link. So Infernoble is competing directly against Dragon Link. But for now, I gotta say, Gabriel convinced me. And the benefits of his deck you can probably have after siding, since one deck is 60 cards and his deck is 40, especially when you play against rogue decks, you're gonna see a lot more often your cards. But now, as we told you, we have our second top 8 match of the day formed. It's gonna be Lithium, aka Steven Jacobs, against Gabriel Susi, which we are gonna see tomorrow. And that means we are at the middle. So we went through half of our matches for today, but we still have 4 more matches for you guys and 8 more competitors, as you can see here on the bracket. Lithium, and I really wish we could have a camera follow Gabriel and his reaction once he finds out he's gonna be playing against Monarch. But as you can see, a lot more action, a lot more matches and content creators for you guys. Keep watching, and we will be back with the second half of the Remote Duel Invitational.
Calamity Climax is in Toon Chaos. Titans of Toonacity collide with chaotic creatures in the ultimate Yu-Gi-Oh! Monster Showdown. Let the fun begin!
7 cards per pack, each pack sold separately.
Unlock the Spirit Gates with Structure Deck Sacred Beasts. Uriah ignites Searing Flames. Haman unleashes Striking Thunder. And Raviel commands Fiendish Phantasms.
46 cards per deck, each deck sold separately.
Harness the power of legendary dragons, descending to unleash ultimate dueling devastation in an epic battle that heralds Armageddon. Battles of Legend Armageddon.
5 cards per pack, each pack sold separately.
Duelists, your time has come. Rise to the challenge and command the fiercest champion, Gaia, the magical Knight of Dragons. Yu-Gi-Oh! Rise of the Duelist.
9 cards per pack, each pack sold separately.
Calamity climaxes in Toon Chaos. Titans of Toonacity collide with chaotic creatures in the ultimate Yu-Gi-Oh! Monster Showdown. Let the fun begin!
7 cards per pack, each pack sold separately.
Unlock the Spirit Gates with Structure Deck Sacred Beasts. Uriah ignites Searing Flames. Haman unleashes Striking Thunder. And Raviel commands Fiendish Phantasms.
46 cards per deck, each deck sold separately.
Harness the power of legendary dragons descending to unleash ultimate dueling devastation in an epic battle that heralds Armageddon. Battles of Legend Armageddon.
5 cards per pack, each pack sold separately.
Duelists, your time has come. Rise to the challenge and command the fiercest champion, Gaia, the magical Knight of Dragons. Yu-Gi-Oh! Rise of the Duelist.
9 cards per pack, each pack sold separately.
Relive ancient Shadow games with the 2020 Tin of Lost Memories, featuring 3 bigger-than-ever Mega Packs. You can collect brand new cards themed after iconic duel monsters from millennia ago.
54 cards per tin, each 10 sold separately.
Unleash ancient magic with legendary duelists Rage of Ra. Dive into the Shadow Realm with cards that twist reality and harness the power of an Egyptian god.
5 cards per pack, each pack sold separately.
Calamity climaxes in Toon Chaos. Titans of Toonacity collide with chaotic creatures in the ultimate Yu-Gi-Oh! Monster Showdown. Let the fun begin!
7 cards per pack, each pack sold separately.
Unlock the Spirit Gates with Calamity climaxes in Toon Chaos. Titans of Toonacity collide.
Well, the second of the Remote Duel Invitational number 2. We went through the first 4 rounds, and we have already placed our 4 players in the top 8. So we have 2 matches ready for tomorrow. But before jumping in other action, we want to tell you guys once more, first of all, in our link description, you can find the different streams we are having in the languages. So we have Germany, Spain, France, and Italy, all doing streams in their own mother tongue. So if you rather watch one of those, feel free to do that. And thank you for the support in general. But outside of that, we have one more announcement to make. This weekend, alongside the Remote Duel Invitational, there is one of the coolest things lately for Yu-Gi-Oh!, which is the New York City Comic-Con Metaverse. We're gonna bring up for you guys some infos on the screen. So, as you can see, this is entirely an online event due to the times in which we are living right now. But I suggest you all to go check the links. As you can see, the virtual booth, it guarantees you to go through a lot of advantages and perks. First of all, you can link later on and check the voice actor panel, which is always something really cool when we manage to have events over in Europe and in the USA. We find and try to have a match between them. It's always fantastic to watch. We have the token, which for the first time is going to be an digital token. As you can see, just by sending them one of your pictures, you can get one token similar to the ones we got of ourselves. But not only that, if you were supporting one of your favorite players or streamers this weekend, you can also play yourself, get a similar setup, and participate in the Remote Duel Extravaganza, where you can actually get some real prizes that are gonna then be shipped, or you can get. One of them, of course, the really incredible looking Winged Dragon of Ra playmat. I really want to get myself a copy of it, so it's looking incredible, just like the exclusives we get. Usually we know that in London as well, at the Comic-Con we get a playmat exclusive. So these are always items that everyone wants to get their hands on. So once again, make sure to check it. It's happening this weekend alongside our event. But now we can go back to ourselves for this next match.
Yeah, I can't wait to see these 2 players in action, because we are going to see 2 of the most accomplished players in Europe. The first one is going to be Rifle Neven, World Competitor, YCS winner. I mean, I don't think there's nothing more to say about him.
Absolutely. Rafael is an incredible player, and he's just been following the game for so long. And recently he had, I think, just a blowout. He was winning in the USA. He was winning here in Europe. So a fantastic players. Again, one of those where we can just say, the only thing he has left to do is win just winning the World Championship. But his opponent, this is probably the most qualified match we are going to see, is Jonas Koschel from Germany. Again, one of the most incredible players. I think one of the most consistent we have ever had in Europe. He topped, I don't know how long of a streak of events in a row, and just been showing everyone what he's capable of. So before jumping into their deck lists, we want to hear what they had to say about this experience. So let's bring up the first of the interviews.
I've been playing this game since late 2012, so for a very long time. And yeah, I knew the game from like the anime and like the series when I was very young, but then I kind of grew out of it, and then later on I got back into the game, mainly because at that point I had leukemia, and my parents just gave me Yu-Gi-Oh cards, which I thought were not available anymore. Like I wasn't completely into that, but as a like way to pass the time, and that's how I like rolled back into the game, and yeah, never stopped playing from that point. The first deck I played on an actual like competitive event was TG Agents at YCS Leipzig, which was the YCS. I was like 15. My grandfather was with me. He brought me. Of course, I did. I did very poorly, but that was the first deck I played, and then the first deck I had any like quote unquote success with was at Nationals 2013 with Mermail. So I don't really have a favorite card. It used to be Heavy Storm, but my favorite decks are either Lunalite or Paleozoic, the 60 card version with Graslux Jr. At this point, I haven't decided yet. It's either probably gonna be like either Dragons or Dino, because the Dragons is probably the most represented deck. It's very spammy, powerful, and Dino is just a really good counter pick because it can play like multiple hand traps, and it can go second very well. So yeah, I either go with the meta or try to counter it. I'm also kind of looking to do Infernoble with the VFD version, but I don't think there is time to like fully master that. So it's either Dragons or Dino, I think. My favorite memory, I think it's winning my first YCS in Prague in 2017, because I never thought I would get to that level. The close second is qualifying for the World Championship in Utrecht at the playoff, because that was just really stressful. That entire year was really stressful. But yeah, it's probably the YCS.
Yeah, nice infos here from Rafael. Unfortunately, there was a little bit of a technical issue because the original interview was supposed to say his best memory was meeting me because I taught him everything he knows. But I mean, I'm sure we can fix that for the next time. But yeah, of course, great guy. Definitely gonna put up a fight. But now I want to hear what Jonas has to say. He's also a really good player, so let's hear from him.
I think when I initially started playing Yu-Gi-Oh, the anime, the 5Ds anime was going on, and I started playing with Black Wings, and up till now I think it's one of my favorite decks. I think I have a lot of favorite Yu-Gi-Oh cards, but if I had to choose one, it would probably be Blackwing Collude the Moon Shadow. Yeah, it's a Blackwing, so that's one of my favorite archetypes, and that card in particular won me like a lot of games. So yeah, I always try to play different decks from time to time because I really like playing something new every tournament, and yeah, but right now I'm playing dinosaurs. Honestly, I think I just like that dinosaurs have a good answer for a lot of boss monsters right now. My favorite memory would be probably last year qualifying for the World Championship with the playoff, because yeah, that's essentially the dream of every Yu-Gi-Oh player, going to the World Championship one time. Yeah. And it was a pretty hard way to get there. I started playing a while ago in primary school, which is like, I don't even know exactly, like 12 years. And no, even more. But when I started playing Yu-Gi-Oh, the anime 5Ds was going on, and I didn't really get the rules of it at first, but later on, probably like 5 to 6 years ago, I started picking it up and going to tournaments rather than just playing with my friends. And yeah, that were that's where my competitive spirit started going. Yeah.
Wow, what a story, and what a coincidence that Jonas started to play when he was 12, and he's up against a 12 years old in the name of Rafael Neven. But no, jokes aside, this is, I think it's going to be the match I look forward the most in this top 16. It is the one that is going to be the closest, and although they already talked about the deck choices, they simply confirmed what they felt comfortable with. I think it makes the most sense for both of these experienced players. So we are going to see Jonas on the Dinosaur. As he said, he thinks that Tyranno is a solid answer to most of the meta decks at the moment. And we got to say, though, that his deck list is quite different from the one we saw, because he is maining 3 copies of Mystic Mine. So that's probably a card that's going to be really impactful here. Because Rafael, no surprise, again, once more on combo decks. So Dragon Link. Yeah. Once more, he's not playing 60, he's playing like a 49 hybrid version, but it's what we have seen already multiple times today. Will it go as before? We actually didn't get to see this specific one in action, but I am definitely curious to see how this go down. Mystic Mine can potentially just steal the game, but it also needs some setup, because if you have Mystic Mine alone, then they can just negate it. So it's going to be a close one, but our players should be ready. So I say let's jump to the action. Okay, so once again, a match in which the die roll is not going to matter that much. I actually think Jonas would be happy to lose it. And this is something that I've discussed in the past, even with Rafael sometimes. Is where you play a deck that wants to go naturally second, you're happy to lose the die roll because you're not giving away free information to your opponent. So this is definitely the case, and we'll see.
Yeah, I think Jonas, even if he goes second, he will not be that, that scared, because the deck is built to go second anyway. And let's see the dice roll here.
Okay, it's a free from Jonas, and not too sure what the other one was from Rafael, but it seems to me like the roll from Jonas wasn't the best.
Now it's a 4 maybe from Jonas.
Yeah. As we can see, he's showing the talent of the 6, the one and only. So now I would be very surprised if Rafael didn't decide to go first. And we'll see. Yeah, Jonas is maining a lot of entraps. So he has Impermanence, he has Gamma, so...
Also Nibiru, so he has a lot of options.
Yeah, as I said, I think he's really happy with losing this die roll. And probably even more happy that Rafael starts things off with just the Tracer. So just
okay,
like before.
So yeah, I mean, we have seen this this move making a lot of times by our players, and right now is going to special summon the Striker Dragon, and I think maybe will activate its effect. What do you think? Maybe.
Yeah, I mean, once again here, unless he has an extender, he can try and think if he wants to play around the Draw and Lock Bird. We have seen Bodan, for example, trying this out and playing it around it. And this is what Rafael is thinking right now. Do I need the Field Spell Ray, or can I just wait and play around Draw better? Yeah. Not an easy decision.
I mean, I'm quite surprised also that we have not seen so far this weekend the new material, which is, in my opinion, could be a very good addition.
Yeah, no material is sometimes sided, but as we can see, Rafael once again decides that he wants to play around, and here you can see the new version of Red Eyes Darkness Metal Dragon. If any of you didn't recognize it, is the alternate version. And let's see if Jonas is gonna have one of his entraps. Ooh, he does have the Gamma. So this is actually gonna be a potentially a turn-stopping play from Jonas.
Yeah, it could be a game changer here. I think it's the first time we've seen Gamma this weekend so far being activated. And I mean, let's see if Rafael has something else. Also because he used already his normal summon, and it could be very relevant.
Yeah, and for all of you watching, we have seen the Dragon Link playing around like Ogre, Droll, and so on. But Gamma, if it actually stops Raffle here, I think a lot of you guys should consider playing the card. So Raffle does have the guard Dragon World Legacy card. Ooh, and the emergency teleport. So well played by Raffle. He baits out his opponent negation and he's still able to do a lot. So teleport gets him the Gamma. Unusual way to do it, but it's actually just amazing in this deck. Since as you can see, Gamma not only a fantastic entrop, but a tuner. So
it lets you play through a lot of different options, and here once again we see the Griston coming, and it's really looking good here for Raffle.
Yeah, and really enjoying the start of this match, because as you can see on the screen, Psyframe Gamma, one player using it as it was supposed to be used, I guess, an entrop, but Raffle using it as an extender. So very interesting start for this game. And once again, we might just see a Dragon Link deck ignoring the entraps from his opponent.
Yeah, I think that this format, entraps are not enough sometimes. That's why we discussed it before, saying that most of the times you need multiple entraps to stop your opponent. Also because Dragon Link plays a lot of extenders that allows you to play around entraps, and that's what Raffle is doing at the moment. So I think he could do a couple of interruptions for sure, and maybe he could also pass into Union Carrier so that he has also the extra link interruptions. But I mean, at this point, he still doesn't know what his opponent is playing, but I think he's not considering his moves, and he will end his turn with the classic Hieratic Seal plus the Savage Dragon.
Yeah, it shouldn't be anything out of the ordinary, and I'm pretty sure that, yeah, he doesn't know what his opponent is playing as yours, and since Jonas is playing 41, not even playing 60 or anything like that, it's tough to get a read on what he could be playing.
And I also really like the fact that Raffle decided to maximize all of the good copy, like all the good combo cards in his deck, so that he wants to have like the most extenders in his deck, like Teleport. We have not seen anyone playing Teleport so far today, but I think it's a really good addition also because right now he can use the Pisti, and yeah, I mean, it's really good.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. I do know Rafael tends to just like to go for a free off, and I think it makes the most sense. If you think a card is just good enough as an extender, you should probably just play the most copies of it if it doesn't have a major throwback. So definitely agree with his deck building choices. He also seems confident enough. Usually he's quite a fast player, I would say. Sometimes too fast.
Too fast.
Yeah, which is my only worry. But for now, everything that he's doing is fine. I think the card highlighted at the moment is the real reason why we are actually in this position. And some players are only playing the one copy of the World Legacy Guard Dragon, while he's playing 3 copies of it.
Yeah, so. I mean, it's kind of arguable because, I mean, as I said before, this deck relies a lot of your extenders, so the more you have, the better are the chances that you can combo. And I think Raffle in this moment is really happy that he drew both the Guard Dragon and the Emergency Teleport.
Absolutely, and it works really well, especially because not only is it's an extender, but with the second effect you can actually move the zone, which means that with some ends you need one less extender because you can just move the LP, and at that point you need one less dragon in total. But for now, continuing to combo off, and as you said, he's gonna get the Savage extra deck lock combo.
Yeah, I think, of course, Raffle doesn't know what his opponent is playing, and in this kind of format, you really want to have this kind of interruption. I mean, you have the one negation with Savage Dragon, and along with that, you can also play the Union Carrier, which allows you to stop your opponent from special summoning monster from the extra deck, which is really good. I mean, he doesn't know that Jonas is playing Dinosaur, but it was anyway able to combo off by playing around Gamma.
And as you can see here, the Dragon Buster sword comes down. Not the best opening, to be honest, but he's gonna be quite unhappy when he finds out his dinosaur. Also, as we said, Jonas is playing copies of Mystic Mine. Let's see if he's gonna pull this off. And as you can see here, Raphael, I'm pretty sure that if we could see his face, he's quite the one to have a facial expression. Wouldn't be that happy. He can potentially negate it with the Savage, but I don't think there is much of a reason. The main reason would probably be a Miscelano, because if there is a Miscelano in his hand, then it's better to negate the Fossil Dig. But outside of that, not really.
I mean, you simply wait here and you just hope that your opponent doesn't have a good end enough to shut down your field. Of course, he's not happy enough with this choice, and
Ooh, but the Drollen Lock berry comes down from Raphael, so not only does he shut down the extra deck, but he has the Drollen Lock. Now the Lost Word is coming down.
Yeah, I mean, in this moment, the Oviraptor is completely useless, and it actually...
it's tough, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think it will be the only hand traps that go ahead Raffle in this moment, because rather than that, I don't see any other cards helping Raffle in this spot, so...
And as you can see on screen, this is the main card that combos off with your Union Carrier, and the whole reason why this deck is able to just completely destroy extra deck-based strategies. So, similar to how Lithium is using Domain, by using this Equip monster, you're able to completely shut down your opponent.
Maybe Jonas now wants to just pushes a little bit. Maybe he wants to see if Raphael wants to activate the Savage Dragon, because he can also send one monster with Oviraptor's effect. But I mean, it's
okay.
a tough one. Yeah, it goes for Miscelano.
He does send the Miscelano, which means he can remove it. Banish it from the graveyard to special summon the crocodile, what I call him. And now the main thing to look at is this Bottled Savage Dragon, which is the only line of defense left from Raphael. Can Jonas find a way to play around it? He's gonna use the effect to try and get the double pill. And what do you think? Should you negate it or just wait for the pill?
I mean, it's not easy, because Raphael also needs to consider that maybe Jonas could have drew the Tyranno, so maybe he would have another problem to deal with. So, although Raphael has the extra deck lock, I mean, he doesn't really need it in this moment. So, there's the Lost War that could maybe give Raphael some troubles, but I think that Jonas, yeah, it just passes, yeah. Also because there was the Drollen Lock, so he would not activate the Archer's effect.
Yeah, exactly. So Jonas maybe doesn't think about the Drollen Lock, but it wasn't an option for him to get there, and that's why also the Oviraptor was less effective. It was forced to send a card from the deck to the graveyard. So he didn't really have much of an option. So at this point, the big question is, does Jonas have an hard-drawn Tyranno? Maybe that he has a chance. Otherwise, I think that's going to be quite tough.
So now Raphael, I mean, of course he has a good field, but he really needs to draw something good out of his deck, because rather than that, I mean, he has quite a few options, but the game is not over yet, guys.
No, absolutely, and he does get some advantage back, so it's looking much better for Jonas, but we do have to keep in mind that there is the Lost Word on the field, so all of Raphael's monsters, the Iron Dinosaurs, are gonna have 500 attack left, so you really don't wanna forget about that and maybe take a bad attack on one of the monsters.
Yeah, really needs to be careful in this spot. I think I suppose that in this moment, Raffle, I mean, he has negation for the turn after, but if a Tyranno comes down, it would be really, really difficult for him to deal with it.
Yeah.
I mean, he couldn't do nothing better because Jonas had the Gamma, and the only thing that Raffle could do was going Union Carrier into Savage Dragon. It was the only chance he had. So let's now see if this will be enough, but it's still long.
It does take some damage, but doesn't look that impressive compared to other fields we have seen previously in the day. The key thing was the absence of erratic spheres. So in the previous rounds, every time we've seen a Dragon Link do their combo, they ended on spheres, which outside of having one more interaction, the best thing it does is give you the Brotor, which gives you the Levianir next turn. That means that you can push a lot more damage, get rid of a lot more cards or resources, either on the field or end from your opponent. Since Raphael couldn't get his hands on the spheres, his opening was much slower. So,
yeah, I mean, at this moment there's not that much going on. I mean, Raphael has the Savage Dragon, which is really good, but if Jonas has, for example, one Oviraptor, then Raphael really needs to think about it because one Tyranno will come down and it will have a lot of problems during the day. So it's a really hard one. Also because Raphael uses a lot of his own resources the turn before, and
yeah, he's left pretty much top decking at this point. Yeah. So let's see. Not many decisions have to be made. What is Jonas gonna pick up here? Let's remember that there are also Mystic Mines in his deck. So if he can force out the Savage Negation and then go for a Mine, this is just game over because Raphael has no outs in his main deck. We have seen this happen quite often in the past. But he normal summons the Rex instead. Gonna try and attack over the Union Carrier, I think. But he has potentially other plays he can do. Ooh, I think he top-decked it. Wow. He top-decks the Ultimate Conductor Tyranno. And
once again, it's gonna cause Raphael a lot of problems. We have seen this card a lot during the weekend, during our matches before. And yeah, it's going to be very hard.
Yeah. I'm not sure if this is all an evil joke created by our friends so that I have to watch Tyranno for the entire weekend, bringing up terrible memories of the World Championship. But I can know for sure how good of a card that is, and even in today's format, it's really dominating the field.
Yeah.
And Jonas even said it better in the interview. He said, sure, I do like other decks better, but Tyranno is just the perfect card against today's metagame. So I just gotta play Dinosaur. And for now, it seems like it's working out for him. So
yeah, Tyranno makes the real difference for Dinosaur, and it lets you play through all your opponent's interaction very easily. And I think Raphael knows at this point what is going to happen. Also because Jonas is looking very good to me. I mean, Raphael is left with only one card in his hand, and Jonas has also access to his own extra deck in this moment. And yeah, he will be able to deal a lot of damage too.
So he is back at having the extra deck, and now I feel like he's in the driver's seat. He put face down the Savage, and while Dragon Link is a really good deck at going first and potentially even second, after a while it just runs out of steam, and the main thing it runs out of is extra deck monsters. So it's very rare that when a game goes this far down the line, it can come back and still recover. So I think Jonas is pretty much in a good position to take this home. And no surprise, to be honest. Like we said, that this deck is really good in this matchup, and that the die roll was not going to matter that much. It's the second time today that we see a dinosaur deck going second and still winning against Dragon Link.
Yeah, I mean, Jonas was able to wait. He just took some damage for what Rafael was able to put on his previous turn, but I think Rafael is just going into game 2. And
yeah. No surprise once more. Rafael, really experienced player. He knows when he's over, and when this first game lasted almost 20 minutes, you really want to pick up your cards because you know your opponent deck is better at dealing cheap damage. So now we're gonna go to game 2, and here once more we are gonna see a lot of mind games. Jonas has even more entraps in his side deck. He has Lancia and Ash Blossom. So those are definitely options, and Metaverse is also something extremely powerful.
Yeah, I mean, it's here just in case if you want to lock your opponent into Mystic Mine.
Yeah, and there is one big thing to say, like Mystic Mine is not at all an obvious card that is run by Dinosaur. In the previous games we have seen Dinosaur, and those players were not using it in the main or in the side deck. If in game 1 Rafael would have lost to Mystic Mine, then maybe he could have considered keeping in Cosmic Cyclone or outs like that. But he doesn't know about it. So what we could see now is Rafael just not having an out for Mystic Mine even in game 2, and Jonas completely catching him off guard. What do you think Rafael is gonna side in? Considering that?
Well, I think Rafael is going first, no matter what, this moment. And one interesting things that we can notice is that he's playing the Bear Statue of the Heavens just to lock your opponent, but it doesn't really do that much, unfortunately, for him, because it will lock your opponent like for the extra deck as well. But I mean,
yeah, I mean that works incredibly well. With the new Geek Smack card, but I'm not sure it is that great in this specific matchup.
The point is that it's very difficult to play against Dinosaur because he does not only have his own engine, so the Dinosaur engine, but also he can rely on Mystic Mine. So if he's really able to go through his cards and then activate the Mystic Mine, also he could steal the game with just one card.
Yeah. I think the main thing is if Rafael is gonna be brave enough to make his opponent start. We saw that was pretty much what won the match in the previous one we saw. Dinosaur can brick, and especially after siding, if it sides like Mystic Mine, as we were saying, or even more entraps, and you let it go first, then you can really capitalize on using those cards. And it does have Artifact Lancia, which I think is also quite valuable. Usually it's there for the mirror match, but it guarantees that Tyranno is not going to come down, because the way you summon Tyranno right now is by summoning it from the end, which is kind of rare. Otherwise, you just summon it via Pill. And both of those cannot resolve if there is an Artifact Lancia. So I think that's guaranteed to be in the deck. Anyway, we are gonna start with game 2 right now. Who is it gonna be that goes first?
Looks like Rafael's thinking about his move.
Yeah,
he's good.
So Rafael goes first. We have the option to see the first Chuo victory of the day. Up until now, we always went to game 3. Is it gonna be the same thing? The start is okay, so quick launch, definitely a really good way to open things up. Still having his normal summon available. We saw Bodan doing this to play around Roll and Lock, where he just normal summoned the Red Eyes, and instead of going for the Link 1, he went for Romulus. So maybe that's one way to do it.
Yeah, now that Rafael knows that his opponent is playing Dinosaur, maybe he also knows that Jonas is playing multiple copies of different hand traps. So let's see if he wants to play around the Drolo Log, but I think he declared the Striker Dragon, so maybe he really needs to get as fast as possible access to his booked sector launch.
Yeah. doesn't seem like Rafael has many other cards that are gonna add something to his hand, because he doesn't even think about the effect of his link.
No draw lock so far here.
Yeah,
So.
no draw comes down from Jonas. He's gonna be quite happy about that.
Now Rafa really needs to think if Jonas has so many area entraps, because otherwise we'll be in trouble. As we saw before, Gamma was a really powerful card, and maybe just doesn't have that many extenders. Just thinking about it.
Let's see. Maybe he just has another Rocket Master. That's the same what I was thinking. So the Sector Launch is activated. He special summons from the end, and still has access to his normal summon. This is probably going to be the Kristen coming down once more. Oh no, it's actually the Romulus. Okay. Ooh, and Gamma once more from Jonas. You can see Rafael being absolutely tilted, we can say, by this. He still has access to his normal summon, but this is gonna hurt so much. So guys, Jonas is the first one to win going second in game 1, and it was due to the Psyframe Gamma. Now in game 2, Psyframe Gamma again showing how good it is. I think we might have a winner for the best entrap right now. So
yeah, I mean, we said earlier on today, Gamma is the best entraps of the format so far.
But once again, I think this is pretty much card by card replay of round 1. So,
okay. The Phalanx.
Yeah, he drew the Phalanx, but thanks to his hand, he didn't really commit to a normal summon yet. And he was able to actually go for the Kristen regardless. But now the pressure is on Rafael, to be honest, because this is the same thing that has happened game 1, and you lost. So usually, by the nature of the game, you should try to change what you did in game 1. And Rafael, I don't think he can. He's absolutely doing the same exact thing. And sure, it can depend on Jonas' hand, but Rafael also had the draw and lock. So if, for example, now he doesn't have the draw and lock, which is totally possible, it means that his opening is the same and even weaker of the last game. So I want to say my money in that case would be on Jonas. But maybe he just changes his combo and he doesn't go for the Union Carrier anymore, which I think is pretty much useless.
Yeah, indeed, he goes for the Herald instead, and I think it's a wise choice, in my opinion. Also because the Union Carrier doesn't hurt the Dinosaur deck that much, and I think the Herald is a good choice.
Yeah, so now he's, as I said, he loses game 1, and now he knows that he has to try and change his combo, and it's doing exactly this. So he summons the Herald of the Arclight instead, which is quite annoying to deal with, and then he goes for the Brotor. So once he has done, he's able to go for a few more Link plays.
Yeah, it's just now considering his options. I think that the turn before, the game before, he played kind of differently. Also because he was carried about his opponent playing the same deck, so Dragon League mirror match. But now I think, I mean, he could go into the Savage Dragon as well, but he has the Arclight, so maybe he will be able to special summon the Hieratic Seal as well.
Yeah, it's definitely a goal, but now you can see once more why Rafael is playing 3 copies of the War Legacy Guard Dragon. In this spot, he was pretty much locked, but only due to the second effect of moving the zone, he's able to continue his combo and activate the LP as well, which is huge here. His turn was pretty much over, and by having the Herald on the field, he plays around Nibiru, so it's looking definitely better than it was a few moments ago.
Yeah, I really like the way Rafael built his own deck, because as I said before, he decided to maximize the good cards, so the extenders, and in this case, the Guard Dragon is paying off. So I think it's looking good rather than the first game instead, and let's see.
It's a, let's say, higher risk but higher reward kind of decision. And for now, it seems like it's paying off for Rafael. But once again, my main concern is just trying to adapt his combo, knowing that his opponent is Dinosaur. And once again, the main concern has to be the possibility of a Mystic Mine.
Yeah, I mean, I would be very surprised if Rafael negates Jonas' cards and then Jonas has a Mystic Mine in his hand.
Yeah.
I think Rafael will not be happy about that. But he's still able to combo off in this spot, and he's actually considering what to do. Yeah, he's just slowing things down. He doesn't want to make any mistake at this point.
Yeah, and as we can see here on the screen, this is Rafael's nightmare coming to life. Should Jonas have one of the copies in his deck, he maximized them. So he plays Terraforming, Free Mystic Mines, and Metaverse. So he has all of the possible copies to his access, and you can tell that it is mostly for this matchup in particular. So the Beastie now is able to come down and bring back the Tracer. So this is going to be a really nice opening because he gets the Erratic Spheres, and he's also going to be able to get the Savage. So I definitely enjoyed this opening from Rafael. He understood that he needed to do something different to not lose the game again. And he's trying his best to change things up a little bit. So
yeah, this is way better, and this is looking good for Rafael. I mean, in game one, there was not that much he could do, but right now, let's see if Jonas can even come back into this game. I mean, Rafael had a very good hand, although Jonas stopped him with Gamma on Romulus, but he was able to combo anyway.
So this is the first big question for Rafael. Extravagance, and I have seen a lot of different opinions about this, whether you should use one of your negation and extravagance. So on one end, I am a fan of that because potentially you can receive two different cards, and the chance that one of them is something that you want to negate is quite high. But on the other hand, I know other players who are just like, I only negate the cards that are actually gonna break my board. So
yeah, I mean, it makes sense.
What do you think? Should he negate the extravagance?
I mean, I would wait at this point.
Okay.
He really needs to consider that what card do I really want to negate. So I would not blind negate the extravagance in this spot, although Jonas gets a +1.
But what if Dark Ruler No More comes down? That's the thing.
That would
like,
be a huge problem.
I think you need to negate it. I agree with Rafael. Like, I think you just need to negate it. There are so many cards that can be used, but let's see here. We can also have a triple tactics come down. It's Oviraptor. So again, we can see the only other negation from Rafael being the Herald. Otherwise, it's a little problematic because you can get to the battle phase, but then he has the spheres to protect it. So it's a close call. I don't think this one is mandatory to be negated, especially since the Herald is there. You cannot use the Michelano, otherwise it would go banished. So yeah, I agree with Rafael that this time the negation is not mandatory. So.
And now Jonas really needs to find his own way, because he needs to deal with the Hieratic Seal and also the Herald. So he has a couple of problems to deal with, and I mean, he's looking good for Rafael.
Yeah, I think for now he's playing it extremely well. He recognized that he needed to do something different, and he is playing the best of his ability to just using his negations wisely. Now the Pancratops comes down, and this is a little bit of an issue. Possible that Rafael didn't take this too much into consideration, but let's see. What can happen at a minimum is that he just gets the Pancratops on the field and then tries to enter the battle phase and force out both the Erratic Spheres and the Herald.
Yeah, I mean, Jonas could go into battle phase. Yeah, I mean, I think is what he wants to do. he couldn't enter battle phase, forcing the hieratic seal. I mean, Raphael would just be obliged to activate it.
So now, big difference from before. As we said, everything going to plan. He enters battle phase and he's gonna be able to force out both the spheres and the herald. Because usually what happens here is the Raphael uses the spheres and then you chain the Pancratops and they have to use the herald. Yeah. No surprise here.
Yeah, I mean, I think Jonas has these plans in his mind, and there was not that much that Raphael could do at this point. He has to negate with Herald. Yeah.
Pretty straightforward play. Now he gets to summon something from the deck, but I don't even think he has the Brotor anymore, or am I mistaken? Like, he used it earlier on, I'm pretty sure.
Oh, okay.
Okay, he has it still. Okay. So this is a big difference that we were talking about before. Last game, he didn't have access to the spheres, which meant that if Jonas dealt with this board, then he was done. This time he does have it, which means he gets to search his deck for a card that he can use next turn. So not only has Jonas need to deal with this board, but then next turn there is something Raphael can do. And now the Oviraptor obviously is back to Jonas' hand.
Yeah, at this point, Jonas really needs to have something more to deal with Raphael's field, also because he already entered into the battle phase, and okay, he has the terraforming now.
Okay.
Wow.
And this is actually wow, potentially game losing. The prediction is coming down to life, and unfortunately Mystic Mine is there, and you can now see why Jonas played it this way. He activates Mystic Mine, and now this could be game over. If Raphael didn't keep any of his outs in the deck, we might have the first 2-0 game of the day.
Wow, yeah, as we were saying before, Mystic Mine was not a card that we have seen so far this day, but here it comes. So it could maybe cost Raphael the game, but I mean, well played by Jonas that saved his old cards, but now Raphael really needs to consider if he has some outs.
It's absolutely tough, and I'm looking at Raphael's deck, and even in the side deck, the only outs he has is the one copy of RP Feather Duster. There is not another card, and by knowing Raphael, like, I would bet a lot that going first, he has not kept that card in, especially against dinosaurs. So I'm not sure if he's just not willing to give up the game right now, but I don't see a world in which Jonas loses this game. Okay. Jonas, though, doesn't... I guess this could be a mind game from Raphael as well. If he doesn't scoop, Jonas might think he has an out somewhere in his deck, so he doesn't think he can be that passive, and in this moment Mystic Mine is acting as a protector from his card. Raphael cannot use the Savage, he cannot use Entraps, so this Oviraptor is free to do whatever he wants.
Jonas really needs to be careful in this situation because on one hand Mystic Mine could let him win the game quite easily, because as we said before, Raphael could have the one copy of RP's Feather Duster in his main deck, but on the other hand, if he didn't keep the RP's Feather Duster in the main deck, he would have no outs to Mystic Mine. So Jonas really needs to be careful in this spot, and let's see if he wants to go on with his combo. Maybe he just wants to push. Also because there are only 3 minutes remaining, so I think he also needs to consider that time is a thing at this moment, and he really needs to be careful. And here he's just searching with the Oviraptor's effect. He's just considering his options here.
Yeah, as you said, he's risking it, because if he's not using this Oviraptor for a particular purpose, then I'm not exactly sure what's the point of using it like that. Okay. He does have it. So, okay, he's gonna combo off. This makes a lot of sense then. He can get the Archosaur from the deck and then just destroy the baby, but once he does that, he has to be careful not to fall victim of his own Mystic Mine, because now when he gets the monster, he's gonna be able to add the peel, but whatever monster he gets here from the baby, he's not able to activate his effect. So it's probably gonna be a Rex, I would say. Or
yeah, maybe you could also, yeah, I think Rex, and then you could go into Dolka, for example.
potentially,
Which
or
would be good.
I mean, it all depends if he thinks that he can destroy his own Mystic Mine, because I'm worried about himself, like locking himself up. But if he has a Lost Word, maybe he's just saving it for the end of the combo and using Mystic Mine as a prohibition, let's say, for all possible answers from Raphael.
Okay, so he brings back another copy of Miscellaneo from his deck, and things are really looking good from Jonas at this point. He really needs to be careful to play, because there's the Mystic Mine, so he really needs to consider this.
Oh, so yeah, Linkuriboh comes down, Secure Gardener might come down, but as you say, Dolka is an option. I'm still unsure where we're going with this. Like, I would be surprised if there was no Lost Word in Jonas' hand.
Yeah, I mean, I expect Jonas having a Lost Word in his hand, because otherwise it will be kind of weird, but at this point he has...
Okay.
Okay.
So he goes for Tornado, which is another way of dealing with the Mystic Mine. He goes for Secure Gardener here, and wait a second though, because now they have the same amount of monsters, so can Raphael just use the Savage?
Alright.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think Raphael could have used the Savage here to negate the peel, right?
I know, because also has the
there's a token.
right?
Yeah, no, there is a
he has
token which is barely visible. Unfortunately, yeah, Raphael has a little bit of a smaller screen, so there is another monster on the field, which I thought was just a token there, just like the one on Jonas' side. But he does have a third monster, so the peel was safe, and now he can use his own Tornado possibly to clear the Mystic Mine, but...
Yeah, and...
But okay.
So he did use the...
Yeah, he used the Tyranno and just booked everything up. Then gonna use the Tornado to clear his own Mystic Mine. Which is pretty good, because next turn he can use the second half of the Tornado Dragon to just clear the World Legacy Guard Dragon from the field. So Tornado really putting in some work. You don't always see it used on your own cards, but I remember it was a very cool interaction with the artifacts as well. Whenever you drew the bad ones, you can always just make Tornado and destroy your own monsters. It was definitely an option in the previous formats. And as we can see, this is being the MVP for Jonas, and potentially I would have never seen this coming, but the third 2-0 victim might be Raphael Neven, which was arguably one of the favorites to win the entire event. So
yeah, that was quite impressive by Jonas. He was able to come back into this game, which seemed like going to Raphael, but the Mystic Mine, we have to say, sealed the game, and then Jonas was able to.
Yeah, I mean, we are still unsure whether this game is going, and I really hope that Jonas can pull this off, because if for any turn of events Raphael wins back this game and then wins the entire match, because now time is actually cold. We gotta understand whether it was called during Jonas' main phase or battle phase, but I think this will not matter that much, because as time is called, Jonas was 1-0 up, which means it would be the winner of this match, regardless if you can deal damage or not. So we are gonna wait for some confirmation from the judges whether it was called during the main phase or battle phase, but
yeah, I mean, just making some clarification here. So I just think that in this moment it's really, I think he really needs to understand. I mean, at this point, if time is up, Jonas will.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm
match.
saying. It doesn't really matter when time is called because, as the rules are, if you are 1-up and the life points are even, then you are just the winner of the match. You don't even need to go to the end of the phase. And I think Rafael just picked up his card. So unfortunately, Rafael loses 2-0. Jonas moves on to the top 8. So we can go back to us for the post-match discussion, because it's gonna be 2-0 very soon. So really good show by both of these guys. Once again, Rafael, I don't know. I don't have much to say because Rafael really proved himself to be a really strong player. He didn't make any mistake, but unfortunately, he's the first one to lose 2-0. So let's make a recap and quickly go back to us. Fantastic. Thing I can say, I guess, yeah, I'm really torn apart because on one end, usually when you see a 2-0, and especially after seeing all these matches and having the first time ever a 2-0, you would expect one of the players, in particular the one that lost, to have maybe made some mistakes or different plays. I don't think that's the case.
No, I mean, Rafael was just, I mean, in game 1, we have seen the first gamma of the whole weekend. I mean, there was not that much that Rafael could do because he didn't know that his opponent was playing Dinosaur. So I think his choice, I mean, could have paid off if Jonas would have played a different deck. But on the other hand, in game 2, I mean, like, he played as the best he could. So nothing to complain.
I don't know. From this show, I can say two things for sure. That Gamma is definitely an interesting one, but it's probably more interesting in Dinosaur than in other decks, because both in game 1 and game 2, Rafael was still able to end on a pretty significant board. And we saw in previous matches that in other matchups like the Mirror or the other decks that we witnessed, like Infernoble, those boards would have been enough. It's just Dinosaur, and especially the Dinosaur that Jonas built with the Mystic Minds, that is so good at going second and winning the matches.
Yeah,
so
indeed.
Congratulations to the both of them anyway. Rafael is eliminated from the tournament while Jonas will advance tomorrow and will be competing against one of the players coming up. We do have a notification though that although the bracket is gonna stay intact, we are gonna change the order of the matches. And so the next one coming up is gonna be one that you guys have been waiting, which is Zoe Weber against Zulu. So France favorite content creator, I would say, for Yu-Gi-Oh! But before we jump into that, thank you guys for watching. Stay tuned, and we'll be back with round 6.
Calamity Climax is in Toon Chaos. Titans of Toonacity collide with chaotic creatures in the ultimate Yu-Gi-Oh! Monster Showdown. Let the fun begin!
7 cards per pack, each pack sold separately.
Unlock the Spirit Gates with Structure Deck Sacred Beasts. Uriah ignites Searing Flames. Haman unleashes Striking Thunder. And Raviel commands Fiendish Phantasms.
46 cards per deck, each deck sold separately.
Harness the power of legendary dragons, descending to unleash ultimate dueling devastation in an epic battle that heralds Armageddon. Battles of Legend Armageddon.
5 cards per pack, each pack sold separately.
Duelists, your time has come. Rise to the challenge and command the fiercest champion, Gaia, the magical Knight of Dragons. Yu-Gi-Oh! Rise of the Duelist.
9 cards per pack, each pack sold separately.
Relive ancient Shadow games with the 2020 Tin of Lost Memories, featuring 3 bigger-than-ever Mega Packs. You can collect brand new cards themed after iconic duel monsters from millennia ago.
54 cards per tin, each 10 sold separately.
Unleash ancient magic with legendary duelists Rage of Ra. Dive into the Shadow Realm with cards that twist reality and harness the power of an Egyptian god.
5 cards per pack, each pack sold separately.
Calamity climaxes in Toon Chaos. Titans of Toonacity collide with chaotic creatures in the ultimate Yu-Gi-Oh! Monster Showdown. Let the fun begin!
7 cards per pack, each pack sold separately.
Welcome back. We are now in round 6 of the Remote Duel Invitational number 2. We are having quite a journey this weekend. I want to thank you guys for following us through it. We still have quite some action. We have 3 more matches for today, which are gonna finally decide the top 8. But for now, as we said, there has been a switch in the bracket, not in the bracket itself, but in the order of matches that we are gonna show. So the next one coming up is quite an interesting one. We have, again, a content creator. I would say one of the biggest ones that influenced a lot of the French players, and I would say definitely had some key of the success French players had throughout all of 2019, which is Zulu, aka Louis. We have seen him in action both at future matches before, just like at the last Remote Duel Invitational. And he's always someone that brings unique decks, I would say. We're not going to spoil it, though, for you guys. And he's actually not her. I mean, in this case, we have a her as an opponent, which is Zoe Weber.
Yeah, I mean, it's his first time being on a future match. We didn't have any occasion before. He topped YCS Utrecht, but as you said before, or early on the day, he also has multiple opportunities, like also going into depth in the tournaments. So
Yeah.
he's a well-accomplished player.
Is definitely one of the players to look at. Always very close. I think, if I'm not mistaken, whenever she didn't top, she always like lost on the bubble or like came with a very close record of maybe 2 wins, 2 losses, and 1 draw. So always up there. So getting better and better. And I would be very surprised if in her interview she doesn't mention Sky Striker. I'm gonna spoil her deck for you because it's Sky Striker once again today. But before jumping into more details, let's just hear from the interviews.
I started playing about 3 or 4 years ago, but the first 1 or 2 years I played more as a hobby. The first deck I ever played was Dragonity. My favorite card overall is Totally Awesome. I play Sky Striker because I feel the most comfortable with it, and I didn't really play since Corona. So it's the easiest for me to play a deck I already know. I think the best moment so far was to top my first YCS.
Short and to the point, just like we like it. By the way, I'm here. Give me. Well, I mean, I got the bet. she did mention Sky Striker, so not a surprise. She topped with Sky Striker, and she has been playing the deck for so long. And although many players just thought the deck was gone once Sky Striker Engage was forbidden, she still found a way to make it work. The deck is now completely different from the past. If you guys missed it, a lot of the cards actually came back. So Widow Anchor is back at 3, Kagari is back at 3, but we do have some new entrant cards. So Rose and Zeke from the extra deck are 2 new incredible tools that the deck can use. So I'm definitely curious to see her and the deck in action. But now we want to hear it from the man itself, Zulu. Let's bring up his interview now.
I've been involved in the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card games since so much year. I can't remember, but I was a child, just a young boy, and I start with starter Yu-Gi-Oh! Yukimuto starter deck and Kaiba starter deck. My first deck was RP deck because I'm falling in love with the girls, and it's just an incredible deck. I have two favorite cards. Both are RP. The first is RP Lady, Cyber RP Lady, and the second is RP Feather Duster because he's too powerful, and now it's legit, so I love it. To be honest, I'm not sure because my RP deck struggled a lot on my last tournament, and it's maybe the time to play another deck, but maybe I will play a Mystic Mind deck because it's an easy deck for a beginner like me, so we will see. My best Yu-Gi-Oh! Memories is travel with my friend Doc7 in Japan. Card shop in Japan is incredible because we can see the cards all over the wall, and it was fun because we played with Japan players, and we didn't speak the same language, and it was not a problem because we speak with our cards, and so it's incredible.
Great interview. Probably my favorite so far, I gotta say. I share some incredible memories as well from my Japan trip at the World Championship. As he said, it doesn't even matter what language you speak. As long as you speak the language of cards, you can understand people all over the world and enjoy some duels. And I really like the spirit from Zulu. Also super humble. Like he said that he was gonna bring a Mystic Mind deck, is maybe is good enough only for those kind of decks, but I'm really happy that he changed his mind and got some more faith in himself. So he's playing.
He decided to rely on the Eldritch deck along with the red dice cards. So maybe we will see some cool actions that we have not seen so far today.
Absolutely.
I'm really looking forward to it. So let's see what it comes.
Yeah, so he, as you said, he probably just took the deck that won the last Remote Duel Invitational, which is Eldritch. But not only that, he did add some spice to it, which is the new Red Ice Core and the new Fusion, which we are all very looking forward to. If our players are ready, though, I would say let's just not talk anymore for now, and let's jump to the table. Okay, so it seems like they're almost ready, and once again we have two decks that we have not seen for the entire weekend. It's gonna be an unconventional matchups for sure. Both probably prepared for Dragon Link, and are gonna be surprised once they see their opponent's deck. So I don't even think the die roll is that important,
it's
right?
It's not that relevant at this point because they're all playing control decks, I would say, and okay, maybe.
Yeah, if the end gesture was correct, I think Zoe won the die roll, but she let Zulu start. Not too much of a surprise. We do know that the Sky Striker deck is very good at going second thanks to Ayate, and that has not changed throughout the months, if not years, in which Sky Striker was popular.
They're just
shuffling up a little more, and in the meantime we can just go through the deck lists from Zulu. It seems like it's a pretty standard Eldritch deck, but quite a few new cards, one of which I am extremely curious to see in action is the Forbidden Droplet. We're gonna bring it up on the screen later if it is relevant to the action, but one of the most interesting quick spells released in a long time, I would say.
Yeah, also I'm really curious about seeing Red Ice Dark Dragoon for the first time as well, because we have not seen it so far today, and maybe we will have the chance to see him for the first time. So it's one of these cards that has changed the game a lot. We have not seen today already, but hopefully it will be there for us. this card is incredibly good. Also because you can have easily access to it thanks to the Red Eyes Fusion.
Yeah.
And it lets you fusion summon also by sending monster from the deck to the graveyard, which is really good.
And compared to different other players, Zulu is actually going all in with the Red Eyes engine, and he's playing Red Eyes Insight as well, which is what we are gonna see in a few moments. It allows you to send a Red Eyes card from your deck. That's why he plays only one copy of Wyvern, and then it adds the Red Eyes Fusion from the deck to the end. So a really nice utility tool that allows you to have even more consistency. This is exactly what we are gonna see now. So Insight comes down, gonna send the Wyvern, then he gets the Fusion. And as we will see in a moment, this is incredible. And once again, one of the things I love about Yu-Gi-Oh! I think everyone would have called you crazy if you just said in 2020 you're gonna play a deck in which you have Dark Magician and the Red Eyes. So it's just Red Eyes Black Dragon and Dark Magician. Are you kidding me? It's a competitive deck. But
as you said earlier, no cards like we are talking about 2002, I think, like Red Eyes.
I mean,
Dragon.
it's just the OG. Everyone who has just followed. I have a memory of me as a child just like watching the anime with Joy, Favorite Monsters, and Yugi, and the fact that they just came to life in our incredible card game, and with one of the best fusion monsters I think ever created, because the Dragoon is just a beat stick.
Yeah, I mean, it's like an incredible game changer, not only because like you cannot be targeted, but also because like during your turn you can actually destroy monsters up to the number of monsters used.
Yeah.
Special summon it, but also you can negate during the first one.
I mean, only thing missing is Coffee Maker, but outside of that, pretty much covers every angle. And it reminds me a lot of Clifford Towers. So we know that card has been also forbidden for a while. So this card is up there for sure at the power level. And if a deck struggles with dealing untargetable monsters, it has to be Sky Strikers. So let's see if Zoe can find a way to get rid of this incredible monster from Zulu.
Yeah, it is not actually going to be very easy for Zoe. She has been playing this deck a lot, but it's going to be very difficult to get rid of the Red Desert Dark Dragoon.
Yeah, I think the best way to do it is actually just ignore the problem and use Mystic Mine. Just like in the previous round with Jonas, Zoe is also playing all of the copies of Mystic Mine and Metaverse. And that's really annoying, but she needs to first find a way to trigger the negation, because otherwise the Dragoon can just negate the card. So.
And she starts things off by activating the multi-roll, and I think Zulu just wants a very quick review of the card just to be sure that he doesn't make any mistake, but let's see.
Yeah, this is one of the few cards that can still force the negation, because if Zulu doesn't activate his Dragoon here, then multi-roll can resolve, and for example Mystic Mine comes down and he cannot answer the card anymore. Definitely, I would say by now probably the best card in the deck for Zoe. The main reason why Sky Striker is still a viable strategy is just the continue recycle. And now the Area Zero come down.
Yeah, this is kind of the standard move by Sky Striker players. Now it's going to activate the Area Zero.
Back in the day, we are not gonna see something like we did in the finals of YCS London, where we had engage into engage. But I'm sure Zoe will try her best to just get the game done regardless.
And here Zulu is just thinking about, activating his Red Dragoon effect. Maybe he's not that familiar with Sky Striker, so he really needs to be careful about it. But also because multi-roll is here, and If he doesn't do anything to stop it, he could have quite some problems. Let's see if Zoe now goes for Area Zero's effect. Is just explaining his opponent, I guess, its effect.
Yeah, she used the Area Zero before, so she's trying to look for... Okay, Ash Blossom comes down, shutting down Area Zero, but essentially being a -1 from Zulu. Not sure if that was the greatest use, but at the same time he knows that if he doesn't use it here, and the multi-roll resolves, he cannot use Ash Blossom anymore. So
yeah, I mean, I think it was the only spot in which he could activate the Ash Blossom here, and he's now.
He now discards.
Okay.
Yeah.
He activates the Red Dice Dragoon.
Absolutely. So he discards a card to destroy the multi-roll. And now we do get the new pick of the new cards. So Zoe normal summon the Ray, and when she does, she's able to just... I have a really good out. As you can see now, I don't want to spoil it for you guys, but an Utopia XYZ is coming down. All thanks to the Jesse Cotton, who made this strategy viable last year at the World Championship playoffs for the US. Utopia is gonna come down, and the double or nothing is in Zoe's deck. And if Zulu doesn't have a response, this is one of the few ways that his Dragoon can actually be answered. Quite a good show from Zoe. Was able to use the extender, which is the new Sky Striker Rose.
Yeah. And yeah, I mean, thanks to the Utopia double that she was special summoned, yeah, now it gets the double or nothing, and if Zu doesn't have any answer, maybe she got the right one.
Yeah, this is actually quite funny to me, because as Zulu said, he has been playing RPs for the past months, if not years, and he was playing double or nothing. I remember him winning with double or nothing in a previous future match, and now he might be victim of his own strategy. So we are probably gonna see an attack from Zoe, and then she needs to detach a material and then use double or nothing to just go for her combo. Yeah.
That's what she does.
Pretty good stuff. So she's gonna get a 10,000 at the moment, and the Dragoon goes down. So she manages to find an out. Absolutely incredible played. If it wasn't running this engine, she wouldn't have any other possible out in her deck, but she does. And as you can see, Utopia double, putting in the work, getting her to the double or nothing, and finding a way. Right now, though, Zulu still has quite a few cards. He discarded the Golden Lord. Yeah, so let's not count him out of this yet, but absolutely wonderful plays by Zoe here.
I think it's the first time we see someone surviving with double or nothing, because usually when you get the damage for the attack, you usually lose.
Yeah, you usually OTK, but Zulu is gonna get another turn to try and come back. Outside of the double or nothing, you can see Zoe basically having her hands on the table. She doesn't have too much to respond, but he really needs to top deck one of his continuous traps. So let's see.
Yeah, also because it looks like his set card is not very useful at the moment. Let's see if he can come back somehow. He's just reading his own Golden Lord. He just wants to be sure that he has some place just to come back into the game.
Yeah, to be like, if there isn't too much pressure from Zoe, then Eldlick is also a good deck at grinding. So if you just keep getting back the Golden Lord and then some trap cards, you can get some advantage going. So this match might not be over, but I gotta say I'm worried for Zulu, just because is at 2000 life points, and Ayate is a card. So if it comes down to a grind game, then he's just two attacks
she has
away.
the Shark Cannon here.
Yeah. Wow, what a blowout. So Shark Cannon is used by Zoe, and the Golden Lord say goodbye.
Now things are only going into Zoe's favor, and yeah, I mean, it's
This
not
might
looking good for
be
Zulu.
this might be over already. So
Yeah, I mean, not that much that he could do at the moment. Zoe played it perfectly, and
completely outplayed him, and you can see here something that is probably peculiar only to Sky Striker, which is summoning an XYZ in the extra monster zone. With the rule change from April 2020, you can now summon, as we saw in the previous matches, XYZ and fusions in the normal monster zone. But Sky Striker, just because of his spells, still wants to use the old rules, and nice catch from Zoe to do that.
yeah, here Zulu is just trying to survive. During the end phase, he gets his Elixir of Scarlet Sanguine from his deck, and yeah, I mean, he's just reading it just because he wants to be sure that her opponent knows what the Elixir does. So he's just letting Zoe know what the Elixir does. Just want to make some clarification. And he's going to set the Elixir during the end phase.
Yeah, so still trying his best to stay in the game. There is another effect which is reading about the Red Ice Wyvern, which is to just banish hitting one back in the end phase. He's just trying to figure it out if he can use it on the Dragoon, but in case he does something incorrectly, I'm sure our judges will quickly check that out. Okay, so he goes for his effect to bring back the Dragoon.
And now Zoe really needs to find a way to get rid of the Utopia, because it's not helping her in this moment. I mean, he can activate the Area Zero, and she really needs to find a way to go for Ayati, and then try to get to grind this game as much as she can, so that she can win this game by putting his opponent's life points to zero.
It seems like she did use the RS0. Is she gonna miss? Oh, unfortunately, she does miss. Doesn't get any Sky Striker card, which means she's also gonna keep the card on her field, which is a problem, because as I said, this game could turn into a grind game where she just tries to go for a Yate twice and deal the damage that way.
Yeah, I mean, she really needed to see a Sky Striker card in this spot, but unfortunately, she didn't.
Yeah, she missed, and still close game, almost out. Yeah, we are out of the 15 minutes mark right now, so really grind game. No surprises there, to be honest. Sky Striker and Eldlik both control slash grind decks, so if they face each other, it's even possible that you're gonna see a one-game match. The only reason why we are not going to is the double or nothing in Zoe's deck, but still gonna be quite a close one.
Now she really needs to think deep about what she could make, because like if she has a Ray in her hand, like he could crush the Utopia, and then Zoe could normal summon a Ray just in case she has one in his hand. Otherwise, she just needs to wait for the next turn. So
tough times. Yeah. Not sure exactly where the strategy is from either of these players. I know for a fact that the one from Zoe is quite obvious, which is the double Ayate, but from Zulu, I'm not sure if he can prevent that from happening. So he really needs to try and close the game as soon as possible. But
yeah, I mean, otherwise Zulu could have a lot of problems by dealing with Ayari, and but in the end phase there will be quite probably an Epic Seal played by Zulu, which will give him access to another Golden Lord.
yeah, Golden Lord would be back once again. And if Zoe doesn't have another copy of Shark Cannon, it could be a Reborn Frog, let's say, coming back every turn in a way.
Now Zoe, she's just thinking about, yeah, I think she wants to...
Yeah, so she attacks with the Utopia. And it's enough for him, yeah. So they just tried to play around this specific scenario, but it seems like Zulu saw the writings on the wall, and in the end there was not much he could have done against the Utopia double from Zoe.
And now it's going to be very interesting because these both decks have like different strategies, but they both aim to make grind games. But as we have seen, Zoe plays the Utopia double, which is incredibly good, going second, and she also plays 3 copies of Mystic Mine. And this could be a huge problem for Zulu, because not only he has to deal with the Utopia double, but also with Mystic Mine as well.
Yeah, so now looking at the side decks, it's gonna shape up quite differently. Although Zulu didn't play RPs for this event, we all know that a very specific RP card has come back from the forbidden list, which is the Feather Duster. Yeah. It's in pretty much every duelist side deck, if not main deck this weekend. But I do love that he decided to include the Artifact engine in the side deck. Unfortunately, I don't think it's gonna shine in this particular matchup, but he has a lot of 8 for the back rows. He could choose to go second and just side in Lightning Storm, Evenly Matched, and Pancratops.
Yeah, I mean, it could be a wise choice also because he knows that Zoe is playing the OTK combo, so he could just side in RP's Feather Duster, Evenly Matched, along with his Lightning Storms.
And pretty much the same goes for her, so she's also siding the artifacts, so I'm really enjoying the decision from both of these players. It might pay off a lot more in the future rounds, but same goes for her. It's not the greatest, like it can pretty much only stop the fusion, but you don't really want to flip it in the draw phase. It's kind of a weird solution. She has a pretty aggressive side deck with like Solemn Judgment, and there can only be one, but again, I'm not quite sure if those are the ideal cards for this particular matchup. I'm most intrigued about who is gonna start, since they now know their opponent decks. Zulu might actually go second and just side in all. I think it would make the most sense.
Yeah, I mean, if Zoe is smart enough to think that his opponent is letting her start, maybe she could side in the 3 copies of Solemn Judgment that she's playing, and maybe they will help her a lot.
Again, mind games. So I really enjoy when there is a little bit of a wild card included in the game. Sometimes it is just as straightforward as I'm always gonna go first, and I'm just gonna side Entraps for my opponent starts, like we saw in the Dragon Link mirror matches. But sometimes you do see these kind of mind games, or am I gonna start? Am I gonna let my opponent start? Anyway, we are here with a game 2. So who is gonna start? And it is Zoe. So well played by Zulu. He sided in all of his Spell and Trap 8, and he let her start. So
okay, she starts things off with Pot of Desire.
And the Ash Blossom comes down. So unless she has the 1 copy of Called by the Grave, which she's thinking about, to be real with you. No, okay, so this hurts a lot. She's gonna be shut down, and there is also a big chance that Double or Nothing has been banished in the pile. In that case, the only out for Dragoon in her deck is gone.
She has Dray anyway, so I think she can go into the end phase by...
Yeah, she plays well by going into the end phase to play around Effect Veiler. Shizuku gonna let her add... she has quite a few options. I'm not sure if you just get the multi-roll. It probably depends a lot on what she has banished here, so we cannot know for sure.
For this is always about mind game, so Zulu took the risk and maybe it will pay out.
Yeah, let's see. I don't think this is the ideal opening for Zulu to look at, since he sided all of those Spell and Trap 8. I'm pretty sure he hoped that she was gonna start with like 3 or 4 back rows. Even evenly matched here would be pretty poor. So she gets the Shark Cannon, makes sense, wants to get rid of the Golden Lord as soon as possible.
And let's see if now Zulu has some options. He needs to deal with also Rays in the graveyard. But yeah, I mean, let's see if Zoe is thinking about activating something before the main phase.
Maybe she has the Sanctum, so she might be thinking about that possibility.
And now Zulu activate the Course Elven Land, which is pretty good. It lets him search a combo card from his deck, and by paying 800 life points. It's just as playing Zoe Leadland's effect.
Yeah, and there is a chance that Zoe sided in some Cosmic Cyclone. That could be a good response for it. Otherwise, not really effective. Let's see.
Looks like Zulu opened quite a very good hand. He has different options, and maybe if Zoe banished the Double or Nothing for the turn after, she could have quite a few problems.
Yeah, it's still always gonna be a close game. I feel like when you play against such a deck, they are both decks that give their opponents some opportunity and some room to come back. Which is something I usually like, but it also comes at a cost because you can rely on your opponent having some misplays, but you also need to stay focused 100% because it's just as costly as you to make mistakes. So.
And he gets the Golden Lord. He really needs to be careful because Zoe has one copy of Shark Cannon in her hand. So let's see if Zulu here can put up a good field.
Okay, now she decided to flip, and it is the Sanctum. So we talked about our artifact site. It's an incredible tool in this metagame. Unfortunate for her, once again, just like we talked about lithium choices, she really wanted to play against extra deck strategy, yeah. In this case, sure, there is access to the fusion, the Red Ice fusion, but outside of that, the Eldritch isn't really a combo deck, you know. It's more of a stalling, using traps, having the Golden Roll come back often and often again. And as you can see, the side comes down, so no extra deck for Zulu.
I mean, now he really needs to have some power plays, like for example, he really needs to have one spell or trap to send with the Golden Lord to the graveyard, because otherwise Zulu is in big trouble.
Okay, so the Lord seems like it's gonna come down.
Zulu is just telling Zoe the hold effect of the Golden Lord so that she knows both effects.
Yeah, they want to make sure they don't miss any of the steps. We have seen previously in the round how confusing it can be when you don't know exactly your opponent's strategy or your own sometimes. These guys have both a while to prepare, but you probably don't expect, especially in round one, to play against either Sky Striker or the Red Ice deck.
And I think it is carded evenly matched with the Golden Lord, I'm not quite sure. And he's just displaying Zoe what he's going to do.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, and he sends this side to the graveyard.
The site is going to be destroyed. Again, not too much of an issue. Just trying to get some grind game going.
And here it activates the Golden Lord's effect. So he brings him back, and then he can special summon it, which is very good.
Must keep in mind the time at any moment in such a match. There are 12 minutes remaining at this point, but I can hardly see like a game 3 getting in our way. This is going to be a very long one, back and forth. So again, it's a direct elimination, so there are no draws available. And for everyone who just tuned in, this is the 6th round. We already decided half of our top 8, which was all consisted of game 3, while the first match of the second half, we saw Jonas winning 2-0 over Rafael. Maybe the second half will be all 2-0s from our competitors. That would be a funny little interactions here. And quite a solid start from Zulu. So
yeah, this is very looking good for Zulu also because in the end phase he's able to set another Elderly card from the deck. Let's see what he decides to get. Okay, gets the Elixir, which is very good because he can bring up another Golden Lord. So very good start from Zulu here. Zoe is going for another Shizuku, so she can search for another card. Okay, so
yeah, she can search for another card in the end phase. Potentially the jamming waves she sided in. That was not in the main deck. She has also the ability to go for the Afterburner plus the Shark Cannon that we know she shared last round. So multi-roll is going to be her choice. Again, the key card of the modern, or let's say her version of Sky Striker. So
right now Zoe, she really needs to deal with a lot of things going on from Zulu's hand, and I mean, it's kind of difficult because we know that she has Shark Cannon and multi-roll, but at the moment it's not enough. She could go into a Yate, for example, and then into the Battle Phase. Let's see what she decides to do. Yeah, that's what she does. She could maybe enter into Battle Phase and by sending one card from the deck to the graveyard. It's really up to what she has left because she activated the Pot of Desire in her very first turn. So
a big difference, I would say, that is also worth mentioning is the new Sky Striker Link Monster, which I'm gonna bring up in a few seconds on the screen, which is the Zeke, because it allows you to banish a monsters until the next round from your opponent, and that works extremely well against Eldelic. Because if you banish the Golden Lord, then even if they use it, they are not going to be able to bring it back. So you can play a game where you try to just cycle the Zeke turn after turn and basically shut them off the Golden Lord access.
And now Zulu also has a Conquistador, which is a very good trap card, because he gets rid of Hayate. And ooh, here comes the Mystic Mine. Let's see if Zulu has any response to this.
Mystic Mine coming down of nowhere. We were about to talk how she could make Zeke and make like a grind game with the Link Monsters, but I mean, why not just slam down the all good Mystic Mine and try to seal the game like this? My only concern is that Zulu at the moment is ahead in life, but if she can just manage to stall the game out for a little bit, and when we're close to time, bring an Ayate out, then that should be enough to guarantee a 2-0 victory. So it's gonna be entirely up to Zulu once again, but differently from the past and Jonas' match, you're playing against Sky Striker. You let Zoe go first. Again. Like Zulu lost the first game, but he picked second, which means for sure he has a lot of spell and trap removal. So I wouldn't feel super safe if I was in her shoes, you know.
Yeah, I mean, she really needs to stay focused also because the game is far from over. Zulu has a lot of things going on at the moment, double Golden Lord, and also he has other two set spell trap cards, so the Mystic Mine should not be enough. But let's see if Zoe manages to play with the clock also. But
yeah, we have seen Lorenzo Santoni, one of the favorites in the first bracket, lose the match against Lithium just because he didn't pay enough attention to the clock. I'm pretty sure that Zoe is not gonna make the same mistake. If any of these guys are actually that competitive, they probably followed the previous rounds, which means that they saw what happened. And if I was her, I would definitely pay a lot of attention. She knows that Ayate is there whenever she needs, and she can just use it to her own advantage. And as long as Zulu doesn't draw the out, she's comfortable.
Yeah, I mean, I think she's safe for the moment. I mean, she also has the Shark Cannon. She has the multi-roll. I think she knows where she could push to deal some damage. So she doesn't maybe want to expose that much, but I think at the right moment Zoe will use. Okay, so that's what we were saying before.
She decides to change field spells, which is a dangerous game, but now she has access to free spells in grave, which means she can use, for example, one of his copy of Widow Anchor and start Link summoning. I do agree with this because the other strategy was quite dangerous, because if she waits until time is almost over, then she goes for a Ayate and tries to attack directly, but then there is an interruption, she loses the game. So she decides she has waited long enough, and she's gonna try to pull this off right now.
Yeah, I mean, Zulu had the Ash Blossom on Area Zero's activation, and right now she can use the multi-roll, which is really good for her, because if Zulu doesn't have any response, she's able to special summon one Ray from her deck, if she still has one copy. So let's see what she has left in her deck. Things are looking good anyway for Zoe, also because the multi-roll was activated, and if she still has the double or nothing, maybe we could see this game pretty quickly. But
yeah,
it also depends on what she managed.
Absolutely, the Pot of Desires was the first card activated by her in the second game. If she banished a consistent amount of resources or the double of nothing winning strategy, which you can see now on the screen, that can be totally devastating. Because if she has access to that, the game is over in the blink of an eye, potentially.
Yeah, she just needs to be careful and she needs to understand what she could possibly do, and his opponent cannot respond to the activation of Sky Striker cards thanks to multi-roll, so she should be safe. But let's see if she has. Okay, for maybe she wants to go with Hayate, which is a conservative move.
Okay, so
like
Hayate comes down. This damage is super important right now because if the damage goes through, Zulu is the one who needs to hurry up and deal damage to Zoe. So this attack is gonna be probably the deciding attack for this match, and if not for this game. Let's see if Zulu has a response here.
just considering his options.
Yeah, asking about the number of cards in her hand.
If Zoe still has the Afterburn, maybe she could send the Afterburn to the graveyard thanks to Hayate, and then she could get rid of one monster and one Speller Trap on Zulu's field. So let's see what she decides to do.
Oh, okay. So the Forbidden Droplets is actually activated. Let's see what type of cards Zulu decides to send. He sends evenly, which means no trap can activate it in response, and he's thinking about sending even more cards to the graveyard.
Yeah, right now it's just explaining Zoe Forbidden Droplets effect, but she will be able, if Zulu doesn't have any other interruption, to attack his opponent directly. And as we said before, this attack will be incredibly good for Zoe because she really needs to push for some damage here. And let's see if the attack goes through.
Yeah, this time with the Forbidden Droplet, I think it went through, so it negated the Yade, which means it cannot attack directly anymore. And that's gonna be absolutely massive because now there is only 1 minute and 15 seconds left. He activates Widow Anchor, I think, trying to take control of one of the Golden Lords, but I still miss how she's gonna deal some damage here.
I think she really wants to take control of the Golden Lord so she can crash.
Yeah.
Then she can activate the Shark Cannon to bring them. I think she has 3 Codies or 3 spells in her graveyard.
Yeah, she does have 3 spells.
So
that's why she can crash.
Yeah.
But she needs something else to attack. So
let's see what it comes.
This token that you guys are seeing is obviously due to the nature of a remote duo. It's not actually a token coming out of nowhere, but it represents the Golden Lore, which has been taken away by the Anchor.
Yeah.
Now he's gonna have both Golden Lores taken away from his field, unless there is another face down card possibly activating.
And let's see. Now, I think Zoe, she really needs to activate the Shark Cannon here so that she could bring back Golden Lore from Zulu's graveyard. And let's see if what she decides to do. So right now, at the moment, she's thinking about it. This could be the last battle phase of the match, so let's see what she decides to do. If she has multiple options here, because she has a couple of cards left in her deck. And if she has, for example, Double Shark Cannon, it will be very good. We don't know the remaining cards in Zoe's hand. But right now, I think that she really needs to activate the Shark Cannon. So right now, they're just making some clarification about time.
Yeah, because the time is cold, and as we could see, Zulu would be the winner of this game, but they are just gonna ask for some clarification at the moment.
Yeah, apparently, yeah, we're going to game 3.
Yeah, so time was cold, just like we thought. The Forbidden Droplet really won the game, and it was the only card that could have saved Zulu in that position. Time, once again, proving to be crucial in these grind games. And now everything changes, because just like we saw with the match from Lorenzo, we might have a comeback where they win the first game and then lose 2 in a row. So Zoe really has some pressure, and although we know that the Sky Striker deck is amazing at dealing damage in time, we are now gonna see what we saw with Lorenzo. So we are gonna have an entirely new game, only 4 rounds total, so 2 each. They get 2 turns each, and at the end of those 4 turns, we're gonna take a look at life points. But to decide who's gonna go first, there is gonna be a die roll.
Yeah, right now this die roll is going to be very relevant because Zulu knows that her opponent is playing double or nothing. So at this point, let's see what the dice roll does. This could be very interesting because let's see who starts the final game of this match.
Again, they cannot decide it right away. They need to roll a dice to decide who is gonna go first. And it's not even that obvious, because if there was just 1 or 2 turns in time, then you probably want to go second, stick the Ayate. But now, Zoe is gonna go first and activate Upster Goblin, which might come back to Hunter later. So
this is going to be very risky because okay, let's see. She has a Sky Striker monster. She doesn't.
Really bad opening here from Zoe. Only 2 face down cards. Upster Goblin, which gives your opponent some extra life to play with, but I can't blame her. You have to activate it, especially if you have not the best hand as she did in this moment. And Zulu actually opens up with Extravagance. So for now, the difference in the end is quite noticeable. So
yeah, there's not that much that Zoe could do, unfortunately. Let's see if Zulu can deal for some damage. Zoe has to set cards, but it's not looking very good for this moment. So let's see if part of Extravagant is going to be... Yeah, okay, it's fine. So it draws 2 cards.
It resolves, and now Zulu is playing with 7 cards against only the 5 from Zoe. And he's also ahead in life, so as long as he can protect his life points next round, I think he has this. Because Zoe only has 1 more turn in this duo. She needs to deal at least the 1000 life points in difference, and we do know that the Ayate can deal 1500, but I'm pretty sure Zulu can push some damage, and this is one of the best openings. The Red Ice Insight is gonna allow him to get a lot of advantage, get the fusion, and then the Dragoon.
Yeah, I mean, he has a lot of things going on at the moment. He couldn't ask for more, but let's see if he wants to play in a conservative way or... Oh, okay, he got the trap cards instead. And maybe just because he has 1000 life points more.
Yeah, he has the 1 copy alongside the 3 copies of the fusion, which means whenever he wants, he can get access to both. And now, as expected, he already had the fusion, which is gonna come down here on the screen for you guys. Gonna be able to send Dark Magician and Red Ice Black Dragon.
She activates Solemn Judgment.
Ooh! Solemn Judgment coming down from Zoe. What a risky move when you're so close in time. I mean, I can't blame her, but this is looking absolutely terrible. She is now gonna be on a 5000 life points difference with only 1 turn to claim it. And unless double or nothing comes down, there is no way that the Sky Striker deck is able to deal that much.
Yeah, I mean, as we said before, she sided in cards for going first in the second game, and she had them already that she couldn't set them out due to the time up. And at this moment, things are really looking good for Zulu. So let's see right now what happens. But Zoe really needs to make a lot of damage.
Yeah, and there is actually a second copy of the Red Ice Fusion in Zulu end, so this is pretty much over. If he has any way to summon a monster, which he can't because of how Red Ice Fusion works, of course, but he might be able to just win here. I don't see this going anywhere else from Zoe. An attack is coming towards their life points, almost ending the game. And then we are gonna have some face downs. Yeah, this is looking like he's gonna always be a Zulu game. There is only one turn remaining from Zoe. She needs a miracle, and that miracle is called Double or Nothing OTK. No other way whatsoever. But we know that there is a trap from Zulu, so it's gonna be tough. It's definitely gonna be tough. And once again, she's showing the driver, and I think she picks up her cards. So unfortunately, she even had the Cosmic Cyclone, so she pretty much ended her own life. Nice match. Let's go quickly back to us for the post-match discussion. Again, what a shocker. I don't know what to expect anymore from this tournament. I'm definitely quite hyped. I hope you all guys watching are as well. Everyone, I read a lot of comments when the bracket was published saying this time the influencers or content creators are not going to have much of a chance because there are some really competitive players. Well, I think they are proving everyone wrong. So for now, we have all of them advancing to the top 8. So in particular, Lithium and now Zulu actually kicking out two phenomenal players like Lorenzo Santoni and Zoe Weber. Again, we cannot even blame it on them. It was a close fight, and she even won the
first game. Yeah, I mean, we have to give credit to Zoe. She did what it could. I mean, she didn't have nothing at all in game 3. That was pretty unfortunate. She also drew the driver, which was kind of unfortunate, but very well played by both of them. And
absolutely well played. Again, it's quite strange to me that the same way Lorenzo lost, she did, because they both won game 1, and then in game 2 they had the option to scoop up and probably win game 3 in time, but they both didn't see that line, and in the end they had to rely on a game 3 where the die was rolled, and then they both couldn't actually make it. Unfortunate end, but really congratulations to Zulu. We now have the updated bracket for you guys to see, which we're gonna bring up on the screen.
Is in Toon Chaos. Titans of Toonacity collide with chaotic creatures in the ultimate Yu-Gi-Oh! Monster Showdown. Let the fun begin!
7 cards per pack, each pack sold separately.
Unlock the Spirit Gates with Structure Deck Sacred Beasts. Uriah ignites Searing Flames. Haman unleashes Striking Thunder. And Raviel commands Fiendish Phantasms.
46 cards per deck, each deck sold separately.
Unlock the Spirit Gates with Structure Deck Sacred Beasts. Uriah ignites Searing Flames. Haman unleashes Striking Thunder. And Raviel commands Fiendish Phantasms.
46 cards per deck, each deck sold separately.
And after a small commercial break where we showed this amazing structure deck, we are back with a little more coverage. So as I was saying to you guys, we don't have yet a top 8 match prepared, because as we said, the bracket were actually changed, but we can still show you guys a picture of how this is looking up. In the top 8 right now, Jonas Koschel and Zulu both advanced. And for now, we only have 2 more matches remaining for the day. They are still gonna be extremely hyped. A lot of good players, still more content creators left at the event. Are they gonna continue and keep up beating all these players, or is it gonna be now a reverse sweep on the last 2 matches? If you want to find out, keep watching, because we will be back soon with round 7.
Calamity climaxes in Toon Chaos. Titans of Toonacity collide with chaotic creatures in the ultimate Yu-Gi-Oh! Monster Showdown. Let the fun begin!
7 cards per pack, each pack sold separately.
Unlock the Spirit Gates with Structure Deck Sacred Beasts. Uriah ignites Searing Flames. Haman unleashes Striking Thunder. And Raviel commands Fiendish Phantasms.
46 cards per deck, each deck sold separately.
Harness the power of legendary dragons, descending to unleash ultimate dueling devastation in an epic battle that heralds Armageddon. Battles of Legend Armageddon.
5 cards per pack, each pack sold separately.
Duelists, your time has come. Rise to the challenge and command the fiercest champion, Gaia, the magical Knight of Dragons. Yu-Gi-Oh! Rise of the Duelist.
9 cards per pack, each pack sold separately.
ancient Shadow games with the 2020 Tin of Lost Memories, featuring 3 bigger-than-ever Mega Packs. You can collect brand new cards themed after iconic duel monsters from millennia ago.
54 cards per tin, each 10 sold separately.
Unleash ancient magic with legendary duelists Rage of Ra. Dive into the Shadow Realm with cards that twist reality and harness the power of an Egyptian god.
5 cards per pack, each pack sold separately.
Welcome to round 7 of the Remote Duel Invitational number 2. We're actually going pretty much to the end of day 1. So first of all, thank you for watching and following all the action and incredible matches we have had throughout the weekend. We are gonna have yet another amazing one for you guys, but before we do that, I want to bring up on the screen once again the bracket for this weekend. As you can see, a lot of matches are shaping up. We already have 6 out of 8 competitors in the top 8, which we are gonna show you guys tomorrow. And as you saw, we had to switch one of the rounds. So soon we are gonna know who is gonna join. First of all, Jonas Koschel in the top 8, and second of all, Zulu in the other top 8. So for this match, we have another amazing one, and another one between a content creator and a famous player. On one side, we have Matteo Bertolezzi, fellow Italian players who I think was the fan, it's not the world favorite, YCS Utrecht, where he played this 60-card madness with a lot of different engines. And he's actually up against a player from the UK.
Yeah. So I think we are really going to see a really interesting match. And right now, I think that both of these players have a lot of chances to win. And as we've seen for the whole weekend, we will be having our last final match for today.
Yeah, because the first of the matches, as we said, we have 2 more remainings, which is Matteo Bertolezzi against Ryan. And then we have the other one, which is Herman Hansson. Also world competitor, which showed us how comfortable he was with the dragon strategies against Ryan Jabri. So Ryan Jabri, again, French player, absolutely showing dominance. Both of these guys actually met at the European Championship and were able to compete head-to-head for the crown. But in the end, Ryan showed to be the one coming on top. And right now for you guys, we are gonna show first the match between Herman and Ryan, both world competitors, both amazing friends and players in real life. So before jumping into their deck list and match, I wanna bring up for you the interviews.
I've been involved with a trading card game since I was a kid, from 2010, 2009, somewhere around there, with friends of mine from school. And I attended my first OTS store back in 2011, 2012, with a friend of mine who recommended the store. And I attended my first regional in 2015, because a couple of people from my city was playing the card game, and they thought I would join in, and it turned out to be great. I have many memories with those friends. They are still playing. And my first international tournament was in 2016 at the European National Championship. Oh, my first deck, well, if we're gonna like an actual deck, it was 6 Samurai after the structure deck. Oh, my favorite card is for sure Ib, the World Chalice Yassishar. The card itself, it brought me to Worlds last year. So, and after the Worlds, I also played it at several events after. I got very far at YCS London 2019 with the deck as well. And yeah, it was a lot of fun. It reminded me of Denglong, which was an old card I used to play back in 2017. Right now, I'm playing Dragon Maid. It's a very sleeper pick. I don't expect anyone else to both know the effects, and I don't think they're gonna be prepared for the deck and know what the deck does. And that's why I think I have a good shot at winning. I actually have 2 best moments, I'd say. The first was when I won my national championship with Zodiac back in 2017. I was still basically a newcomer at the game at that time, so it felt very nice to actually have my efforts give me results. And then my second best memory is when I qualified for Worlds last year.
So, nice show of what Herman Hansen is for the game. No surprise there, and especially his choice to me. So if Dragon Maid might come as a surprise to all of us and you guys watching, the decision itself is not a surprise. So Herman is known for playing unconventional strategies, and he's trying to pull the Dinka Bui, I want to call it, on us, where he just won YCS Milan with Prank Kids, a deck that no one knew. Everyone, even us, had to read all of the effects in detail, and it just completely destroyed the competition. Here today, Herman is aware that he's the only one bringing this deck, which is true, and he's expecting his opponents to actually have to read and not be prepared for this strategy. We'll see if that's gonna pay off, but first of all, let's go to the other interview.
I've been involved on the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game 4 years. My first deck was Pendulum Performable. My favorite card is Mind Control. I'm playing Dragon Link, and because I think it's the best deck of the format. Okay, my best moment on Yu-Gi-Oh! Was my one on the YCS Utrecht 2020.
So short again and to the point, but we can see 2 different approaches, but 2 different decks that we have not seen today. One, as we said, for Herman is going to be his Dragon Maid, definitely unique. And we only seen a few cards being played in the Dragon Link in the previous ones. And on the other side, one of the decks we were actually the most hyped about.
Yeah, I mean, I'm very excited to see Dogmatica Invoked being played by Ryan. And I mean, I cannot really wait to see how this deck performs. Also because he's playing a quite interesting list, in my opinion. Also because his main deck in triple tactics talent, just in case he goes second and his opponent has some resources.
It seems like it's pretty much similar to the build that we saw of Invoked during these past years. But it has adapted to the new Dogmaticas, which are just in an incredible synergy. And when he goes first, he's able to summon Mekaba and have a Shadow fusion ready to be summoned. Usually it's Winda, just because it's so good against the explosive decks. But when he goes second, he has so many entrops in the deck, even the triple tactics. So I think this is going to be a really cool one. Our players are ready. Let's go to the table.
I really wait to see Ryan playing this deck. We have been waiting for this moment for the whole day, actually.
Yeah, and Ryan is definitely a player who we can look forward to enjoy and learn from. Always, even having unconventional players, I think he's one of those who practiced like the Salamangreat deck and used it in a very unconventional way, focusing and transforming it from a controlled deck to a OTK deck almost. But now the die roll as well is interesting in this one. I don't think it is as important as other matchups. We could see quite a back and forth game. But I'm mostly curious to see if Herman is right and Ryan has no experience whatsoever against Dragon Maid.
I mean, I expect Ryan to have some knowledge about the deck, although he's not expecting it at all. But right now, okay, he just opened things up with the Pot of Desires, and let's see. Okay, so here comes the Ash Blossom of the Pot of Desires, which is very good.
It doesn't get much better than this from Herman. The Ash Blossom right away, great feeling, especially when you're going second, but he's not a chance again. He has a lot of entrops in the main deck. He's playing Veiler, Nibiru, Ash, Impermanence, and even the only player we've seen today using Phantasmai.
Yeah, I think Phantasmai was very popular back in the day where Salamangreat was very popular, and I think it's very good in the Dragon Maid deck also because you can shuffle back the cards that you don't really need, also because you needs your engine to keep up going. And right now we are seeing the Dogmatica Punishment, which is an incredible game changer for this deck. Also because you can send cards from your extra deck to the graveyard, such as NTSS, and you have incredible options.
It's a really good card. You can get it pretty easily, and it's a good interaction. It allows you to send a monster from the extra deck, then you destroy something with less attack from your opponent. And by doing that, there are so many good interactions with like the Entity and Tis and Shadow's fusions. So pretty good tool. And as you can see here, not the best opening from Ryan though.
Yeah, also because the deck relies on Fleur-de-Lis, which is a very incredible card for the Dogmatica engine. Yeah, it's pretty much an hand trap. And you can special summon when a monster from the extra monster zone is face up. But maybe Herman.
Ooh, wow!
Yeah,
so
incredible.
Unfortunately, Ryan was shut down by the Ash Blossom, but all Herman does is set a face down and pass. This is not something you would expect. Maybe all of those entrops are actually coming back to Earth his own strategy. I can't think of anything else because you have so many normal summons in the Dragon Maid deck that it's very rare to see them brick like this.
Yeah, I mean, usually if you see in the very first turns one of your Dragon Maid monster that you can normal summon, after that you can actually able to make your own combos. But at this moment, I think that Herman actually drew a lot of entraps because otherwise you would have seen something.
It's probably the only explanation, and again a slow start from Ryan too, who just attacks and pass. And now we might have a top deck in the form of the Red Eyes, which we have already seen more and more in the Dragon Link. So at the moment, Ryan might think that he's up against a regular Dragon Link.
Yeah, which would be totally understandable from Ryan's point of view because he still doesn't know any other cards that Herman is playing.
Yeah.
But it will get quite of a surprise.
Yeah, absolutely. For now, we might have to wait a little bit longer, but I think it's gonna be pretty obvious in a few moments that this deck is not Dragon Link, but Dragon Maid instead. So
yeah, it's just playing some cards of Dragon Link engine, which are very good anyway because all Dragon Maid are dragons. So why not? I mean, you can also abuse of Red Dice Darkness Dragon. Here it is.
Yeah, as you can see, he is not using the field spell. So only the Striker Dragon as a Link 1, which is quite useful. And now he's gonna special summon Red Darkness Metal Dragon. Is the punishment possibly coming down? It would be difficult to send something bigger than 28. And it seems like it's just gonna push some damage instead. So...
Yeah, I mean, right now at the moment, doesn't look like Ryan has something more than the set punishment that he has. Both players just playing with the cards they have, not that much going on, but Herman, I think that it was a really good top deck with Black
Absolutely,
Metal Dragon.
one of the best top deck he could have had, and now he's gonna play it just like a grind game. I'm pretty sure Ryan now is starting to feel like there is something weird going on. There is no way that Dragon Link is gonna set 3 cards to his back row. But at the same time, you cannot really understand what's
going
happening.
on, yeah.
Here we see Herman potentially making a mistake because it's not obvious that Ryan has a monster higher than 28 in his extra deck. So maybe he could have not used the Red Ice Darkness Metal Dragon.
Oh, this is very good. So he activates the Dragon Maid Tiding. So basically, he can bring back to his hand one of his Dragon Monster, and then he can also bring back one of Ryan. What?
No. Yeah, my doubt is if we were still in the end phase.
Yeah, I think so. But maybe if that was the one he already had, right?
Yeah,
Or-
it should.
Or maybe
that's what they are discussing
Oh,
about.
okay.
Yeah, exactly. I think Ryan told him that.
That was the one
Yeah.
he just said. Yeah.
It was just set, so instead Herman understandably is gonna change the card that's being flipped. But it's normal, there is a little bit of a confusion here because Herman thought he had that card already face down on the field.
Yeah, it makes
Nothing
sense
too
because
crazy.
he has 2 copies of it, so not a big matter. They're just discussing it, but
Yeah, it shouldn't be anything too
Yeah.
complicated, but as I was saying, maybe Herman could have just entirely avoided this by not using the Red Ice effect. That wouldn't have gave his opponent a target, because now, if the punishments get to resolve, he can either send NTs and pop both monsters, or he can just try and send the Dogmatica to get some more value for next turn. So maybe a little bit of a play that was too quick from Herman.
okay. And now Tidis in fact is going to be activated, so he bring back one of his Dragon Monster to his hand, and his opponent can bring back one card that is in the graveyard or face up on the field, but it was Herman's decision. So Herman decided to give Ryan one copy of Pod of Desire back to Ryan's hand.
Yeah, definitely interesting choice, but this way the punishment is not able to resolve, and it's gonna allow Herman to get some advantage.
Okay, Ryan here decides to go for another Pot of Desires. Kinda, let's say, he doesn't have nothing to do with it.
Yeah, kind of a all-in play, but you can't really blame him if he knows that he's not gonna able to clear this board without it. Might as well risk it. But there is a big chance that in those 20 cards there are all of these copies of Invocation, and if that's the case, then his entire invoked engine would be useless. So.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like he was forced to activate these other desires because it doesn't look like he drew very good cards out of his starting hand, and I think things are really looking good for Herman. Also because Ryan banished 20 cards, which could cost him a lot of resources.
Yeah, the grind game basically solution goes out of the window. We do know that just one Alistair is enough to keep things going, but with this new deck you have a lot of different engines, and usually you can only afford to play 2 copies of Mekaba, so it's not like you can go on forever and ever.
So right now I think Ryan just wants to have a little bit of explanation of the tiling here that we are showing you guys.
Yeah, because there is another copy face down from Herman, which can absolutely shut down some of Ryan plays.
I really like the Dragon Maid deck also because as Herman said, a lot of players don't really know what the deck does, so if you don't really know how to play against it, you can have a lot of troubles. And it's kind of a consistent deck because you can actually use your resources until you finish it, basically. And tiling is really good also because you can banish it from the graveyard to special summon another Dragon Maid monster from the graveyard. And I really like it. So let's see if Ryan here can come up with a sort of solution.
I gotta say, it's a very, very weird game one, because both of these guys didn't get to play the game how they were supposed to be. It's very rare that you see a Dragon Maid player just have a red eyes on the field with nothing else and trying to win the game by attacking with it. But Herman is trying to do the best he can with the hand he's given, and it's only going to get better from here, because as you see, Ryan already used 2 Pot of Desires, and the amount of resources he has access to is very limited now.
And now Herman can activate once again the red eyes effect. Okay, brings back the Black Metal Dragon and recovers the first Dragon Maid monster, which is Chamber Dragon Maid. He plays 3 copies of it. I mean, the main monsters are, of course, Chamber and the Parlor, and then the one kitchen. These are the
main normal monster,
yeah, exactly.
The normal summon, let's say, that you want to have in the deck.
And thanks to the Chamber, he can add the one spell or trap Dragon Maid card from his deck to the hand. So now things are really looking good for Herman, also because Ryan doesn't seem to have any kind of response, and here he can add the best spell of the entire deck, which is the Dragon Maid Changeover, that allows you to basically special summon one fusion monster from your extra deck, and this deck abuses of fusion monsters because it has 2 big monsters, which are the Shiu and the House Dragon Maid. They're both really good, and if Ryan doesn't have any other response, I think we will soon see one of them.
Yeah, it's also possible that he gets enough damage to just close the game right here. And you can just see that while Herman is going full speed, we know that Invoked Dogmatica was one of the most expected deck for this weekend. Ryan has to think a lot about every of his move because he's not used to be playing against Herman's deck. So
it looks like Herman's strategy is paying off. Now he special summoned the Dragon Maid Shell, which is very good also because during the standby phase you can special summon from your graveyard or hand 1 dragon monsters with level 9 or lower. And also he has a quick effect. He can negate an activation of opponent's card, and you bring back it to the extra deck, and you can special summon the House Dragon.
Yeah, the other one. It's quite a loop. In a way, it can remind you guys of like Kanok and all of those interactions with Retro Beast monsters, those of course being fusions too.
Yeah, what I really like about this deck is that you have infinite resources actually, and now he's using tiling once again to bring back the Chamber. So it's very good because at this moment there's not that much that Ryan can do. So maybe he has a Fleur de Lis, which could be very good, but on the other hand, looks like Herman is leading this.
Absolutely, and we just said it, how he wants to take everyone by surprise, and I did mention similarities with Retro Beast, but I gotta say, they have similarities even with the Prank Kids, just because of this infinite resources game plan that they try to do.
Wow, this is very good because Ryan activated Nibiru, Herman activated Shu, and then Ryan has the impermanence.
You should never count Herman out. The Nibiru plus impermanence is a way to come back from the game, and we can remember how Ryan in the finals against Matteo also proved us all wrong with drawing such incredible hands with like a lightning storm and then mind control and all possible answers for what seems like a game Matteo would have never lost. So,
but Herman is not done yet because he has a World Legacy God Dragon. So he's still continuing to combo, although the Nibiru and the Impermanence.
Yeah, Nibiru plus Impermanence was definitely one of the few ways Ryan could have still remained in this. But the World Legacy Guard Dragon, just like we saw in previous matches, incredible tool for any deck that plays dragons right now.
And thanks to the Chambers effect, you can now special summon from the graveyard the Dragon Mitchell, and he can get rid of the Nibiru.
Yeah, so still has the option to bounce it back and get the Housemaid, which he's probably gonna do now in the standby phase. The first effect is activated, as you were saying, and he gets back one of his Dragon Maids.
I really like Herman's deck. Maybe Ryan, as we said before, was not prepared enough for this matchup, but he did a really good. He really drew a good hand. Indeed, we are going into game 2.
Yeah, so they pick up their cards, and Herman, with his Dragon Maid unique strategy, is 1-up, leading this duel. And we were really confused by the beginning because he just completely bricked with one face down card. The Ash Blossom bought him some time, but he was in the end able to capitalize and basically just relied on the Red Eyes Darkness Metal Dragon for a lot of rounds. And now I gotta give it to Herman because we take a look at the side decks, but I'm pretty sure Herman is prepared.
Yeah, looks like the most prepared of them is Herman for sure, because he's playing against a matchup that I think he was expecting. And, well, by looking at his side deck, I think he will go second anyway, because Ryan wants to put up a good board to deal with Herman's cards. And
it's possible, but yeah, he has just so many good cards, because Lancia is extremely powerful. He shuts down both the Invoked and the Maximus from the Dogmatica. And then he has Kaijus, which are amazing against both Mekaba and Winda. So I really like the sides from Herman, while from Ryan, I think he's going to be confused on what to do, because he has not been playing a lot of this matchup, and his side deck is looking a little shaky. He does have Mystic Mine, which could be decent, but not really amazing in this particular matchup. Maybe he wants to go second, but...
Yeah, I mean, also because if he doesn't know what their opponent's card do that well, he saw that the Tiding bounces back a card, so maybe Mystic Mine, it would be a good move, but I think that is not enough for this match.
Yeah, maybe you just go second, side in Lightning Storm, Pancratops, Red Tribute, which is also really useful, and the Feather Duster, of course. But the problem is you're not playing Dragon Link, you're playing Invoked, which means that OTKing, although it's possible, is like quite rare. You need a very specific set of hand where you're able to go through all of your Dogmatica engine alongside the Fusion, maybe a Purgatrio, and try an OTK like that. But outside of this scenario, I think Herman has a pretty good lead going into this game 2. Who is gonna take it? We'll soon find out, and whoever of these guys wins is gonna advance and face against Zoe Weber tomorrow. Yeah.
We wish you.
Yeah.
We wish you won.
Yeah, no, I got it for a moment, but oops. Never mind. It's Zulu who actually won in the end, so he's probably gonna follow this match with a lot of attention, and if Herman was to win this match, I think Zulu might be one of the few people who actually prepared for the Dragon Maid deck, so that could be an interesting one, but for now let's stay focused to the present. This is the ideal opening of the deck, where you actually send the Shadow Core to the graveyard, so that you can get the Schism from the deck, which allows you to then Fusion Summon for a Winda during your opponent's turn.
Yeah, now it's very good because Ryan started things off with Nadir's Servant, which we saw for the first time during this weekend. Okay, here comes the Maximus, and Herner responded with an Effect Veiler.
Yeah, Effect Veiler on Maximus, slowing down. But at the same time, Ryan opening was quite convincing, so I don't think this is gonna be enough right away. But the maximum being stopped does change quite a few things. Extravagance also coming down from Herman. His extra deck is extremely consistent. He has a lot of free offs, which any other Dragon Link deck would not be able to do. But since he is not comboing off that much, but just having like a +1, a +2, and then basically having a controlled deck, he's playing Extravagance with a little bit of a risk, of course.
Yeah, I mean, he's playing multiple copies. He's playing the 3 offs of the boss monsters in his extra deck, so
yeah,
it could be kind of risky, but I think it's worth it. So
absolutely, I agree with his decision, and he does need the extra cards because he's playing. He's the one who is playing, or at least maining, the most entraps today. So when you're playing that many entraps, you do need the cards. So you usually see Desires or Extravagance. Again, the red dice comes down. One of the best normal summons in any Dragon deck at the moment.
And now he's going to make the standard combo with Striker Dragon, searching for the field spell. Yeah. Also, I've seen some people playing also the field spell because it's really good if you have also the Phantasmi, which Sherman is playing, and you can shuffle back 1 free card. Let's see if he plays it, or he doesn't want to see bad cards. No, he's not playing it. Okay.
Yeah, I agree with him, but it seems like an unnecessary risk to run the card, especially when you want to play around the Droll and Lock.
And we see for the first time,
but now,
reason.
Yeah, there is a little bit of a mind game from Ryan. We all thought that he was gonna set the Shadow Trap. Instead, he added it to his hand, but then he set Ice Dragon Prison. So really a big mind game here from Ryan. Dragon's Prison, really interesting card. You can basically use it very well against the deck that relies on one specific archetype, like Sky Strikers or any Dragon deck. So let's see if Herman can fully recover from it.
Okay, now Herman brought the Perler from his deck, and looks like it's still not done yet. So he actually sent to the graveyard the Dragomed Lorpar. He actually plays the 2 big monsters of Dragomed, which are Lorpar and Ernus.
Yeah, both. He's playing pretty much outside of the Chamber and the Perler, which are mandatory free offs. He has all of the other Dragomaids in one offs, so that when necessary and depending on the situation on the field, he can choose which one is the most appropriate to come down. And you can really see Herman spending a lot of time playtesting this deck. He built it completely from scratch, and I gotta say he's becoming quickly not only a chat and fan favorite, but also really getting the support from us. I always enjoy watching a player who is doing something unconventional. So I am right now on the hype train, let's say, following Herman.
Yeah, we have to give credit to him for having brought this deck to us this weekend, and it's incredibly good because once again, here it comes is Dragon Meat Shell, and it causes a lot of problems, and not only because he's an incredible monster, but once he comes back into the extra deck, it brings the other fusion monster that the Dragon Meat plays, which is the House Dragon. So it's really good.
Yeah, a lot of resources again. The cycle begins yet one more from Herman, and I'm struggling to see a way out of this from Ryan right now. He needs to have some kind of response, and as we are gonna show you guys on screen, this is not the only fusion that Dragon Maid's deck have. sometimes you can actually bring back the show and get the House of Dragon Maid out of your extra deck. We might get to see this later on during this match, but for now he's on the Dragon seat. So
yeah, not that much that Ryan can do at the moment. I mean, very well played by Herman, and now comes the meltdown.
Okay, meltdown comes down differently from game one. No Pot of Desires, so we are gonna get to see some invoked action as well. Alistair is gonna be added, and let's remember everyone that the Dogmatica cards have a pretty strict restriction. By the moment you use one of them, you cannot access your extra deck for the rest of the turn, which is why we don't even have a choice here from Ryan. He needs to use his links and invoked before using, for example, the Maximus.
And right now we are seeing for the first time this weekend the Invoke deck being played, and Invocation was added from Ryan's deck to the hand. And there comes the Almirage.
Yeah, it goes up for the Garna. Usual combos here. Unless there is a light monster available, this is what you usually go for, even going first with the Invoke deck nowadays. Let's see if there is a response though from Herman when this Invocation comes down. Okay, so Invocation finally coming down for the first time in this match. It has been 27 minutes already, and it's quite rare that we get to see the first Invocation after that much, but Effect Veiler is gonna be banished from Herman's grave.
And let's see now what it is. I think, yeah, it goes for Mekaba.
Yeah. Mekaba comes down. There is an option also to go for the Purgatrio later on and try to push a lot more damage, but it is starting to look like a game of chess here, where they both don't want to give up too many informations and give away those to their opponents. But once Ryan says that he is enough with his extra deck, for example, the Maximus can now activate his effect.
So I think that now Ryan has a chance to come back into this game. He needs to deal with Herman's board. He has a lot of things going on. But this is going to be a really tough one. So, okay, so he reveals the Fleur-de-Lis from his hand, and he's going to be special summon on his side of the field.
Yeah, he's gonna try and probably negate his opponent Dragon Maid Fusion. Would make the most sense to me. And in... Okay, let's take a look. So, just like last game, the tidy is flipped. Is he gonna have a trap in his hand for Mekaba? That could also be an option. I don't think that's possible. Yeah,
indeed he doesn't.
So this is a nice play. He spins back the card to his opponent deck, then he chains the fusion effect as well, so now that he can bring out one more, even if the Dogmatica is summoned. There is no other Dogmatica cards on the field, and you need to have a Dogmatica card outside of itself to be able to negate. So very clean play here from Herman, knowing his opponent deck really well. And just like we predicted, he did the trick with his own fusions. Nice. So
yeah, he was able to deal with Raya's combo, and at this moment I expect Raya... Okay, so he has another Nadir Servant, which could be very good.
Okay, so now he can potentially send Entis, the entity, to the graveyard, which is gonna allow him to destroy one card from Herman. And do you think he should... Yeah, he's probably gonna aim it at the fusion, right?
Yeah,
trying to destroy that.
Yeah, he's going to try to destroy it. Let's see if he's...
Okay, but Impermanence is flip face up. But... okay, no, I was scared for a moment that there was...
They have the same zone?
Yeah, they were in the same zone. Of course, this is one of the most complicated interactions to try and figure out, but luckily for us, Konami sent all of these players the remote duel playmats that you are watching right now on the screen, which are making our life much easier since we can just judge by looking at them whether they are using the same zones or not. So
yeah, it helps us a lot. So here Ryan has access to the Ecclesia, and then he searches for punishment.
Yeah. So once again, trying to get back into the game. No more extra deck for the rest of the turn, but still a lot of advantage. And I think Herman just has seen enough, yeah?
Yeah.
So this time, I am pretty sure both players were paying extreme attention to the clock, because this game was far from over. We still could have seen a little bit of a grind game, but Herman knew that he was gonna take some damage. So he just picked up his cards because he wants to be the one who decides how game 3 is gonna go. So it's 1 and 1. Who is gonna advance to the top 8? Is it gonna be Herman and his unique Dragon Maid deck? Or is it gonna Ryan and his Invoked Dogmatic deck? We are gonna find out quite soon, so don't leave because there are only 9 minutes left in the round, and I'm pretty sure once they're done, it is gonna be a quick one to decide who is gonna take it and advance to Day 2.
And yeah, as you said before, when Ryan plays, you never really know what's going to happen. Like, he was able to come back into a really tough game because Herman had a lot of things going on. He had 2 traps, he had the fusion, and so I mean, well played by Ryan. And right now, I think Herman knows what is going to happen because I think he has played against this matchup a lot. Maybe Ryan understood how his opponent decks works, and maybe he can figure out something cool for this game 3. So this game, I think, is going to be very interesting because Ryan maybe is the first time facing this deck, and
yeah, I mean, this is interesting for everyone here watching at home, and I think Zulu especially, who is gonna be the opponent of whoever wins here, has to be paying a lot of attention. I'm probably sure that Herman wishes he would have won 2-0 quick and fast, not only to advance to the top 8, of course, but to prevent additional information from his deck being shown. The more you play the deck, the more everyone at home is going to be comfortable with it, and compared to a YCS where you just go back and forth round by round, Zulu is going to have an entire day to prepare for the deck and just get more infos on it, potentially even testing it out himself. So let's see who is gonna do it. I'm pretty sure Herman is still gonna go first. There is a little chance that he picks second just because of the nature of his side deck, but I do think it makes the most sense for this deck to start. So
yeah, I think Herman now really needs to shape things up on his own, and maybe he can pick up a good hand. So let's see. He proved out that the Dragon Maid is a really good deck, really powerful, and by playing it with the red dice cards as well, and we really like it.
Yeah, let's see if he's gonna open once again with the red eyes. The ends are being drawn right now. In game 1 we had a break. In game 2 more of a back and forth, but in the end it was Ryan to take it. Herman should be the one opening here, but we have only about 6 minutes left. Okay, for the first time we had Dragon Maid as the normal summon from Herman.
Okay, so he's the Norse and one set card from Herman.
Is it really gonna be all from him? Wow. Once again, a weak opening from Herman. We really want to believe that his deck is viable, but this is not making our life easy. Alistair comes down from Ryan. The best way to do it for this deck is, as we saw, the Dogmatic has have restrictions, so the first thing you want to do is Alistair, and then the rest of your combos. We're probably now gonna see the Salaman Great plus the Gardener.
Yeah, I think Ryan should pass for the Almirage. Let's see what he does. Yeah, I think so.
So Salaman Great Almirage comes down. followed by Secure Gardener, which is quite an interesting tool. A card overlooked by a lot of people, but it's already the second deck of the day that completely relies on it. First we saw Dinosaur, and now... Ooh, Artifact Lancia coming down from Herman could actually be a game changer here.
Yeah, this is the first time we see Artifact Lancia being played by one of our players. Oh, and he also has the Tiding, yeah, which is totally understandable because otherwise he would have not summoned the Nurse.
Yeah.
Here is not easy because if Ryan doesn't have any other cards, maybe he could have some Dogmatica cards in his hand. If he does not, oh, he has the Triple Tactics talent.
Yeah, so Triple Tactic Talent comes down, allowing, and this is just showing how good this card is. Not only is it good if your opponent has a board and is trying to just dominate the field, because in that case you can use the Change of Heart effect, but this time he's gonna get to see Herman's entire hand. He did have an Ash Blossom.
He has the Fusion Spell and the Nurse.
Yeah, and the Nurse, which was spin back.
Okay, so he shuffles back the...
So the Fusion is back into the deck, so now all Herman has is the Ash Blossom and the Nurse. Are you surprised at all that he didn't use the Ash Blossom on the Alistair? Or, I mean, it doesn't really matter since he had the Lancia,
exactly,
so I think it makes sense.
He also has the Nadir Servant.
Wow.
Okay.
Wow! Oh, wow. Gamma comes down. Wow. Unbelievable series
You can
of
never
events.
know with Ryan.
Wow. I mean, yeah, you can never count Ryan out. And this is absolutely incredible from him. We were all surprised, but I think once you saw that he gave his opponent the Ash Blossom, you could probably see that he had the Gamma, but now this changes everything, especially because with the Lancia on the field, those Psy frames are not going to be banished during the end phase. So even if he was to not use them, he can safely keep them on the field. But I'm pretty sure, because now with the Nadir Servant, they would be banished since he cannot access his extra deck. He doesn't have to worry about that because of Lancia. So
yeah, and Herman is only left with a Nurse in his hand, which is, I mean, Ryan had the nuts. I would say he had an incredible hand, Triple Tactic Talent, Gamma, Nadir Servant. I mean, you couldn't ask for more. So here is going to continue to showcase us what the deck does. And here comes the Ecclesia. He searches for the punishment, and
yeah, seems like he's quite in control of the situation at the moment. As we were saying, I hope they both recognize that the Psy frames are not gonna be banished by the Lancia.
And Ryan here is looking a very good spot. Not that much that Herman can do at the moment. Yeah, he normal summon the Nurse.
Yeah, as you can see, Nurse comes down. Gonna try his best to have an answer, but it's looking tough once more. So Striker Dragon, but he doesn't have the field spell in the deck. He top decks
Hospitality, if I'm not mistaken, so he can bring back the Nurse from the graveyard.
It seems so. So definitely a decent draw. There could have been a lot of draws in Herman decks that were just game winning for Ryan. One of the few cards which he can hope to get there together. So let's see if Ryan can still pull this off. He has one more turn to, let's say, resist from Herman. Otherwise, I think the game is going to go his way. But we need to pay attention to the clock. There is only 1 minute remaining and 3,500 life points of difference. Can Herman find a way to deal this damage? Or is it going to be game for Ryan? He really needs to hurry up. Not much time is left. We have seen this multiple times. I have in my memory the match between Jake Quincy and Joshua Smith at the European Championship, which was crazy speed. And in the end, it was Quincy who won the match because of this. But now, is it ever going to be enough? I really doubt it. Let's see if he can play fast enough. Only 30 seconds. He makes the Erratic Spheres. And I think this is gonna be way game for Ryan. Unfortunately, it seems like Herman is gonna be reversed swept. He showed us that his deck is really good, but unless there is some extra time we are not informed of, I'm pretty sure Ryan can just even enter battle phase, try to attack over his opponent, even top decks the meltdown. I don't think we can have much of a difference. Herman tries his best, put the meltdown back so that he can activate a second copy, but I think time is gonna be called just in a few seconds, declaring Ryan the winner. Absolutely. Time is called and Ryan takes it home. He reverse sweeps Herman's unique Dragon Maid deck, and unfortunately he is out of the competition. As you can see on screen, he takes the game 2-1, and he's gonna advance to day 2, where he is gonna face against Zulu. For now, let's go back to us. Again, quite an incredible match, and what a show. At the beginning, we were really taken and impressed by the deck that Herman brought to this event. He is the only player that decided that Dragon Maid was a viable strategy, and it was so close to actually getting it done.
I mean, we have to give credit to Herman because he wanted to play something different, and he was also leading 1-0. So it was very unfortunate that in game 3 didn't have a really good hand so that he can deal with Ryan's deck. But anyway, we gotta give credit to him because Dragon Maid is a really powerful deck along with the red dice cards. So well played.
It seems like even if we play via remote duel, the French players are just unstoppable, and we're gonna have a top 8 all French players between Zulu and Ryan. Thank you guys again for watching, and of course thank you to Herman for participating. But we still have one last match for today, the last top 16 match. It's gonna be an amazing one, so guys, stay tuned. Just a few more minutes to wait, and then we're gonna have some incredible action here at the Remote Duel Invitational. Keep watching.
Calamity climaxes in Toon Chaos. Titans of Toonacity collide with chaotic creatures in the ultimate Yu-Gi-Oh! Monster Showdown. Let the fun begin.
7 cards per pack, each pack sold separately.
Unlock the Spirit Gates with Structure Deck Sacred Beasts. Uriah ignites Searing Flames. Haman unleashes Striking Thunder. And Raviel commands Fiendish Phantasms.
46 cards per deck, each deck sold separately.
Harness the power of legendary dragons, descending to unleash ultimate dueling devastation in an epic battle that heralds Armageddon. Battles of Legend Armageddon.
5 cards per pack, each pack sold separately.
Duelists, your time has come. Rise to the challenge and command the fiercest champion, Gaia, the magical Knight of Dragons. Yu-Gi-Oh! Rise of the Duelist.
9 cards per pack, each pack sold separately.
Relive ancient Shadow games with the 2020 Tin of Lost Memories, featuring 3 bigger-than-ever Mega Packs. You can collect brand new cards themed after iconic duel monsters from millennia ago.
54 cards per tin, each 10 sold separately.
Unleash ancient magic with legendary duelists Rage of Ra. Dive into the Shadow Realm with cards that twist reality and harness the power of an Egyptian god.
5 cards per pack, each pack sold separately.
Calamity climaxes in Toon Chaos. Titans of Toonacity collide with chaotic creatures in the ultimate Yu-Gi-Oh! Monster Showdown. Let the fun begin!
7 cards per pack, each pack sold separately.
Unlock the Spirit Gates with Structure Deck Sacred Beasts. Uriah ignites Searing Flames. Haman unleashes Striking Thunder. And Raviel commands Fiendish Phantasms.
46 cards per deck, each deck sold separately.
Harness the power of legendary dragons, descending to unleash ultimate dueling devastation in an epic battle that heralds Armageddon. Battles of Legend Armageddon.
5 cards per pack, each pack sold separately.
Duelists, your time has come. Rise to the challenge and command the fiercest champion, Gaia, the magical Knight of Dragons. Yu-Gi-Oh! Rise of the Duelist.
9 cards per pack, each pack sold separately.
ancient Shadow games with the 2020 Tin of Lost Memories, featuring 3 bigger-than-ever Mega Packs. You can collect brand new cards themed after iconic Duel monsters from millennia ago.
54 cards per tin, each 10 sold separately.
Unleash ancient magic with legendary duelists Rage of Ra. Dive into the Shadow Realm with cards that twist reality and harness the power of an Egyptian god.
5 cards per pack, each pack sold separately.
Calamity climaxes in Toon Chaos. Titans of Toonacity collide with chaotic creatures in the ultimate Yu-Gi-Oh! Monster Showdown. Let the fun begin!
7 cards per pack, each pack sold separately.
Unlock the Spirit Gates with Structure Deck Sacred Beasts. Uriah ignites Searing Flames. Haman unleashes Striking Thunder. And Raviel commands Fiendish Phantasms.
46 cards per deck, each deck sold separately.
Harness the power of legendary dragons, descending to unleash ultimate dueling devastation in an epic battle that heralds Armageddon. Battles of Legend Armageddon.
5 cards per pack, each pack sold separately.
Duelists, your time has come. Rise to the challenge and command the fiercest champion, Gaia, the magical Knight of Dragons. Yu-Gi-Oh! Rise of the Duelist.
9 cards per pack, each pack sold separately.
Relive ancient Shadow games with the 2020 Tin of Lost Memories, featuring 3 bigger-than-ever Mega Packs. You can collect brand new cards themed after iconic duel monsters from millennia ago.
54 cards per tin, each 10 sold separately.
Unleash ancient magic with legendary duelists Rage of Ra. Dive into the Shadow Realm with cards that twist reality and harness the power of an Egyptian god.
5 cards per pack, each pack sold separately.
Calamity climaxes in Toon Chaos. Titans of Toonacity collide with chaotic creatures in the ultimate Yu-Gi-Oh! Monster Showdown. Let the fun begin!
7 cards per pack, each pack sold separately.
Unlock the Spirit Gates with Structure Deck Sacred Beasts. Uriah ignites Searing Flames. Haman unleashes Striking Thunder. And Raviel commands Fiendish Phantasms.
46 cards per deck, each deck sold separately.
Well, the last of the Remote Duel Invitational number 2. We had an incredible series of matches all over from players from Europe, even Australia, content creators, YouTubers, players all over from everywhere. And now we are down to the last top 16 match for the day.
Yeah.
It's gonna be quite an exciting one once more. And once more, we have a content creator, Ryan Nicholson from the UK, up against our Italian fellow player, Matteo Bertulezzi. As we said previously, Matteo showed us his mind, let's say, at YCS Utrecht, where he went all the way up to the final, losing to Ryan, which we saw last round. And he got famous all over the world because he played a 60-card deck with a lot of different engines within itself. He wants to show us that his intentions are still similar today, because he's playing quite a similar concept, still a deck with 60 cards. So for any of you guys really fan of Matteo, he did not disappoint you. There is 60 card madness once more, but I think we should just hear the words from the players themselves. So let's bring up the first interview.
I involved being was a child because I play Yu-Gi-Oh from all my life. and yeah, is my story in the Yu-Gi-Oh. This is my story in Yu-Gi-Oh. My first Yu-Gi-Oh, my deck I play is probably Hieratic. Yeah, Hieratic is my first Yu-Gi-Oh deck, and yeah, probably this. I have my favorite card. It's Rongomian number 86, Rongomian Rogue Champion, because it's probably the best, the best card and the strongest card in Yu-Gi-Oh. It's no sense. I love it. I play Dragon Link probably because I really like the style of the deck. The combo deck is probably my best style. And yeah, I'm probably going to play it. Probably my best memory in Yu-Gi-Oh! Is the second place in Utrecht. I lost in the final, but for me it's a very important step of my life, and yeah, it's the best memory in Yu-Gi-Oh! For me.
And it's one of the best memories for a lot of players. He might have lost the finals, but he won a lot of hearts from the crowd, both live and in our stream. And as I was telling you guys, he did come up with a Dragon Link deck, but just like his style, 60 cards, a lot of different techs, a lot of entraps, which is, I think, the most interesting thing about his deck. And he does have his signature card, which is the Galaxy Serpent.
Yeah, he's always there.
Yeah, engine. So his opponent is also on a quite unconventional deck, but let's hear it from Ryan.
Oh, wow. Okay, so Yu-Gi-Oh! For me is like a big childhood thing, like watching the anime, you know, playing with the cards at school. But I never actually got into the trading card game physically until the release of Cybernetic Horizon, so about 2 years, I would say. Oh, my first deck was Cyber Dragons. So when I started playing, the meta was all about the Goki Extra Link, and when I figured out that Cyber Dragon could just break the board with a Mega Fleet, I just thought that was so cool. So Cyber Dragons was my first deck, and my favorite deck. Ooh, so my first reaction to this has to be Cyber Dragon Infinity, but I think I would get in trouble if I didn't say Ib the World Chalice Justiciar. That card has a special place in my heart, so I'll go with that for my answer. For the tournament, it's kind of a homebrew playing. It's kind of a homebrew that I'm playing that I've made up from scratch. It's definitely not the best deck in the room, but it is a variation of dragons. It's I would say a Crusadia Dragon Link variant. I've pulled every card from sealed product, so that's my handicap. That's what I'm playing with, and I think it would be a really fun challenge to see how well it does against everyone else. So my favorite moment in Yu-Gi-Oh! Is definitely, it has to be when I topped my first regional. That was such, it just felt like a great achievement, finally seeing success after starting from like nowhere. You finally feel like a better player when that happens. So yeah, that's definitely a really, really high moment for me.
You heard from Ryan himself. He's gonna be playing quite a spicy version of Dragon Link. He has the Crusadia engine, as well as a lot of entraps and some really interesting cards like Formut Skipper, which we saw previously in like even Salamangreat sometimes. Yeah. So it's definitely a unique build. It's 50 cards, but as I already mentioned, guys, you don't want to miss out. This is gonna be the last match of the day. Who is gonna claim the last spot in the top cut? Is it gonna be Matteo, Italy, and his 60-card deck, or is it gonna be Ryan, the UK, and his Crusadia Dragon Link deck? Our players are ready. Let's just go to the table. Okay, so one more die roll to decide it all. We started today in our first match with a Dragon Link mirror match, and we are gonna end it on the same note yet again with the Dragon Link mirror match. Two opposite versions, but this time I think it's gonna be quite more interesting because they are both maining at least 10 entrops each.
Yeah, I mean, they're playing a lot of different options, and Orion Zen, I'm seeing that he's playing Didicro, something where we have not seen so far today, so maybe it will come up, why not, also because it's a very good card against the Dragon Link deck. While on the other hand, Matteo is always playing his pile of 60 cards deck that never wants to leave. So
yeah, absolutely, Matteo, no surprise whatsoever, but there is a card which is the only player in the room actually using it, and he is maining 3 copies of Ghost Reaper and Winter Cherries. If that gonna come down, this is actually pretty much a mirror match in terms of extra deck. That can actually shut down a lot of the engine from Ryan, so I think for the first time we might actually have an advantage even if losing the die roll. It's gonna be an interesting one. Let's see. Red Cards is gonna start. He's gonna do it with a quick launch.
And now I think Ryan will try to make the standard Dragon Link combo that we have seen a lot of times today, and I'm really surprised if Matteo maybe has a Winter Cherry. Let's see if he has one.
Okay, and here we see the first Crusadia card coming down. It's definitely an interesting engine. We see how it was absolutely synergic with the Guard Dragons. And the Draco is just an incredible card. It allows you to search for another Crusadia card now that you linked into it. And I'm gonna try and show you guys some of the engines the way we just go through it. But you can move zone, you can have access to a lot of extenders, some of which, in the case of Draco, are dragon monsters. So I don't think you can wish for much more of a engine.
Yeah, now Ryan is just pushing here to make a huge field, and here comes the Crystal, and let's see if Matteo has any response at this point.
Matteo actually gonna use the impermanence, so he has at least one entrop here. No surprise, as I said, he's maining more than 15 entrops, and it potentially is gonna shut down part of his opponent combo. Let's see. So, okay, so he's just using the second effect of a Striker Dragon to get back a card, and he did activate the Sector Launch now.
I really like that Matteo is playing 60 cards, and as we said before, he really wants to have a consistent deck, and also he's playing a lot of multiple and different hand traps. I think this is the best decision you can make at the moment, although, I mean, 40 card decks are a good option, and right now, let's see if he could have another interruption to stop Ryan. So now he's going to continue his combo with the Rocket Monster, and
yeah, the Tracer is using his effect. We'll see how much he needs. I think for the first time this weekend, these guys actually have a decent guess on what the opponent is playing, since if they asked for the deck count, one is 60 and the other one is 50. So they can pretty much guess what they are using.
So here comes the Savage Dragon, and I'm quite surprised if Ryan can put up an interruption.
Ooh, but another Infinite Impermanence come down from Matteo. This can actually be devastating. He shuts down the only form of interruption, and that's it. Play goes back to Matteo. Double Impermanence opened. Is it gonna be enough to just come back? Let's not count Ryan out of this. He has a lot of entraps in his own deck, so he might have like a Didicro or Ash Blossom in hand.
Yeah, as we said before, I really like how Matteo built his own decks, and yeah, I mean, he's just wanted to have a lot of consistency, and also having multiple hand traps in his deck. And right now, he's just making some mats. Also, because we have seen him playing this pile of deck in YCS Utrecht, so he knows how the deck works.
This is the same engine that he used, so Unexpected Die to bring out Galaxy Serpent. pretty straightforward interaction that is really powerful because it gives you a dragon, a tuner, so all that you need in the different engines. And now yet another one of his unique cards. So the Supreme King, now as you can see, he can send that card with Dragon Raven or Foolish Burial. So it's just another Dragon extender. Do you think he's gonna play around a possible Entrop from Ryan or just play carelessly?
I mean, we have seen Matteo a lot during our future matches, and I think he's going to push as much as he can. Like, if I were him, I would just see if my opponent has any interruption, because otherwise it will just be completely free to whatever he wants to do. And yeah, okay, he's going for the Romulus here, so he just wants to risk it all and having his full combo. And it looks like the Ryan doesn't have any hand traps, so it's very looking good for Matteo at the moment. And he searches the Divinity Lens, and I don't think he drew the Dragonity Phalanx, so he will be able to special summon it.
Yeah, it seems for now that there is no other interruption in Ryan's end. If that's the case, I don't think the situation is looking that good for him. Matteo really proved to be an incredible combo deck player in Utrecht, and he wants to show the world that that wasn't just a one-time hit. He's playing 60 card once again, and once again he's playing really fast, not doubting himself. Ooh, but then Nibiru comes down. So Ryan wants to show also his UK fans that he has something to say. Really well played by him on putting his hand, I would say, face down, suggesting to his opponent that he didn't have any other response for the turn. But Nibiru is there, and the hopes of Ryan and all of his community still stand strong.
Yeah, well played by Ryan here. He just waited as long as he could, so that he prevented Matteo to special summon the Herald from the extra deck. And at this point, Matteo really needs to get back into this game, because things were very looking good for him before this Nibiru. But once again, things are gonna be changed. So
yeah, now we go back to square one, and we gotta figure out if there is a way to still push some damage and recover from here. And as you can see, Nibiru just being one of the most incredible cards ever released, and especially as a TCG exclusive for a while, I would say. It completely changed the way the game was dominated at the time by the Guard Dragon deck. And still today, it is one of the most popular Entrops, even in the main deck, from what we have seen in those 16 players.
yeah, I think for the moment, for what we have seen so far today, the best Entrops seems to be Gamma on one hand, and on the other hand we have Nibiru. You really need to have multiple hand traps like Impermanence, Ash, Droll, but I think the best ones that suited the most, like for the whole situation, are Nibiru. Looks like Matteo passed, maybe.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like he had a way to just continue comboing off after the Nibiru. He lost just way too much advantage. And as you can see, Ryan, though, has the same problem. He's switching Nibiru to defense position, just afraid of the damage that Matteo can create. Let's see if he can top deck any card to get out of this very peculiar situation. It's very rare that in a mirror match of Dragon Link the game goes this far, but now the player with the most experience will win. And a nice draw off the top from Matteo. The War Legacy Guard Dragon, absolutely incredible here. Gonna bring out the Phalanx back from the graveyard, and just gotta be careful now. because it's quite possible just by the fact that Ryan drew and passed that there is another Nibiru in his hand.
Yeah, I mean, he could have another Nibiru also because, I mean, we don't see that quite often coming down. I mean, he just passed and maybe he could have another Nibiru, so he really needs to be careful about that. And let's see if Matteo plays around it. He could have some different options. For example, as we said before, maybe he could have another entraps. So
both are using the Dragon Link deck, but they both have very different approaches. The only thing that they have in common is a lot of entraps in the main deck, but while Matteo opened with double impermanence, we can safely assume that Ryan had, outside of the Nibiru, something else. For example, one of the key cards in his deck is the only one this weekend actually using 3 copies of DD Crow. A card that is one of the first entraps ever released in the game, and that it can shut down a lot of the decks at the moment. Differently from others, it's actually quite useful against the Invoked deck or the Eldlik deck as well. But now it doesn't seem like Ryan is doing much. He is waiting potentially for another Nibiru later on in the turn.
Yeah, I mean, Matteo right now doesn't seem too scared about another copy of Nibiru from Ryan's end. So,
and I mean, rightfully so. Honest, like the first one, especially when your opponent is playing 50 cards, I wouldn't say or suggest you to play too much around it. But the second one, is just way out of your comfort zone.
If he has it, he has it.
Yeah.
And right now, Matteo is just going through his deck, seeing any other potential cards that he can put on for...
Yeah, he has quite a different options. He could get to the Omni Dragon Brotor, for example, and get his own copy of Levianir. Because once the game stat is as simplified as here, just getting a Levianir and get rid of the last card in your opponent's hand sounds huge. So
yeah, and right now he's just looking for his deck. I think
the Appaloosa is looking absolutely incredible, and I think he is the only one bringing his own spice today. I feel like everyone else, maybe Ryan as well, but the other Dragon Link players today were pretty much using the same cards and the same extra deck. They did have a few differences, but Matteo is the only one using Appaloosa. And as you could see here, it's paying off a lot. You essentially have a Light and Darkness Dragon that has 3 negations, and that could be one of the game-changing decisions. And as you can see here, it does come up. The Appaloosa is the nail in the coffin for Ryan, and it is Matteo who is gonna be the winner of Game 1. So for the first time, we see actually a mirror match of Dragon Link being won by whoever picked second. And as we said before the match, this is not too much of a surprise. They both are maining more than 10 entraps, but really well played by Matteo. Definitely a weird grind mirror match, but
and we gotta give credit to him because every single time he builds deck like this, he always builds his deck from scratch. And indeed, I mean, no one is playing Appaloosa, but he's playing it and he paid off. So, well deserved is a great game, man.
Yeah, now things are gonna shape up differently because he already has a lot of entraps in the main deck, as I said. The Winter Cherry is on top of them all. But he has even more in the side deck. The Forbidden Droplet is an option. Artifact Lancia is also really good in a mirror match. But for going first, he has quite some unique cards. One of them being the number S0, Utopic Zexal. But something even more unique that I will try to talk to you guys about later on is one of the oldest spell cards, which I think saw more action in the anime rather than it did in real life Yu-Gi-Oh! Is Exchange. So Exchange is a normal spell that I'm gonna show you guys in a moment, which says that you and your opponent just reveal the ends, and then you take a card out of your opponent's hand and you just switch them. So definitely a unique effect. I did use end top with this card back in the day in 2013 when it was Spellbook against Dragon Ruler. But nowadays it can be used to get rid of an Entrap, or to get rid of cards like Dark Ruler No More, Triple Tactics. So it has some merit.
Yeah, it's really good also because you actually get access to your opponent's hand, which means that you actually feel free to do whatever you want. And this could be very good. And on the other hand, we have Ryan's side deck,
which is mostly for going second. This is not much of a surprise. Usually in a combo deck, you want to go first and side as few cards as possible. But enough with the chatting. Ryan is probably gonna go first, but this is gonna be the game 2. We could see Matteo just winning 2-0 comfortably, or we are gonna go to game 3, just like we did in the majorities of today's matches. So, this is one of the few decks in the deck, which is the Parallel Exceed from Ryan. He's gonna get potentially another copy if he has the option, but he can just use it as a normal summon as he is doing right now.
Yeah, I mean, I really like the fact that both these players are playing the Dragon League engine, but in the meantime, they're just playing different copies of different cards. And I mean, this, as Ryan said before, they actually built their own decks from scratch, and maybe he could make quite a good combo here if
once more it depends mostly on his opponent, and now he has the Chaos Zone, probably one of the best cards of the deck, I would say. Not the greatest against Troll and Lock, but luckily that wasn't in Matteo's end.
Yeah, let's see if now Matteo has any response to Ryan's activation, because it's one of the best spell card at the moment.
Yeah, Chaos Space definitely such a great card. Not only does he get one of the best cards in your deck, which is the Collapse Serpent engine, but it also makes it so that you draw a card and you make the engine even larger by shuffling one copy back. So it's essentially a +2 in a way, and it's definitely one of the best spells that the Dragon Link deck can have access to.
Okay, and he has the Ash Blush.
Yeah, so Ash Blossom does stop it. Is it gonna be the only Entrap for Matteo, and is it gonna be enough? It's definitely gonna slow down Ryan significantly. Ooh, it just sets one to the back row, and we might have a very short one here. He discarded the Lancia as well, so I'm afraid that might have been the only line of defense. Maybe he has another copy in his hand, which would be really of key importance, I would say. If he doesn't have access to that, I don't think Matteo is gonna have troubles winning here.
Yeah, I think by discarding the Lancia, maybe he could get another copy in his hand, but just in case, or maybe he just doesn't have any
yeah, it's not obvious at all, and now it's back to Matteo, who starts things off with the Cypher. Let's see.
Okay, also has the Noctovision Dragon.
Yeah, so nice, and once again, really changing the way you can approach the deck building in the game. Usually, for years and years, we can say Upstart Goblin was considered one of the best cards in Yu-Gi-Oh! So that it was in the end limited to 1. And everyone just thought playing 37 cards was the best way to play Yu-Gi-Oh! Matteo is completely changing that opinion. always running 60 cards, but showing us that you can have consistency as well in 60 cards. So
yeah, I mean, I really like this kind of approach. As we said before, we have said it a lot of times, the consistency, as long as with playing many end traps in the deck, gives you access to a lot of resources. So it's pretty good.
Yeah, the thing is, when you play 60, you are able, first of all, to have a lot more space. So just like he's doing, you can main a lot of end traps, and you are guaranteed not to open too many of them. And at the same time, you can run end giants just like the unexpected die, where you have only one bad card and 3 good ones, if not more. Because in 60 cards, the chance of drawing the only negative one is definitely lowered. So I do think that for combo decks specifically, where there isn't like a free off, that's a game changer, how it could be, for example, for a Salamangreat deck where you really want to see Gazelle or Circle, this makes a lot of sense. Because at the end of the day, you have a lot of different engines and extenders, but they all get you to the same result. So
okay, so now comes the impermanence on the Link Cross, which is interesting, but if Ryan doesn't have any other end traps, maybe Matteo will be able to continue in his combo. Let's see what he decides to do. He really needs to think about his moves, because maybe Ryan could have another Nibiru, as he showed us in game 1.
yeah, once again, the goal has to be the one to get to the Kriston Alki Fibrax. At the moment, he's shut down from getting it, but the only thing he needs to do is get a known tuner on board, and that should be easy. Okay, he's gonna link right away, and as you can see,
yeah, I mean, in this moment, I think he's sitting in a very comfortable position. Yeah, he goes for the Kriston, so looking very good for Matteo at this spot. Ryan has only 2 cards left in his hand.
As expected, this should resolve. Just like in game 1, though, there might be a Nibiru hidden, if not a Didi Crow, from Ryan. If that's not the case, I'm sure Matteo will find the most optimal way to keep comboing off. Ooh, does he have the Red Ice in his hand? Wow! So, hard drawn, Red Ice, Darkness Metal Dragon, this changes so much. First of all, it allows Matteo to push a ton more damage, potentially just try and go for game right away. And it also allows him to get back the Seifert, which now acts as a pseudo Chaos Space, getting him the Wyver Buster or Collapse Serpent. So
very looking good for Matteo here, yeah.
As expected, so he gets the Wyver Buster, and now he's free to do whatever he wants. Is Ryan gonna pull off a trick just like in game 1 and completely slow roll the Nibiru? I think Appaloosa might coming up. Yes, so Appaloosa comes down. Once again, Appaloosa really showing why Matteo was successful in Utrecht and why he's in a really good spot to advance to the top 8. The only player this weekend actually using Appaloosa, and twice in a row, it might be the game-winning card.
Yeah, I mean, he's paying off. And now I think he's completely free to do whatever he wants to do, because Appaloosa will protect him for any other interruption from his opponent, and he's looking very good.
You can see him going full speed. He was a little careful because he was trying to play around Nibiru, but once he got to the stage where he could summon Appaloosa, he immediately went for it, no hesitation whatsoever. He doesn't want to risk losing the game to Nibiru. Absolutely wonderfully played by Matteo. Now the Appaloosa is there, he's going full Matteo mode, so playing as fast as he can and just trying to find the win condition, which in this case is probably going to be the OTK in this round. So,
yeah, I think Matteo could end the game as fast as he can. We have seen him playing incredibly fast at the last YCS we had, YCS Utrecht.
Yeah. And now he gets even the Brotor. If he were to use this effect, he can get the Levian here from the deck. he might not even use the effect of the Levianeer if he just wants to push for damage. Maybe he feels like getting to the Bottlesworth Dragon and ending the game right away. Yeah, the Levianeer is added to his hand. Let's see if he wants to use the effect or not. Now we're gonna see the Pisti. Yep.
Very well played by Matteo. He's showing us once again that it was not by chance that he lost in the final in YCS Utrecht, and he really knows what he's doing. He builds his deck from scratch, and he's totally paying off. So we are glad he's still playing a 60-card deck, and he's showing us how powerful this deck is. So
absolutely. So no hesitation. Again, a very nice show of his abilities and of his deck. Just a few more moves, and he should be able to put Ryan into checkmate. As you can see here, he does have the Bottlesworth Dragon in his extra deck, so he might try to get to this position, or just by using the Levianeer here. Yeah. Okay, he does use the effect to spin a card back from the end into the deck, which is surprising me a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, he could have preserved it, not to activate the effect.
Yeah, because I think maybe he just wants to play it super safe and wants to go for game regardless, but from what I'm watching right now,
yeah, okay.
Yeah, the Bottlesworth should come down. Yeah, and it does. So as predicted from us by showing it on screen beforehand, Bottlesworth comes down, then he's gonna get a second Levianeer. Wow. And this is more than enough for game to be pushed. Raven is revealed by Ryan, and Matteo takes it 2-0 quite convincingly, moving on to the top 8. Incredible match. Let's go back to us for the post-match discussion. One of the most convincing match of the entire day. Yeah. I gotta say and give credit to Matteo once again, showing us why he was so successful at the last YCS in Utrecht. I think it's the first match of the day where we actually see someone dominating the entire match. First of all, he is the only one who has won the mirror match going second, and that happened in game 1 entirely due to his deck building choices. Yeah. Not only is he playing 60 once again, but he is playing 15 Entrops in the main deck with unique choices like Winter Cherries. And in the side deck, he even enforces them with additional spells or Entrops. I am absolutely convinced by his deck build choices. One, on top of them all, the Appaloosa. In game 1 and in game 2, he summoned it twice. Yeah, twice. It won him the game twice. So, guys, if you're not playing at all Appaloosa, at least consider it after this future match. Anyway, we should be able to show you guys in a few moments the updated bracket for the day so that we can get to see how it's shaped up all the way from round 1. And here, as you can see, we now have the final names. We have our top 8 ready for you guys. It's a lot of mix, a lot of different countries still, a lot of content creators, but a lot of very good players. Matteo also being the first one of the day to defeat the content creator. Yeah. For now, it was actually being an unfavorable matchup for the players today. But once again, guys, this is going to be all streamed by us tomorrow. Top 8 is going to be tomorrow. We want to thank you guys for having followed us today. We had all of the top 16 matches covered, a lot of action. If you missed any of what we showed you, you can always go back to the VODs and watch any of the matches, maybe from your favorite streamer or player. But if you didn't, tomorrow we still have a lot more action, same number of matches. We're going to go through all the entire top 8. But now it's quite different. They know what they're expecting, and it's going to be, I'm sure, even more interesting. We're going to be live tomorrow at the same time. So 12 if you are in the same zone as us, UK If you're from the UK, it is going to be 11 a.m. So make sure to follow it. If we don't already, just follow our page and you will get the notification when we're live. Thank you again from all of us deeply. See you tomorrow and just keep watching, and we'll be back very soon tomorrow.